Kia koutou katoa, welcome along everybody to our Waipapa Papanui-Innes-Central Community Board meeting today. We'll start the meeting with our karakia, so I ask everybody to stand please. You'll see the words on the screen there. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, hei mauri ora. Thank you. So the first item on the agenda is apologies, and I do have an apology for a partial absence from Pauline and an early departure from Victoria. So we have a mover and a seconder for those. Jake and Ali, put that motion. All those in favour? That's carried. Item 2, declaration of interest. I have not received any. Item 3, confirmation of previous minutes. Do we have a mover and a seconder for those? Simon and Sunita, put that motion. All those in favour? Right. That's carried. Item 4 is public forum, which we don't have any of today. So that takes us to item 5, deputations by appointment. And first up, we have, we just are rejigging these a wee bit because we have some people who haven't turned up. So we will go first up with Mark Wilson. So, welcome, Mark. Mark's not on our list, but we're going to slot him in here. So deputations, you have 5 minutes, and that includes time for questions. And there's a timer on the screen there.
All right, hopefully I won't have 5 minutes. I certainly haven't prepared anything. Okay, right, so I'm here to talk a little bit about the Shirley Community Centre.
Oh, hold on. I thought you were going to talk about traffic.
No, I'm here to talk about
traffic.
Sorry, we would.
Okay,
We were told that it was around cars.
We were told it was around traffic. That's why we were giving you a deputation. Oh, we've started the meeting now. This is the formal meeting now. Yeah. Okay. We'll jump back to item 4 then. This is a public forum presentation. So off you go, Mark.
Right, do I still have 5 minutes?
Yes.
So I'd like to just speak a little bit about the Shirley Community Centre. That was basically demolished or, ended its time of use after the earthquakes. So how long's that? 13 years? Right, okay. So, you know, obviously around Shirley, the community's a hard community to engage with, and you know, people don't really voice their opinions. But I can tell you that community centre was very well used, and it's really it's actually kind of shocking that it still hasn't been rebuilt. I myself with a bunch of other people met with staff yesterday, having a look at the latest consultation document or web page to engage the community to decide what to do with the Shirley community, or the Shirley Reserve, we call it now. It just seems that it's another consultation to decide what to do with a site that actually really should have a rebuilt community centre put on it. That consultation document had 4 or 5 options, one of which was to build a community centre back on there. 3 or 4, I can't remember however many, were green space, you know, basically everything else but putting what was there, a community centre, back there. We actually have to rebuild a community centre or to build a community facility on the LTP. That was passed a year ago or so. That was what everybody seemed to think anyway was the intention of it. I'll read you what it was on the LTP. So the council reinstates $3 million funding formally set aside for the rebuild of the Shirley Community Centre in financial year 2029 and 2030. And then if it's in financial year 2000, well, anyway, so the money was set aside. The the council then added another $35,000 for financial year 21-22 for an updated feasibility study to look at other options, which is essentially where we're at, including incorporating the current Shirley Library. Now, you're not going to incorporate the current Shirley Library into anything that's a green space. The intention was that was put on the long-term plan for a community centre. The other thing is that the Shirley Community Reserve, the legal implications of this is such that the land at 10 Shirley Road is classified as a reserve. It's vested in the council by the Crown to be held in trust for local purpose, brackets, site for a community centre. That means that the land could not be used for any other purpose than a community centre. It also appears that the land could simply not sit vacant, which it has for 13 years. There are other areas of the city which have recently had new community centres built, more money, tens of millions of dollars thrown at them, and here we are. Shirley is still struggling to get a community centre rebuilt that they lost after the earthquakes. It's inadequate, it's embarrassing, and you need to actually sort it out, because it's becoming something where people, you talk about engagement. Well, why would people engage when it seems like council's doing everything they can to not rebuild something that they had? They've lost schools. They've lost 3 schools within the area. This community has lost a lot. It needs its community centre back. You build it, they will come. I'm finished.
Okay. We've got 30 seconds. Any questions for Mark? No. Thanks for taking the time to come along, Mark.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. See you later.
Right, so now we will move to deputations, and we will go with Anthony Goff. Welcome along.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me along. I'm talking about the Park Terrace, Rolleston Avenue cycleway, which is what's taking over from when you're driving traffic down there. I know you think you're actually looking after cars, but you're not. It used to be a dual highway or dual driveway down Park Terrace and Rolleston Avenue. Progressively, a big tract of it was taken out for white lines to make sure you didn't have dual lane. That was from in front of the George Hotel. We've also now more recently had all the cones and lines and cycleway take over an entire stretch of Rolleston Avenue and now halfway down Park Terrace. I'm sort of left speechless as to why you would say the riverbank between the street, Park Terrace, and the river is too narrow to have cycleway on there. It's certainly not. To me, it feels like we're being taken over by cyclists in this city. I'm sure that not everyone here has cycled here. I imagine probably a good number of the people who designed this are cyclists. To put a bus stop in the middle of the road is absolutely stupid. I see the community centre is suggesting that it actually goes into a recess. Sensible. Hey, the same thing could happen on Hills Road. They put a bus stop in the middle of the road and jammed up Hills Road. Again, designed by cyclists, not by car users. So I am saying, I think I understand your Rolleston Avenue section for the museum rebuild, but I can't understand why you've done it on Park Terrace, and I object to it. And that's the end of my little dissertation. You've got 3 minutes now to question me or throw me out.
Questions, Jake?
Thanks, Anthony. I really appreciate you coming along and sharing your view. What's the problem with the current scheme as you see it at the moment? I certainly registered your objection, but what I wasn't clear on is what's the issue that you have with the use of road space for the shared path, for the cycle path?
It simply restricts the amount of traffic that can go down there. So we used to have dual laneway. We don't now, and we've got humps and bumps and everything else. And to me, it's a reduction of being able to drive traffic sensibly down there. That's my worry.
I guess my supplementary to that is, have you read the report that shows only at most a 1.6 delay, a 1.6% delay on total journey time? 10 seconds, if that.
It's not my personal experience.
Okay. No, that's a fair answer to that question. Thanks.
Ellie.
Just further to what Jake asked then, Anthony, the delay is highlighted as very limited, and I agree with you, that's not been my experience either down there. However, delay and congestion are two different things. What's your experience down there as far as congestion goes, not necessarily, so the flow of the traffic as opposed to timing of delays?
I avoid 5 o'clock or 9 o'clock, so I probably don't get caught up in the traffic peak times. No, I don't see a huge congestion there. It just concerns me that we're going to see the rest of Park Terrace turned into a cycle lane right up to Harper Avenue. I can see that coming quite
Where
clearly.
would you like the cyclists safely to go? Have you got an idea of where they could go?
Yes, on the riverbank between the road and the river, the Avon River. It's very wide all the way along there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Oh, John.
Just one, thanks Anthony. Just one further to that. If you were to put the cycles onto that lane between the river and the road, do you envisage that being continuing to be shared with pedestrians or putting the pedestrians somewhere else?
It could be shared. It's been shared for a very long number of years, so I can't see why it can't continue to be shared. Not that many cyclists going up and down there. I went down there today, there were none. So I don't see it as a high usage cycleway. They tend to go through Hadley Park.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come along. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we will move to Stephen Childs. Welcome along, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Stephen Childs. I'm here with my wife Lisa and our children Tor and Joy. We live at 4 Park Terrace. It's one of the white townhouses on the corner between Armagh Street and Park Terrace. Bedroom window looks down onto Park Terrace and we can see the cycleway. We're a very multimodal family. We travel by foot, by bike, by car. And for all of those modes, we found that the cycleway has significantly improved our safety and our enjoyment and convenience moving around the city. As such, we really urge the community board to support the retention of the cycleway. And I'd just like to sort of drill down a little bit more as to how it is that the cycleway has improved our journeys. So we made a deliberate choice 6 years ago to move into the central city. We were excited by the visions for a more vibrant and people-centred central city. We did so we can walk and cycle for most of our daily journeys, and we do so. In terms of walking, so we'll walk around the city to the entertainment venues, to the Lumiere Cinema. In the evenings, we'll go around the Botanic Garden. So we're using both Rolleston Avenue and Park Terrace quite extensively as pedestrians. Lisa and I will try and run around the park a few mornings a week. And our experience prior to the cycleway is that the pathway was virtually unusable. So it's not just a question of numbers and congestion, but it was a question of conflict of different types of users on that path. So there are one end of the extreme, there were quite slow-moving sort of tourists and sightseers enjoying themselves, and at the other end there were people on battery-powered vehicles trying to get from A to B as quick as they can. And as a pedestrian, it felt unsafe and it felt crowded, and I avoided it. So as a pedestrian, I was avoiding using that path. And one of the biggest benefits we've seen from the cycleway is as users on foot, pedestrians, suddenly that pathway has become a usable space for us again and a pleasant space. And I think it would be a crying shame if that came out now, because you'll see that benefit will just be amplified in the summer months when the tourist numbers are back up and those slower moving groups are back on that space. So as pedestrians, that's where we see the cycleways have the biggest benefit. As cyclists, we're very frequent cyclists. Tor and Joy both cycle up to Burnside every day, and they cycle to all their after-school sports and music activities. Lisa and I cycle as well. She takes a trailer down Rolleston Avenue to get to the supermarkets for shopping and so forth. As for walking, I had stopped using the shared path as a cyclist because it was unmanageable. It was too congested. So I was on the traffic lanes prior to the cycle lane going in. The cycle lane's been a big benefit in that I can now get off the traffic lanes and onto a safer space. There were some real crunch points previously, trying to get the south end, trying to get onto the Antigua Bridge. You had to cross over diagonally across a four-way traffic flow, and that was unsafe. For us coming into our Mar Street, that was unsafe again, and that's been improved. A lot of our cycle journeys are going across the park. The Tour and Joy going to Burnside High across the park. The cycleway has improved things through slowing the traffic down. So trying to get across, that's been a big help. When the cycleway first went in, it was awesome. All of the traffic got real slow and we could get across nice and safely. Sadly, the speeds, I'm sure council staff will show, the numbers have crept back up, and that's, I'd say there's a bit more work to do there. But it does help moving around the city on by foot and by bike. Finally, as motorists, we generally, sort of weekends when we go out of town, we do use the car. I got snarled up around Cranmer Square in the traffic jams when they were building the cycleway and got frustrated. That's gone. It's in place now. I don't notice any difference in the car. The only thing I have found which is beneficial is the stretch from our Mar Street up to Kilmore Street, which is 30 kilometres an hour. Previously, when I was going northbound, every time I got to the two-lane section, I'd have some angry, irritated person rush past me because they thought 30 kilometres an hour wasn't for real. And now it's down to one lane. It's a much more appropriate road for the speed environment, the posted speed limit there. So I think there's been an improvement all round. So that's us. So in summary, for all modes, for walking, cycling and driving, we see that the cycle lane has brought improvements in terms of safety and enjoyment of the space, and we'd urge you to keep it.
Thank you, Stephen. We have time for one quick question if anyone's got one. Simon.
Thank you, Stephen. Just wanted to clarify your comments around the shared path use and the change it's made for, I guess, cycling and walking. Clarifying, does that apply to Rolleston Terrace, Rolleston and Park Terrace? Or
Very much so. And on Park Terrace, there was always there's a pinch point as you come north off the bridge, and there pedestrians and bikes didn't fit. So yeah, both sections.
Thank you for taking the time to come along. Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Next we have Andrew Marsh.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this. I want to start by saying that I am a keen cyclist myself. I try and use public transport. I'm not using it as much as I probably could. I'm probably not cycling as much as I should. But as a keen cyclist, I've got views on cycleways as well. I'm not going to talk about them today because I think some of the ones that are put in I actually don't use because I find them unsafe myself. What I want to talk about today is the change that's been made to Park Terrace, particularly along from Kilmore Street up to Peterborough Street, because in my experience as a motorist, those changes are simply not working. What you have got is a major thoroughfare being Kilmore Street, and I understand, I may be wrong, but I understand the plan is to have vehicular traffic restricted to certain corridors and using certain dedicated corridors, and Kilmore Street is certainly one of them. What has happened is by having the Kilmore Street Park Terrace intersection narrowed to only one lane of right turning traffic from two, and then going into 2 lanes of traffic further down Park Terrace anyway, is we've created a bottleneck. And that to me just makes no sense. And it makes no sense to me because regardless of your views on a cycleway, there is plenty of room between the existing road surface and the river to put in a decent cycleway anyway. There was one there. I take Stephen's point that it was a shared use pathway, which can cause difficulties, but there is more than adequate room to dedicate another 1.5 metres of pathway, pedestrian footway along that, and keep your cycleway as well between Kilmore Street and Armagh Street. Okay, so I don't see the benefits of that. I see from the revised plan that the theory is that the bus lane is going to be indented now. which I think makes sense. But if you're going to indent the busway, you're theoretically going to cause problems in exactly that area of the same sort you were trying to avoid by putting the cycleway out as well. You're going to have to do a lot of work on that indenting part anyway. You're going to have to create a whole lot of stuff. Why would you not take the opportunity to fix the shared pathway aspect from Peterborough Street down to Kilmore Street, dedicate that to your 2 lanes of traffic again as well, and if you wanted to have a bus lane or a bus stop in there, you could have your bus stop stopping in 1 lane of traffic. You've still got effectively 1.5 to 1 2/3 lanes of traffic moving forward anyway. In terms of my experience, I take on board what Councillor Jones's query was and her comment, that experience and congestion are different to traffic timings. My experience of what has been happening is that traffic from those Kilmore Street set of lights, because you've only got 1 right turning lane, backs up all the way to Montreal Street. And once it backs up all the way to that Montreal Street intersection, then it clogs the traffic coming round Cranmer Square. And it clogs the traffic also coming out of Kilmore Street. And that has flow-on effects all the way down around Cranmer Street and to the southern end of Montreal Street. And it has happened, it effectively creates gridlock. That could be very easily fixed if we've got 2 lanes going into that right-hand turn at the end of Kilmore Street. You don't have such a substantial amount of traffic backing up because they've got 2 lanes to go into. And then you don't have those congestion problems that happen. Now, I take on board the fact this has been a trial for 4 weeks. I'm not sure exactly when the trial is supposed to have occurred, but bear in mind that the last 2 weeks have been school holidays. I was out there last night just to have a bit of a look at rush hour, and the traffic was backing up just short of that Montreal Street intersection then. And we all know from experience that during school holidays, traffic actually reduces around the city, particularly during those peak times, by, I would estimate, about 20% at least. So if you're going to have a trial, do it during a reasonable period of time as well. But I would say, look, just for that particular part of it, please put it back to 2 lanes through there and keep that main vehicular route working. You can still work with the cycleway on the bank of the river, that's fine, but keep the vehicular stuff going fine. And unless anybody has any questions.
Quick one from Victoria.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Can you just clarify, you're talking about fixing the shared path between Peterborough and Kilmore, but from the Armour Street Bridge to the Peterborough intersection where the bus stop is, what's your suggestion about that area?
I've got no comments on that. I mean, ultimately, that was originally a single lane of traffic northbound anyway, so I don't see that as being the problem. The problem I see is that Kilmore to Park Terrace area narrowing and then expanding again. If you're going to have traffic going down through there, you don't create a bottleneck in the middle of it, in my view.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Next up we have Greg. Greg, you're here? Yep.
Thanks for the opportunity. So obviously I'm here to put forward a submission regarding the Park Terrace and Rossnev situation. Look, I purposely don't use the term cycleway because I don't believe that this issue is about whether the cycleway is good, bad or indifferent. To me, it's more about the governance and the abused delegated authority and council staff being intentionally sneaky and underhand while pursuing their own agenda with ratepayers' money. In this instance, a temporary project was done with little or no regard as to the intent of the rules of the council. These council staff, in my view, overstepped their mandate and used an obviously inappropriate authority to put these ideologically driven traffic changes in place.
If you could just pause for a second, Greg. You're not able to have a go at council staff like that, so if you could just tone it back a bit, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
So, look, changing traffic layout all the way down the entrance to Hagley Park and through Park Terrace and calling it temporary. My understanding this is like potentially a 5-year project. I'd struggle, if that is the case, I'd struggle to see how that's temporary. But whilst presenting and representing this under the guise of safety changes for museum work, I think is obtuse and was clearly intentional. It raises concern as to what other projects and spending is happening in similar vein around the city by staff while pursuing their own agendas with ratepayers' money. I guess as board members, I'd hope you appreciate the rules of governance. Noses in, fingers out. great principle, but when staff within a business use inappropriate budgets and breach delegated authorities to
Greg, that's you can't say that, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, I'll question to board members. Do you believe in this instance this was an appropriate use of delegated authority and the temporary roading budget? And if you believe it was appropriate, raise your hand. Okay. If you don't agree and you believe staff deliberately did this to achieve an outcome they wanted while not following
Greg, if you carry on doing this, I'm going to have to ask you to stop completely.
Okay, well, I'll jump forward then. Okay, so far, I believe $500,000 has been spent, pretty much unauthorised. Is there a budget for reinstating this? Because it's a temporary project? Yeah. What sort of numbers are they?
No, we're not answering questions at the moment.
Okay. Okay. There's not much I can say then. I guess all I'm saying is I don't think it's about whether the cycleway is good or bad. To me, it's about how the process was circumnavigated. So I'll go questions. What's the reinstatement?
Ali, you have a question?
My question is that we are where we are, right? You know, you could look back, you could criticise, you could do whatever, but we are where we are.
I agree entirely. And for me, this is about the process and how do we ensure this won't happen again.
Okay, so my question to you then is, do you have any opinion or position, respectfully, on how this could move forward from this point? Or are you unable to, and I don't mean this in a critical way, are you unable to separate your focus on the process with where we are at the moment? My question is, how do we move forward?
So no, I actually don't have an opinion on this. Like I'm a cyclist. I like cycleways. For me, it's just about how do we know.
Thank you. No, you've answered my question.
Any other questions for Greg? Simon?
Thank you, Greg. I'm wondering if you have read the staff memos that have been published in the public domain, where ahead of the implementation it was explained to elected members what was going to be done, how and why it was going to be done, and under what delegated authority.
I'm sorry, I actually can't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, microphone. Is it on?
Sorry, my microphone is on. Wondering if you have had the opportunity to read the staff memos that are now in the public domain, where staff shared with elected members ahead of implementation what was going to be done, why, and under what authority?
Oh, look, bits in the media, but no. Cool. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks for taking the time. Next up, we have Rob Woolley.
Good morning. Do you mind if I actually remain upright? It's a lot easier,
Yes.
you see, for me to speak. Has anybody read the report? And can you hold your hands up, please? Yeah. Now, I'm asking a stupid question, isn't it? That's a stupid question. Because if I printed out that report, which I tried to do this morning, it would have filled all that up. Right? 135 pages. For what? For one minor decision. So I'm from Hornby and previously from the Hutt Valley. There's a lot of people who live in the suburbs who really don't care what happens in the city, in Wellington or in Christchurch. But I run into a lot of people who do not come into the CBD, who do not go down Park Avenue or Rolleston Terrace. And why? And this is important. Because of this nonsense, because there's cycle lanes, there's changes to intersections, there's all manner of things going on, there's one-way lanes, there's road cones. They do not drive into the city. And what's one of the key things that this board is trying to achieve? An accessible city. Now, what does that actually mean? It doesn't mean that when you're in the city you can get round and access everything. It means that you feel comfortable if you live in the suburbs to actually go into the city. I'm an antique dealer. I run into a lot of elderly people who will not drive in the city. They refuse to drive into the city. When I had a shop in town, they wouldn't come in and bring their items in. They said, there's no way I'm driving into that city. There are people that I know in Hornby who aren't elderly people, who will not drive in the city because of just this nonsense. How does it take 135 pages to provide the information to make such a simple choice? Seriously, does anybody ask that? Now, I know that you asked that other person whether he'd read that report. How many of you have read 135 pages of that report? How many reports are there going to be for every single decision that you guys have to make? This isn't even an important one. So I read the report last night. I slept damn well after it. I slept damn well. I wanted to take some notes, but there were so many. But I'll tell you a few things. One thing is that out of all the submissions that were made, out of all the comments and surveys that were made, do you know there was only one thing that was quoted that I saw, and you know what it is because you read the report? What was the one thing that was quoted? Yeah, well, you should know because it's only the one thing. It was from staff who put in a comment about staff being criticised. That was the only thing. It had nothing to do with what anybody had said about cycle lanes or flow of traffic or that percentage, 1.6%. Yes, I did pick that up. It had nothing to do with anything except the staff are feeling sorry for themselves because they get criticised.
No, we need to run it in, please.
So I'm keeping this general. But when I read that report, I thought it was biased because I saw the objective stats, and when I saw why these stats existed, I thought this seems skewed towards somebody who wants to actually encourage cyclists. And that's perfectly fine as long as that's out there. But I think that when you're on the outside, as I say, I live in the suburbs, and you read reports like this, what you're thinking is, who's writing these reports? The statistics are going to be objective, at least we assume they are. But the comments explaining those objective statistics are not necessarily objective. They do not appear objective. One thing that I noticed on here is that if you're a car driver, you're almost treated as a bad guy. If you're a car driver, I'll tell you what it's like driving into the accessible Christchurch today. You come in and you struggle to find a park. If you do find one, you've got to pay a lot of money for it, right? You've got to drive at 30k. And one of the things is safety about all this. If you had 30k inside all of those four avenues, I think you wouldn't need cycle lanes. I cycle as well. Slow the traffic down to 30k everywhere. Everybody knows. Because one of the things that came up in that report is that people do not stick to 30k, do they? You read the report. They drive over 30k or they drive over 50k. Stick at 30k everywhere, and probably most people are going to drive at 35 to 40, and then everybody's hunky-dory. And that argument about shared pathways,
Rob,
you got line
I'll
scooters.
just get you to wind up because we've gone over time. So if you can just
all
wind
wound up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just will note that our all elected members were provided with the full 4,102 responses to the survey, so we have had the opportunity to read all of those.
I hope you slept well after reading those.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Next up we have Michelle Leishman.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to put my points across today. I am an inner city resident. I live on Park Terrace, and I feel as if I know this area well. Every day I take an hour walk around the park. I walk into work and back, so I'm regularly in the area. I am seeing things. The things I see are my own witness. They're not second-hand from paper articles or whatever. So the first we knew about the changes was back in May. We had a letter that came through to explain that a temporary measure was going to be taking place. So in my mind, temporary is a short-term thing. I didn't appreciate that temporary would be a 5-year period of time. I don't believe in 5 years' time that anything will change back. I think that is just a way of making this happen without the normal regulations that would take place. So when I walk around the area, I am seeing a lot of things that I consider to be new dangers. The purpose of changing the roadway was because we've got the museum redevelopment to make this space safe for pedestrians, for cyclists, for motorists. But I really do feel as if we have mucked up here. And the things that really concern me are the things like the crossing the road. So there's a lot of people who go into the park are elderly, or they might be from the hospital. And what used to be an open ribbon of road, which had good visibility and was easy to navigate, has become quite a dangerous procedure. So you step off the curb, you look left and right, you've got a narrow space for two-way cycles. So on that cycleway, you have got motorised scooters, you've got e-bikes and other bikes as well. It is it's just difficult to see the oncoming traffic. So you've got a small space and fast-moving traffic. So then you get past that zone, you step in between the cars, and then you've got to get to the outside of the cars before you once again look left and right looking for motors coming along. So it's actually what was an easy thing, which we are all able to do, has become something that requires some fast thinking, some fast moving, and I don't know that all of the people crossing the road actually have that ability. The other thing I see is the bollards, which have gone on the inside of the corners. This makes it absolutely impossible for a vehicle to keep to their side of the road. Now, if you, I have a coffee every morning at the Airstream, and I sit there and I watch what's happening. So you have got you've got large trucks. At the moment, there's the YMCA development happening, so you can see cranes, you can see trucks using that roadway. That is going to be multiplied, obviously, once the museum development starts. You have got small roadways with large trucks. They're doing 3-point turns to get around. They're backing back into the traffic. There's people crossing. The worst thing is that there's a cycleway, which I'm not against the cycleway, but that has given the cyclists this terrible sense of security that they're in a safe zone, and they're not. They're moving at speed. There are cars parked with doors opening, and I really do think it was only a matter of time before we actually see some harm coming towards the pedestrians or the cyclists. So that's the main thing that I want to say is I'm really concerned that what was done with the best of intentions to make this zone safe is actually going to be the opposite. So to me, the idea of funneling our cyclists and our pedestrian to a construction site makes no sense. Would it not have been better to divert them away from the site? On the other side of the park, there's been a development at the same time. So you have a pathway that has been increased in size to 3.5 metres. It's an easy space for both pedestrians and cyclists to use. And it would have been a fraction of the cost to have done something similar on this side of the park.
Michelle, I do just have to get you to wind up now.
Okay, all right. Last thing I want to say is that the park is the true treasure of this city. We should protect it. We should look after it because it's something special that this city has that most cities, in fact, not even in New Zealand, in the world don't have. And it should be respected. It should not be having red and green and beige and every colour painted outside it. It's a beautiful space. We should be making sure that it stays beautiful because that is what the residents and the citizens of this city want.
Great. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us today. Next up, we have Mary O'Leary. Welcome, Mary. So you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I apologise in advance that my thoughts are rather disconnected here, but the key point I would like to make is in response to what the previous speaker just said. You know, it is our jewel in the crown, the park, the botanical gardens, the Christ College, the Arts Centre. We have, in one foul swoop, destroyed Christchurch's most beautiful asset. And I tell you, I mean, it almost brings tears to my eyes. Driving here, I live in Dublin Street, just around the corner. Driving here today, honestly, at night time it's worse. I feel like I'm going to suddenly develop epilepsy from the absolute chaos of every colour and every design known to mankind that has been put into this, what was previously a paradise stretch of road that was a major component in the jewel of our crown. Thank you. Now, I'm going to run through my list. The cycle lanes are as wide or wider than the car lanes now. Last night on my way home, I nearly got taken out by an SUV on the other side of the road and parked in front of the picture theatre there in the Arts Centre, just pulling out of their car park. They had to come into the middle of the road and nearly took me out. Now, that's me in a car. As for the cyclists, as the previous speaker said, it is an accident waiting to happen. Now, I'd like to also speak about something that she's touched on also, which is crucial in this discussion. There is a huge green grass verge. Why do we need a huge green grass verge right on the edge of a huge green grass park? All it is another cost to the ratepayers to keep it clean and green and growing and manicured, and we don't need it. The cycle lane should have gone there. Aside from the fact that, as the previous speaker said, the lane, the passenger, what do we call this? Pedestrians. Carriageway was already wide enough for cyclists and for pedestrians. Now, I'd also like to add that on my way here this morning, I saw a cyclist not using the lanes at all. They were using what they've always used before. And I'd also like to say, is anybody, please, I'd like to ask and have an official information request here, if possible. Is anybody monitoring the use of these new abominations? Right, because I have never seen anybody using them. Now, I know that they use them on the way to work and on the way home, but outside of those hours, I've not seen a single person use them. Okay, now, just scrolling through what else I had to say. Yeah, the thing about the colours, I mean, really, it's just not critical thinking, is it, to have put all those colours in there. The flow is seriously hindered. There are still no adequate road markings. The Armagh Street exit from the park is an accident waiting to happen as well. How many of the actual Christ College and Medbury students are using the cycle lanes to cycle to school, to and from school? Who was it actually built for? Do tourists use bicycles? Workers that go to work in the CBD, yes, I get that, but as I said before, they had adequate space previously. The bigger problem that has not been addressed is the actual large SUVs doing the school run. And if the city really cared about carbon footprint and emissions, greening things up, how about banning these unnecessary vehicles from entering the 4 avenues? The buses were free for a long time, then half price, and they still are for youth. But is anybody using them? I mean, seriously, who thought of this? And who's doing a recce on it to make sure that checks and balances are being met? And yeah, that's really, I've got a minute left to go, and I just want to repeat that it was our most beautiful part of the city. Has anybody thought about the tourists and the aesthetics of this abomination? Could we please just revert to what we had, and could we please make sure that in future these kind of things get a little bit more public consultation, more thought put into them? I mean, I don't know how this even happened without talking to the community, talking to the schools, talking to whoever needed to be talked to, and how we've ended up with the schizophrenic colour range of whatever it is. what are they called? Those plastic bollards. I mean, as much as I'm against ram raiders, I'm just waiting for the day that one of those ram raiders decides that this is a great new fun thing to do. And I'm sorry, but how dangerous is that when you start thinking about it like that as well? Okay, so yeah, that's me.
Perfect timing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We have John Simon.
Right, good morning. I probably won't speak as eloquently as the last 4 or 5, half dozen speakers, but regardless, I'll be making my point. I'm a resident of Kilmore Street. I walk down Kilmore Street and Park Terrace twice a day and drive down there at least once a day. So I think I know what I'm talking about when I say that what's happened is made it considerably more dangerous than what it was beforehand. As a lady, a couple before me actually said that when you walk out, you look for the traffic left and right, then you go to the next bit and you look for the bikes left and right, because even though there's hardly any bikes using it, the ones that do come along at a hang of this pace and they catch you quite unaware. And then you get to the path, and then you've probably got scooters or bikes going down the path as well. So it's almost impossible. Now, I'm really only talking about between Park Terrace, not Ross and Ave, except for that intersection at Armour Street. That's what a spaghetti junction that is. Whoever dreamed that up needs to go back and have a look, or actually walk through there, either when it's semi-quiet or when it's busy, and you just see what a dangerous situation or dangerous bottleneck it is. As a driver, coming down Kilmore Street and having to merge into 2 lanes into 1 lane, that's another recipe for disaster. It's a risk that we didn't really have to take by putting that cycleway in, which is seldom used. If I look at the actual numbers in the council report, it says there are 15,000 cars through there a day and 500 cyclists. We're designing things for 3% of the population. Now, I sat there for an hour on Monday morning, and I saw 444 cars go through and 2 cyclists. One was on the cycleway and one was on the road. Now, we're designing this and we're all spending our time doing this for next to no people. And you go, this is totally ideology driven. And why are we going down that track when we've got something that we can be proud of in terms of the park and the area, but we're making it so difficult for people to actually come and use. So I'm dead against what's happened. I'd like to see it reverted back to the way it was, and the cycleway, if we're going to have a cycleway, put on the verge between the road and the park. There you go.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
No. You've made your point very clearly. Thank you, John. We're now going to just take a short break. Our next presenter is lined up for 11:15, so we'll just take a 10 or 15 minute break. Right, welcome back everyone. We'll get back underway with our deputations. So we have up next Canterbury West Coast Automobile Association District Council. We have John speaking on behalf of that group. So come on up, John. Cool, and just so you know, you've got 5 minutes and that includes time for questions.
Yep. Cool. Thank you very much for the opportunity this morning. As you already know, my name's John Skivington and I chair the Canterbury West Coast Automobile Association District Council. We're a hard-working team of 10 people. We're responsible for 150,350 members in our district and we have 1.9 million members nationwide. We're celebrating our 120th anniversary this year and we've evolved from a motoring-focused organisation to supporting all forms of mobility. In my council this year, we're distributing 500 sets of cycle lights to primary and intermediate schools in our district, and we've supported the cycle lane projects in the city since the project evolved. And indeed, in my first term of in this position, I spoke to council about 8 years ago, confirming our support, and this is still the case. However, some of the recent developments have really concerned us, and Park Terrace is absolutely no exception. The decision to remove a complete northern lane of Park Terrace under the umbrella of a temporary management plan is ludicrous, especially when there's land available to widen the existing cycle and walking path to accommodate the changes needed to the museum and the museum rebuild. In one fell swoop, council has absolutely annihilated one of the most beautiful streets in Christchurch, and there's no excuse for doing that. To say that will be reviewed every 12 months under the temporary management plan is just paying lip service in our opinion, and it will never happen. And once the 5 years or 6 years or 7 years a museum rebuild will take, the predicted increase in cycle use and walking will mean that should traffic lane revert to its original 2-lane layout that it was before, then the existing walking and cycling lane will be inadequate and not fit for purpose. There will then be an attempt to make the proposed changes we're discussing today a permanent fixture with a permanent removal of the lane that we have now under the temporary traffic plan. The efficiency and proper functioning of our city is dependent on the mobility of goods, people and services. All forms of mobility must be given a fair representation, and this sadly has not been the case in some recent decisions. There is a real need for council to realise that neither motor vehicles nor cyclists or pedestrians are going to disappear anytime soon, tomorrow, next year, next decade. So decisions made need to cater for all. New Zealanders often have a unique lifestyle which makes cycling and public transport unsuitable under their family circumstances. There are thousands of families in the city where both parents work full-time while juggling family, sport, music and shopping commitments. A lot of time not because they want to be, but because they need to be just to survive under the highly inflationary times we're under at the moment and having to endure. So my councillors would like to make 3 recommendations to your community board today for council. The first is that we request that a 3-month period be granted to enable the existing Park Terrace cycle lanes and walkway be suitably widened to allow for the proposed future growth. At the expiry of this period, Park Terrace to revert to the previous layout and the temporary cycle lanes permanently removed. Number 2, request in future that council limit road changes under temporary works umbrella to projects taking 1 year or less. 5 years is way too long to be a temporary move. The third request we have for you to make on is that major projects such as Park Terrace be peer reviewed by independent reviewers from outside Christchurch City Council with no affiliations to any particular mobility group until such time as a fair balance to all forms of mobility has been reinstated in council decision making. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
No, that was perfect timing. That took up your full 5 minutes. So thank you very much. Appreciate you coming along.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Next up we have Vanessa Merritt.
All right. Hello, everyone. I've lived on Park Terrace for 23 years. I've walked a dog every day and have daily experience of using the park and the cycleway walkways on both sides of the river. And when I'm not out there, I'm looking at it from home. We were told it was to make it safer for people walking, cycling and scootering during Canterbury Museum's redevelopment over the next 5 years. Since late last year, College, next door to the museum building, has been constructing Upper West, a 2-storey multi-purpose sports facility. Upper West will house 2 full-size basketball courts with grandstand seating, a fitness centre, classrooms and meeting rooms. All excavators, trucks, cranes, concrete mixers, formwork and steelwork have been entering and exiting the site via Park Terrace at the Armour Bridge. Convoys of trucks removing material shuttled back and forth on Park Terrace for weeks. Then came the convoys of concrete mixers. This is a large project. You can watch time-lapse on YouTube. It's not a fiddly renovation. It's big in scale of materials, and in the scale of machinery and number of vehicle movements required. The total changes to the roading layout of Park Terrace for this project is 1 orange sign saying site access Christ College 50 metres on a lamppost on Park Terrace, and 1 orange sign saying site access on the Armour Bridge. Total costs would be less than $500. So, looking at the renovation of the museum beside the Upper West construction site, a change to the roading infrastructure with an estimated cost of $550,000 immediately raises red flags. Why is it that council deemed it unnecessary for College to pay for a $550,000 change to and then repair of the roading infrastructure, but yet they decided that ratepayers must pay for this change for the museum works to go ahead right next door? $550,000 is 40 years of my rates at today's rate of $13,600. I put to you that a painted white line down the middle of the shared path cycleway to keep everyone in their lanes would have been a more sensible idea. Armour Park Terrace pedestrian refuge is gone. I used to cross there. Now it's been replaced by an ABS, an ambulance bait station. After days of trying, I gave up using it. It's too damn dangerous. A fellow dog walker told me that she now crosses the road 3 times at Armour Bridge, Rollston Ave and Armour Street again to avoid going across it. U-turns. The roading system has now failed. I now have cars and trucks using my driveway to do 3-point turns or come up the driveway and try and turn around behind my house because the road is now too narrow for U-turns. A private driveway should not form part of the roading infrastructure. So please do not be hoodwinked into believing this is a cycle debate. This is an expenditure debate. Cycles were always able to use 2 off-road shared cycle walkways. If cyclists feel unsafe, it's because they are going too fast. Why has one major project required just 2 orange signs, and yet its immediate neighbour requires 40 years of my rates. The council's stated focus is to manage ratepayers' money wisely for now and for the future. Please reinstate the roading, and you've already got it in the budget to do so, so don't be frightened. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got time for any questions if there are any. No? Oh, Simon.
Thank you. Appreciate that. With respect to Rolleston Ave, a question, and I can perhaps answer at least part of your question as well, which is the why. Are you aware that the shared path outside the museum will be a construction site all the way to the curb side of the road once those works get fully underway? Yeah, are you aware of that information?
No, I'm more interested in Park Terrace. Are you aware that the cycles coming from the Carlton Corner come all the way down into town, and yet this thing goes up to Salisbury Street? And the cycles, why can't they come all the way down Park Terrace on the shared pathway? It's worked for years. Nobody has died. You know, if you're going too fast, wherever you are, if you feel unsafe, it's because, you know, of what you're doing. Nobody's out there to kill other people. You know, walking people don't jump out at cyclists. They meander maybe, but if a cyclist is feeling that they might crash, hi-ho. You know, just, we're all going somewhere together. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for coming along.
I want to go with that, and I'll check on Grace.
Yep. Susan Thorpe, I believe you're here. Yes. And Susan, we do all have access to what you've sent through, so we can read that.
Thank you. Does that sound okay?
Yes, yep, go ahead.
Now, by the way, I wrote too much and I'm going to have to jump a few paragraphs and leave them out so that I can keep to my 5 minutes. Or if possible, maybe I'll be granted 1 more minute. I'm an 80-year-old former resident of Park Terrace where I lived for 20 years during my youth. I'm intimately connected with the road and its environs as I attended preschool, 2 high schools and university in and around this precise precinct. I wish to point out that firstly, my submission is not about the merits of biking, which we all know is the most admirable activity in every respect. My submission is about the hijacking of the democratic process by undoubtedly well-meaning but ideological staff planners during the makeover of Canterbury Museum, thus taking away the right of city councillors and citizens to make an informed decision on traffic management on an arterial route which traverses the very heart of the jewel in the crown of Christchurch City. They have possibly unwittingly subverted the process by consulting the public.
Susan, I am just going to interrupt. We can't show that disrespect towards council staff, I'm sorry, so just be careful about what you're saying, please.
Consulting the public after they have imposed their favoured solution. This in itself should be the subject for a judicial review. The planners have delivered Christchurch a shot across the bows, and this is not okay. There's no question in my mind they are concerned about the climate emergency and fully believe that the science is settled. However, I will seek to show in this submission that they are operating under false assumptions. There is no cause for alarm, and I bring to the submission process not my own knowledge and wisdom, but that of some of the world's greatest scientific minds, and in addition, some of our own New Zealand scientists and engineers, all of whom profoundly disagree with the very basis of the climate emergency narrative. The Park Terrace fiasco etches this anomaly in stark relief for the citizens of Christchurch, and I'm gratified to be given the opportunity to present my viewpoint to the assembled. The critics would have us focus on the imperfections of Christchurch, to which I would say to them, okay then, show us how you would do it better. And I'm leaving out my own description of Christchurch at this point and my own history on Park Terrace. all of us had believed, I feel, that we're on an upward trajectory, that things would automatically improve, that there are enough productive people in our society to ensure that the lives of our precious children and grandchildren would go on to a future even better than our own. There is, however, the perception that consultation of the public is now largely a fake process, and that powerful leaders are bulldozing us in a direction in which we do not want to go via an avalanche of new regulations and changes to the law. This now applies both at governmental and local body level. Wokeness is the new normal. New Zealand now has 63,000 core public service bureaucrats, which is the equivalent to the size of the city of Napier. This number has expanded since the year 2000 alone by 230%, and a great proportion of those are in Wellington. The rationale for much of the regulation we are now seeing is under the guise of a climate emergency, which is a new iteration for global warming. We were warned that New York would be underwater by the year 2000. We notice, however, that billionaires still buy waterfront mansions and fly their private jets in hypocritical contradiction of the official narrative. Many independent-minded people in the silent majority have now become sceptical about the constant bombardment of climate alarmism via institutions and mainstream news, and the draconian taxes which are now being levied on us for daring to live comfortable lives. The boy who cried wolf has cried at once too often for us to react any more. Many have reluctantly concluded that we're looking at an enormous money-making racket, likely hatched at Wall Street level, which makes trillions of dollars from demonising an invisible, tasteless, odourless gas, which as children we learned was the gas of life and on which all plant life depends. Because of that is one of those who has become aware that there are highly credible views which are not published in mainstream news. The Park Terrace fiasco has driven me to a position where it is clear that enough is enough. For me, the debacle is a signal that the climate emergency madness has gone too far. We're in danger of losing the integrity of our beloved Christchurch if well-meaning but misguided ideologues are permitted to impose their will on the lifestyle of productive citizens and place an unsightly blight on the jewel in the crown of the city. Park Terrace is but a symptom of the overall malaise, but one which presents with the utmost clarity the dilemma we face. With great urgency, I therefore present the alternate viewpoint reflecting the scientific research of some of the world's most distinguished and eminent scientists and engineers, in order that we, the silent majority, may hear the voice of reason.
Susan, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. You've gone over your 5 minutes, so I'm going to have to stop you there. As I said, we do have access to that document that you've sent through.
Yes.
So we can read it.
And may I just read out my conclusion?
Very quickly, yep.
Those who prefer to adhere to the climate emergency narrative should be encouraged to totally eschew all travel by motorcar, buses, trains and aeroplanes, because all of these are achieved through the so-called evils of fossil fuels. By giving up motorised travel, they can demonstrate the benefits of leaving behind the advantages of modern society. They should be reminded that bicycles can only be manufactured through the use of the said demonised fuels. Christchurch, with its foundation in heritage, quality of life, education, ethics and justice, can, through adopting the scientific evidence provided by the world's great scientists, make a determined stand against the fake climate emergency narrative and instead focus our efforts via that great body, the Christchurch City Council, on the real problems which need solving, as we did in past eras. This route will lead us back to prosperity. We thus continue to make improvements to the outstanding city we have inherited, and Christchurch, as a superbly founded Victorian city, can draw on the heritage of its own past founders' wisdom and knowledge. Christchurch will be the voice of reason again. Christchurch will be the voice which speaks truth to power.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate you taking the time to come along and present. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up we have Rosie Fife. Welcome, Rosie.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rosie Tokunga. I'm presenting today as a Central City employer and also on a personal basis. I work as the CEO of a small not-for-profit organisation called CMS. We send volunteers overseas. Our office is on Peterborough Street, near the corner of Durham Street. When I started this role in 2019, we only had one staff member who cycled regularly. She's what I'd call a hardcore cyclist, would bike rain, shine or hail. I guess I just wanted to comment on a change I've noticed in our office over the last 4 years. More of our staff have started cycling. The stairwell at the front of our office became cluttered with bikes. We needed to increase our cycle infrastructure. We bought a shed to accommodate all the bikes, and I've just noticed our staff car park really fills up, but our bike shed is frequently full. 5 out of 6 of our staff now cycle to work. Free cycle every day. One new staff member, man in his 60s, drove to work for his first 2 weeks. After commuting in rush hour traffic from Avonhead to the city and back, he bought a new bike, found that cycling's not much slower, better in terms of exercise and headspace. We have 2 other female staff members who have been with us for a few years. They've become cyclists. They're both not your usual suspects. They're older women. They both bought e-bikes and they both feel safer with the separate cycle lanes which have been growing in Christchurch. I think that really proves, I know that I've seen this statistic that when more people cycle in a city, more women cycle. I've really seen that in my office. So I guess I just wanted to note as an employer, as somebody who uses the cycleway every day, I've seen a change in patterns. I think as the population gets bigger, the possibility of everyone driving to a central city as an employer, providing everybody an own individual car park, doesn't seem possible. I have come from Wellington. It's not a possibility, could even be imagined in that city. My previous employer, I had about 500 people, only the CEO had a car park. So to switch to a personal perspective, I was lucky enough to move to Christchurch in 2020. I initially lived with a family of 4. All 5 members of our household commuted by bike, including the youngest travelling to kindy on his cargo bike. I asked them what they thought about the cycleway, and they said that the gardens and museums are frequently places we go with kids, makes biking there much more doable and safe. I was very lucky. I met a Cantabrian man who's now my husband. He's also in the hardcore category, never owned a car, wears spandex, bikes no matter what the weather. We bought our first house off Strickland Street. His commute to the hospital, mine to Peterborough Street's very quick, by far the most efficient way to get to work. When I turn onto Strickland Street at rush hour, I join so many cyclists every morning, and I cycle past this lane of cars. And it reminds me of what my Egyptian colleague used to call parking. I lived for Egypt in Cairo for 5 years. We drove together to work, and he called it parking because the traffic wasn't going anywhere in that mega city. My role's very busy. My days are full. I choose to bike because it's just heaps quicker. I often stop and do errands. I buy vegetables on the way home. I'm less stressed, I have headspace, and I get the exercise, which I sometimes struggle to fit in. Finally, just some user experience. I've been doing the new cycleway every day. I think before it was created, the cyclists, my understanding was they were meant to go on the footpath. I ride an e-bike. I found it wasn't actually very safe for the pedestrian, so I tended to ride on the road anyway, just for safety. And I find that I kind of physically relax and feel safer on the cycleway. I've been knocked off my bike by a turning truck on the Terrace in Wellington, know what that feels like, and I just feel safer with that separated cycleway. Biked home recently in the fog last week at 9:30 p.m. with my lights and high vis, and I could just feel safer being on the cycleway. I've seen some improvements. I know that you guys are still working on it, but the red lines for the pedestrian crossings, I think they really help as cyclists because you can see the crossings coming up. I don't have ideas on how to fix these things, but I found sometimes getting off the cycleway onto Peterborough Street quite hard. I'm not sure whether I should dismount, but there's no pedestrian crossings. I'm not quite sure how to get off and on. And I think this is in discussion, but getting up the footpath to the bus lane and down also feels quite dangerous if there's a few cyclists. Thanks so much for your time. I think that was about 4 minutes. I'm happy to answer any questions as just a normal cyclist. Yeah.
We do have time for a question if anyone's got one. Pauline.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
Can you just explain a bit more about the bus lane that you just said?
Sure. So I think it's near Christ College. There's a bus bus kind of stop. So it's a bus stop, not a bus lane.
Yeah.
And it's footpath and you go up and down. And I think I lived in Wellington, the Island Bay cycleway was full of those places where you go up the footpath and down. I've fallen off before in Wellington because it's actually quite hard to judge the angle of your wheel trying to get up the footpath. So I understand that might be in the consultation document that came out last week.
I think it's the top of Wollaston Ave.
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. That's helpful feedback. Thank you.
Great. Thank you,
Cool,
Rosie.
thanks so much.
Thanks. It's great to hear from someone who's using the cycleway. Next up, we have Jack Wright.
Okay. Hello. Yes, I'm Jack. I'm just a average cyclist. I live out in Linwood and I go to UC, so I commute every day by bike and I go along that bike path. And yeah, it's such a big improvement from that shared path. Like, firstly, just for kind of, ease of getting through for cyclists, we're not having to constantly dodge pedestrians. It's just a lot easier to get through, but also it's a lot safer for pedestrians. Like, people are very prone to just changing direction suddenly in front of you, and the number of near misses I've had with people who are wearing headphones or, in a group, or who have suddenly, stepped out in front of me, and I really don't want to run into people. But yeah, and because having a physical separated path, like both from not having to use a shared path and actually from the cars, is really huge. Compared to riding on a lane that's just kind of paint, like you have people whizzing past you so close, and having the actual separation is so relaxing. Like, I don't know if you've ever been on a bike and felt someone pass you at like 50, or, if you're out like 100 kilometers an hour with like less than a meter of space, it's terrifying. But just having that physical space from the cars makes me feel safer, just from cars. Because actually today is my 6-week anniversary of being hit by a car, not on this lane, but elsewhere. I'm still recovering from that. And yeah, just having a separate space is safer for us, but it's also a lot safer for pedestrians, particularly because there's a school there. And when that's coming and going, there's just, kids everywhere. And yeah, it's a lot safer not having to have people on bikes or like on e-scooters, like whizzing around them. But yeah, and I know that like looking at the results from when people did the survey about it, how people found it, I know that, cyclists really love it, pedestrians tend to like it, and that drivers weren't so keen on it. But I think that, popular opinion, but I think in the city centre, I think that, if we want to push for, because, transport emissions are like one of our biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions, I think, and particularly in the city centre, I think we need to be kind of building space for people rather than for cars. And, creating spaces where we have the infrastructure, where we're trying to encourage people to use their private vehicle less, for environmental reasons, but it means that we have the safe infrastructure so that people have these alternatives and aren't, just biking along the side of the road, hoping that no one hits them. But yeah, I think just in general, it's really nice. It makes me feel a lot safer. I'm not scared of cars. I'm not scared of accidentally hitting a pedestrian. And it has made a huge difference to just that little part of my commute. But yeah, it's good. It's great. Love it. Think it's grand. But yeah, that's my thoughts.
I've got a quick question, and I'll come to you, Ellie. So when you're coming through from Linwood to Curtin University, you go through the park, obviously. Where do you get across Royalston Ave or Park Terrace?
So I go past the hospital, I go along so that bottom section of the path, and then I cut through where it turns. I'm really bad with road names, but yeah, it's sort of like the very middle of the park.
Okay.
Sorry,
How do you find the intersection at the Armour Street Bridge, where the driveway into the Gardens car park is? Do you have any issues there?
It's it's always a bit interesting when you have kind of like people merging, and when it's because there is a lot of foot traffic, so it is a bit difficult. But I think, it's I don't know, people just being aware of their surroundings, I think, is a big thing. And I think a lot of people forget that it is like a really shared space. And I think kind of creating as like separate spaces for different modes of transport when people are going on bikes and like scooters like 20-30 kilometers an hour. Really don't want to be smacking into pedestrians. But yeah, no, it's just, yeah, it can get dicey if people aren't paying attention, but otherwise, yeah.
Ali, you've got a question?
Hi, just wanted to check because I'll get it straight in my
Mm-hmm.
mind. So you use the cycleway in front of Christ College, yeah?
Yeah, I use the bottom section up from like past the hospital to about halfway up.
And that halfway up, are you talking about the area that Emma's just mentioned, which is the Armour Street Bridge? So do you duck into the park then through there? What I'm trying to ascertain is whether you use the Park Terrace part of these road changes.
Yeah, let me just double check because sometimes I use more of it and I go sort of further up along. But I'm really sorry, I'm really bad with street names. I'm kind of new to Christchurch. Yeah, so we are here.
Do you go into the park using the traffic bridge or the pedestrian bridge further up?
Thanks, that's good.
Oh yeah, it's the pedestrian bridge area. It's further up, sort of around the
So you go onto Harper Ave, so you go left really at sort of where it heads off towards Merivale in front of you.
Oh yeah. So I go along there and up the top of the park.
Right, so you are going along the Park Terrace
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my question is, if you could use something that is off the road that is still separated, so is used just for cyclists, or there is a very clear differentiation between cyclists and pedestrians, would that work for you, being away from the traffic on, say, the path that's already there if it was widened and made more user-friendly?
Yeah, I think in general having really clearly, pedestrian, cyclist, and then road, because otherwise if it's kind of the shared space is where the kind of issue happens, because then there's people all over the place and you kind of have to dodge them. But having nice separated space just makes it easier so we're not kind of mixing
That's
and
awesome.
potentially
Thank-
colliding.
Really good to know. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Jax.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next right up we have Diane Downwood. Welcome along, Diane. A familiar face from our Papanui boardroom meetings.
Hi. I have cycled in the past. I'm not in that privileged position that I can cycle so much now, except for a bit of recreation, because there's a lot of physical things to take into account. And I tend to drive along Park Terrace and Ralston Ave every Wednesday to get to a client of mine in Woolston. So I'm from Brindweir and I have to get to Woolston. That's the easiest way, the quickest way to come. But before I get too much further, even though I'm here alone, I have many different people that, please say this to the council. So one person in particular, she was very upset because her women's group had planned to go to a special museum in the Arts Center. And because there's older people, physical difficulties, and there's no place for buses to pull over, then they've had to cancel this, something that they were looking forward to. Somebody else I know, her and her husband went a night out in the city, and they Ubered each way, even though they didn't live that far away, but they thought, oh, well, this is the easiest way with parking and so on. Well, they arranged for the Uber to pick them up in front of the museum, and the Uber driver had to wait till there was absolutely no cars, and then was afraid about picking them up because there's so many cameras and many people have been ticketed, fined for stopping to pick clients up there. And he was worried that, if he got a fine, that could cancel out a lot of his profit for the evening. And between the Uber drivers and taxi drivers, some of them were wondering whether they should go back to India, that life might be better back there, as it's not working out so well for them here. So, and then another case, just again with cars and parking, somebody who has to drive to get to the nearest bus. They used to come into Christchurch once a week for a night out, but they have to drive quite a few Ks to get to the nearest bus line, and then it would be 2 buses in, and it would take like an extra hour to get in and then to return. And it's probably the buses stop functioning. I don't know when, but anyway, they've stopped coming in because they were paying for parking. They couldn't always guess how long it would take for them to get their food served, and they couldn't always afford a fine. So, Jake, you might have all the bells and whistles in the inner city, but if people stop coming in, yeah, the stadium with a few hundred people isn't going to look good. So I'm not against cyclists, and I don't want to run over them. My husband says I drive like a granny because I'm very cautious of people and my surroundings. So, but I feel like a lot of things now are run by ideology, and decision-making is an ideological thing. And it's sort of a fantasy thing that everybody can cycle and everybody can walk everywhere, which is not true. It's not true. We're not going to get rid of cars. It won't, it just won't happen. But there's this ideology, this fantasy that's driving a lot of decision making. And there was another lady talking about the climate change issue. We don't have time to discuss all these things that are important issues, but things to consider. And so there's ideology, this sort of mythology or fantasy, and then there's the reality. So do you want an inner city that is for everybody? Do you want an inner city that disabled people or older people can easily access? So for my thing with Park Terrace, it's like I take the bus in sometimes, number 17, that's my bus, and I've sat at the bus stop that's now in the middle of the road. I've sat there in the summertime, on a weekend, good time for people to cycle by. Most people are in the park cycling, and not that many people walking that way. I mean, a few scooters, a few walkers, and I've had to wait an hour for the bus because it was the weekend. So I think there's plenty of room for a shared path. And I know the person before talking about the problems with a shared path. I used to live by the university, and walkers and cyclists both are blind to the specific areas they're supposed to be in, especially the younger university-age students. The road, the cycleway, the shared path, wherever, they just use whatever. And same with walkers. Well, walkers don't walk on the cycleway. Anyway, time is closing in. So I just think that there's a lot of businesses that, the access to the museum, to the art center, yeah, we need to keep that open for people of all abilities. So that's my main thing. It looks like my time's up.
Well timed, Diane. Thank you very much.
Any questions? No?
No, we're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
We have Helen Broughton.
Thank you very much.
Welcome along.
So, thanking you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here as a personal submitter rather than on behalf of the Horsewall Hornby Riccarton Board. I recognise this is an unusual situation, that the board has got all these submitters, 4,000 submitters, and you have to make a decision on it. It's more normal for the board, as you all know, to handle more local issues, but this is one that's created a lot of submissions and is quite contentious. It's the second time ever that I have spoken on an issue outside my board area or expertise. And it's the first time, so it's the second time I've lodged a submission of this sort that does not concern my board area. I want to state at the outset, I'm not concerned with Rolleston Avenue or the bus stop. My concern relates to Park Terrace. The point I want to make, this is a premium street. I think we all recognise it's a premium street. The point I want to make is that the drive from the airport to the city is one of the most beautiful in the world. Most airports are beside rather industry or really substandard housing. And so we've got a stunning way through to our city, and Park Terrace is part of this. the introduction of black poles and the narrowing of the road affects the ambience and beauty of Park Terrace, and at times for car drivers it becomes unpleasant. So is this what we want for a premium street? From my skimming of the papers, and I am tied up with Plan Change 14 at present, the reasons for this seem to be cycling safety. I suggest this can be done in a different way by widening the current off-road cycle path. And I think you could take out the grass on that cycle path because we do have Hagley Park as in fact a backdrop. So while it's odd to be calling for the grass to go, I think on this occasion it's a lesser evil than what's actually happening. How do you decide as a community board on Park Terrace with such a wide range of views? I suggest, as you have such a wide range of views, I suggest you go with the status quo, which is actually to remove the black bollards. So go with what was there 3 months ago. 2, improve cycleway safety by widening the current cycle route. There currently is an off-road cycle path. We've heard it's not as convenient for cyclists, but let's make it wider. There's also, from my recall, a cycle path through Hagley Park itself. So there's actually 2 off-road cycle paths. The link with Grolliston Avenue and the museum rebuild has not been made clear. I understand there's a reason for Grolliston Avenue because of the museum rebuild, and I suggest that's a separate issue, but somehow Park Terrace is a separate issue and it's got tangled up with the museum rebuild, and I don't think it should be. So I'm asking you basically to go back to Park Terrace as it was 3 months ago. That's taking out the black bollards, and also do something about widening the off-road cycleway.
Great, thank you, Helen. Jake, you've got a question?
Thanks, Helen. I can appreciate your view. Always nice to see you.
Thank you.
I can appreciate your view when it comes to the visual amenity.
Yes.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can appreciate it. What I just want to check, are you aware that that road prior to these changes had the 2 lanes northbound had an undercapacity? So with these changes and with a few other mitigations, we've essentially been able to nil out any delay. There is not really any delay, a very slight one, if at all. Are you still then of the view that it would be better to have this cycle facility in Hagley Park on extra bit of grass as opposed to the asphalt of the road? It sort of seems like you're saying it's more valuable to have the asphalt than it is to have the grass.
I probably am actually. I mean, I think you should leave Park Terrace as it currently is, right. But because you've had a lot of cycle advocates, they obviously want something more, and so my preference would be to take the grass off make that a very wide cycle way and pedestrian way. Okay. And I don't think it would have as much impact.
Thanks for that.
Great. Thank you very much, Helen.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Okay. Because she's here. And Scott, I believe you're here. We were going to have you after the lunch break, but if you're here and want to go now, then we can do that.
I would prefer to wait until 1 because there's someone coming.
Okay. Yep, no, we'll do that. Okay, well, that takes us to our lunch break. So we're going to come back at 1 o'clock to hear some more deputations. Thanks.
We've got a hard hat.
Right, so we'll start up again with our submissions. First up, we had on our list Claire Sargent, who's unfortunately not able to make it after all, but she does have a video that she has shared that she would like us to play, so we'll put that on now.
Hi, my name is Florence.
And my name is Claire, and we live in the central city. And we are making this submission today because we live here and this is a great cycleway and we want it to remain in a temporary situation as long as we can until such a time as a permanent arrives. Florence, what do you like about this cycleway?
I like this cycleway because the cars can't run over bikers.
And that's important?
So there's no big accidents.
It also helps us when we're coming along here because the cyclists are off the walkway, off the footpath, and that means that we can walk and scooter safely as well as cycle safely in the same area. So that is our submission, and we thank you so much for listening to us. Have a good day.
Bye.
Right. Next up, we have Anne Scott. So welcome along, Anne, and I'll just remind everybody that's here, everybody gets 5 minutes to speak, and that includes time for questions. So take it away.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott tōku ingoa. I'm here speaking on behalf of Spokes Canterbury. Next slide, please. So why a separated cycleway? I think it's really important to actually go over this time and time again because it's just a safer for a wide variety of cyclists, pedestrians and people using other forms of transport such as scooters. The shared path had too many different types of users going at different speeds and going for different purposes. With the return of the tourists, it's far less predictable. Will they go left? Will they go right? Will they freeze? Sometimes in a group, they'll do all three. And so often when you were going down the shared pathway, you had to stop 3 or 4 times. Students and commuters weaving through others at speed on bikes, scooters and skateboards. The very tight turn from the shared path onto Armagh Street Bridge, which lacks visibility. The speed of the traffic on Park Terrace and the lack of a safe crossing on Park Terrace for the school and for other places. I'm a cyclist. I've used this temporary cycleway 3 or 4 times a week, but I'm also a driver. And I live in Burnside, so actually my route is down Kilmore Street home. And I used it this morning. So next slide, please. The reason we're really doing this is because reducing speed is really important. And separating cycleways helps that as well. But I'd just like you to note on the right-hand side, nearly half the people who die or are seriously injured are either walking, cycling, or riding a motorbike. Cars have a privilege of being a lot safer than other forms of transport, so you need to protect the most vulnerable. Next, please. And you'll have read this there has been a significant reduction in speed as well as providing a safe cycleway. Next, please. I'm zooming through this, so there's time for questions. The council staff have provided an excellent facility at low cost, which feels a lot safer. My travel time, because I'm a slow cyclist and I do give way to pedestrians, is twice as fast as it used to be because I don't have to stop as often anymore. It flows nicely. The turn onto Armagh Street Bridge, both northbound and southbound, is actually a lot safer because instead of a really tight path, which we're sharing to go around the corner, I can now go straight through and wide and turn. Cyclists are using the Park Terrace section instead of the road, which is increasing safety. The people I never saw on the path, because I also used to use the path down Park Terrace, are those young cyclists, those young guys going to Christ College who have no fear, but they really should. It's easier for both pedestrians and cyclists to cross Park Terrace with the one lane. It is working. There are a growing number of cyclists on that path, and it will only increase further. Please, please leave it as it is. Next slide, please. There's always something that could be better. The Gloucester Street temporary lights. I'm a bit short, I'm 5'1", and I can't see them. So if you're going south, you're kind of assuming you're right away when actually you're on a red light. It would be really nice if someone had a look at that. On the Armagh Street crossing, a clear indication of who has the right-of-way would be really useful. If you see the photo there, you see that car is almost in the cycleway. He has to sit there because that's the only way he can see whether cyclists are coming or not. But a lot of cars are actually sitting in the whole cycleway. It's got green, then an ordinary part, then green. It's sort of intermittent. It really should be full green because cars are saying this is my space as well as your space. If you have a look there too, if you're having a look just past this is where the bus stop is. And so cyclists are sort of going into the trees and then out again, and that car has to see those cyclists. It's a much better option to cross at Salisbury Street, the Park Terrace, than it was before. It's so much easier going across one lane rather than two lanes of traffic. Now I know that's part that isn't completely in place yet, but that it would be a good thing if that was done. It will get better when there's fewer cones. It's really a bit of a jumble at the moment of all different things that you're seeing. And for vehicles, the signage on Kilmore Street showing the correct lane to get into early so vehicles are not trying to merge at the last moment would be really helpful. And as a car driver, it's already flowing better. 5 minutes, where'd it go? Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions? One quick question if anyone's got one. No, I think you've given a very clear and concise presentation. Thank you very much, Anne. Next up we have Stephen Wood. And we do have Stephen's presentation available just for us to see as well.
Can we go to the start, please? Thank you. I'm speaking today for myself and for Cycling Action Network. I used to cycle in Christchurch a lot, nearly 30-something years ago when the cycle map that the council published looked like the one on the left. And now we've got the one in the centre. And the other picture I've put is to just remind that other people have got bigger problems than we do. Even that intersection in Shanghai has got a cycleway underneath it in red. Next slide. This is a plan of the overall CBD that was published just after the earthquake. And it's got the idea that we have some streets where we concentrate on cars, some streets where we concentrate on other modes, and we're trying to make a network for each kind of mode. One of the things that is good about this cycleway is that it promotes that route as a connector along the eastern side of Hagley Park and maybe connects up well with a Salisbury Street cycleway, which hasn't yet been built but is in that plan from 10 years ago. The next line. I thought I'd also look at some bigger picture things. This is kind of from the Ministry of Transport about how they expect the system to work. It's the kind of objectives they think about when they're planning transport stuff. And the things that are important, the 5 sides of that are resilience and security, economic prosperity. That's the kind of stuff you expect them to be thinking about for transport. But they're also thinking about inclusive access, health and safe people, and environmental sustainability. Next slide, thanks. This is from one place in one of the states in Australia. It's looking about the emissions in CO2 represented by the black balloons and the space required for each person to travel. It's fairly self-explanatory. As you go along to different sorts of modes, you've got a lot greener and more sustainable. The next slide, thanks. this is something that we don't often think about. We think about roads of having a safety problem and a road toll. That's approximately 350 deaths a year in New Zealand. If you look at the other health impacts, there's fine particles, PM 2.5. That's the cause of about 1,300 deaths a year in New Zealand. Now, that's not all transport. Only about a fifth or a sixth of that is transport. But the other side, the nitrous oxide and exhaust gases, that's responsible for about 2,000 premature deaths a year. And that's pretty much all motor vehicles. Next slide, thanks. The other one is just the health thing, the inactivity crisis. This is a plot that's actually been around for a long time, but it's actually looking at different countries, what their kind of mode share for cycling is, and what their obesity rate. So the blue line is what sort of proportion of people are cycling, and the red line is the amount of problem that they've got with obesity. You can see that New Zealand is kind of at the wrong end of that graph. And the next slide. I had this slide in the council meeting that was looking at this last month, and it's an outline of the Waka Kotahi Cycle Action Plan. Now, if you look at that, they're actually supporting trying to connect up cycleways, make networks, and they've got the idea of using existing street space and using quick build techniques. So that's exactly what has been done here. In fact, I've heard from people in Waka Kotahi that they would like to use this cycleway as an example to show to other councils. The next slide, thanks. Last month I got might be 2 months ago, I got a trip up to Wellington to do with cycling, and I got to have a look around. And they're doing lots of things just like this. The top left picture has got a cycleway that's marked with the same posts. It's actually having a cycleway going past a pretty important left turn and how you manage that conflict. Top right is a very quick build cycleway using white marker posts, very, very temporary things. You can still see that they've got the old no parking line there, so it's happened quickly. Bottom left, they've actually tackled a bus stop, an inlane bus stop that hasn't got the room to have a diversion out to the side because there's something else built there. So they've got a kind of a raised platform to manage the conflict between cycles and bus patrons. The one in the middle and bottom, they've actually marked a cycleway with just a little narrow judder bar type thing. Doesn't look like much, but it's enough just to make a difference. And the last one is, you can't see anymore because it's a thing. The thing is that Wellington has just got an international prize worth $650,000 for all the stuff that they've been doing. Thank you.
Right, that was perfect timing. Thank you very much for that, Stephen. Appreciate you coming along. Cheers. We have Christopher Webster next.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity in a public forum to congratulate the engineering people in the council who have devised and completed this Park Terrace cycleway. I reside in the central city and I've been a bike rider for years. 3 years ago, I upped my game and retrofitted an e-bike conversion to my bike, which has given me even more flexibility and made me even more focused on this kind of issue. I think cycle lanes are essential, just like the rest of the world, and I'd like to see more of them in Christchurch. This morning I checked the price of petrol at the pump in Denmark with my man there, and it's $3.34 NZ for a litre, which suggests to me that when these prices eventually find us, biking will become a major part of the lives of people in Christchurch and everywhere else for that matter. Cycle lanes tend to be discussed as repeatable standardised sections of road architecture, when in fact they are anything but that. At the moment, the benchmark for non-standard or different is Park Terrace. I regard this particular cycle lane solution as a triumph of innovative thinking by our council engineers, and I think, I can't say it often enough, but I think you've done a bloody great job, if there's any of them here. The design has made 3 modes of transport, walking, biking and driving, much safer, and this safety has been achieved primarily through separation, which is the blinding statement of the obvious for the 21st century, and you see it all over other cities if you have the opportunity to travel overseas. The design, worth noting at that point, is that in Copenhagen, on the major arterials coming into the city, if you maintain 18 kilometres an hour, you'll never hit a red light. That's how organised people can get when they get their head into this. The design, right, I'd like to think that the Park Terrace solution would stand as an example of the way forward for cycling, and which it actually addresses and solves the needs of encouraging cycling, whilst at the same time ensuring that those who need vehicles for their work or for health reasons have road space to allow them to get that work done. Now, although some think that the finished work is intrusive, particularly for cars and SUVs and utes, my view is that the greater need has been met, and met with a resounding success given the scenario in which it was built. It's not without its problems, but we'll touch on that shortly. Some councillors or community board members were distressed over the apparent non-compliance with council or board protocols, and whilst I have to admit that I attempted to follow that discussion because it initially sounded quite interesting, it sort of just petered out, so I'm assuming that it was a non-event. Lastly, this cycling business is all about creating a value proposition for ratepayers. Nothing else. Out of the infrastructure we have and how best to adapt and utilise it. As late starters in this cycling infrastructure development issue, we are, as a city, stuck with the problem of trying to shoehorn a 21st century transport demand into a 1950s road network. Anyone who thinks that that's going to be easy and not without its problems is dreaming and should leave the room. You know, we are not going to be able to achieve this mythical cycle nirvana given what we're working with. It's always going to be problematic, and that is why it's taken so long to get started, notwithstanding the opportunities we had immediately following the earthquakes. So our council engineers have to think smarter, and we have to support them. Park Terrace Cycleway is what thinking smarter looks like. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Any questions for Christopher? Simon?
Thank you. One of the issues we've got before us today is a range of possible options, including a recommended option to reconfigure the in-lane bus stop on Park Terrace. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that aspect of the project?
Look, you know, I've read about that, and I've ridden past the whole thing numerous times. I don't think there's a smart answer to that, frankly. I'm sure somebody here will have one. But we just have to be prepared to look at something which is a byproduct of this bigger job and say, does this work? Is this grafted into what we're trying to do? Could we do it another way? And if we need to change it, change it. You know, there's a risk that you overthink this. It's a bloody bus stop, you know. And I know it's important for some people, but its frequency is not that high, is it?
2 buses.
Wow. Versus how many cyclists? Yeah.
Right, great. Thank you for taking the time to come along. We have Matthew Reid next.
Sorry, I disagree with you very strongly. Absolutely. Can I drive this, or do I have to ask you to change slides?
Use the arrow keys. Yeah.
Just the up and down, or the left and right?
Left and right.
All right. Great. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. I am a 10-year cyclist, and I use that area in front of Christ College and the museum every day. I've never had any issues. My presentation actually is for a 10-minute. I had that slotted in, so I'm just going to zip through the important bits. In the first 2 weeks of that design, I've seen 1 accident, 3 near misses, and I continue to see serious issues. So instead of going on about whether it's right or wrong, I'm going to give you the facts as I've seen them. So I stopped on Monday the 3rd, because I have Mondays off, and I did a bit of homegrown statistics. In summary, 15 out of 100 people used the section of Rolleston, of Park Terrace and not Rolleston Ave. So I'm only going to focus on the Rolleston Ave section. There's too little time today to tell you how badly and dangerously designed the Armour Street Bridge is, but I'm certainly willing to take it offline and talk to you afterwards about that. Let's have a look at the second bit you've done here. You've actually designed a cycle lane that goes onto a pavement. If you look at the road of the line of least deviation, on many occasions now, since it's been put in place, there's a pole here. The number of times cyclists have yelled and screamed and say, hey, stop, as people are going on the wrong side of the cycle lane. It's absolutely dangerous. This is when I always come up Hereford Street and I turn right and go across in front of the museum. Even though you've tried to put this no man's land in here and you've got the car there, it was way, way safer when I could cross the road over the pavement. I had visually a green aspect that I could check with, and we could all merge with the rest of the traffic quite simply. You've made it more dangerous and worse. And there's still been occasions when I ride that black car obscures the vehicles, and they're no longer bikes doing 15k, they're electric bikes doing 30k, and you're nearly praying as you hit them. Let's have a look at this bit that you've done here, the third section of the change, and all you've done is introduce another intersection to what was already busy. On the 3rd, when I was taking these photos, and they were all taken just on a random day that I went down there, you see the scooters slipped and nearly fell off, and on the 3rd, a cyclist nearly hit a pedestrian, and the pedestrian apologised. I thought it's a pavement. You've got complete ambiguity there, and Lynette, you've put this wonderful sticky sign here which means nothing. It's completely inconsistent, and it's very dangerous. Just across the bridge there, we've got another lane that the council designed and approved of after the earthquake. I would challenge you that there are more people going and using that now than there were outside the museum. And it's quite acceptable. 3 cyclists and 20 people walking down there with no problems whatsoever. Lynette, as you well know, I've challenged you on the design of 2-lane cycle lanes. This was taken on the 3rd again, and there are all these wet leaves down there. No cyclist in their right mind is going to be riding on that left-hand side. They all ride on the other side. And just as I was there, the chap opens his door on his truck. I've said for a long time that these cycle lanes are fundamentally dangerous. You've made it worse for us. I would challenge human nature. The same day, people are riding on the pavement and on the other side of the road anyway. My recommendations immediately: remove the cycle lane in Armour Street, put back the 2 lanes in Kilmore Street to Park Terrace, and put back the Rolleston Ave as it was previously. It is more dangerous now. And if you seriously think that the workers in the museum are going to be safer with the cycle lane, they're going to have to look at 2 sets of traffic. And you've broken the fundamental rule that there's someone going the wrong way down a street in a 2-lane cycle lane. I find it unbelievable. Let's just go back here and have a look at what I think you should do. If you look at the bottom left picture, you'll actually see there that you can see where people walk. All you have to do is to put 700 mils extra on either side of that pathway, and you've done exactly what you already, as a council, find acceptable. The area up to Armour Street Bridge there with the lovely slow sign, which I asked Lynette what that actually means, and the other one is already 4 metres wide. It is so simple and it was so obvious, I cannot believe you've done what you have. So going forward, please take responsibility. You need to have informed decisions, and I note with interest that on your report and all the papers today, there is no comments about the accidents that have happened in front of the museum. I don't believe there are any. You're always going to get inconsiderate outliers. You're always going to get someone that goes fast, but fundamentally that worked very well. And the cyclists now are travelling much, much faster than we ever did on the shared way in front of the museum. You've actually made it worse. Thank you for your time.
Great. We've run out of time for questions, but thank you for coming along and speaking today, Matthew. Next up, we have Meg Christie, speaking on behalf of Living Streets and the Active Canterbury Network.
Thank you. With the wrong bit of paper, that's okay. I'm here to talk about and stick up for the walkers among us. So firstly, the Active Canterbury Network is a network of different organisations, as diverse as health ones like the Heart Foundation and Māori representatives like He Waka Tapu Trust, and we've also got Selwyn Waimakariri and Christchurch District Council representatives on the network. And so our kaupapa is lifelong physical activity to keep our population healthy as they can be. And do you know that the most popular recreational pursuit of Christchurch folk is walking? And if you put jogging and running in the mix, then it's 80% of us like doing that. Now, some of that is on the beaches and in the hills, but a lot is on our urban footpaths. So getting to Living Streets, Aotearoa, that's the pedestrian advocacy group looking more at the walker's journey that is for transport, utility trips, so quite different. And but this, everybody uses the footpaths. And we're talking about walkers, we're talking about broad, diverse, disparate group of people in wheelchairs, people pushing buggies, elderly folk, kids, people with dogs, tourists, people walking for work, school children. So a very disparate users of the footpaths. And my point being is that you don't need, and we never need, cycling in the mix when we're considering the rights and safety of pedestrians. So I'm advocating that we keep cyclists, our friends on bikes, I cycle, away from pedestrians. You don't know when you're coming up behind somebody that they may be deaf, they may be frail, they maybe have some invisible sensory disability. It's pretty obvious when somebody's in a wheelchair, and they will take the sweet spot of a footpath. So will mums with prams. They'll avoid the bumpy bits. So they'll take the best part of the road, of the footpath. And it's very frustrating as a cyclist to have to weave among pedestrians that, as a cyclist, you think they're being quite erratic, but why wouldn't a tourist suddenly divert diagonally to take a photo? Why would we argue with people wanting to walk four abreast? It's a footpath. It's not a cycle track. So I really applaud the council's decision to put yet another separated cycle lane in, and I would urge you to the footpath's not perfect yet for the users, that you keep this bit of infrastructure, tweak it if necessary. We've heard lots of good arguments what you could do, and I'm also aware that people might argue that why aren't pedestrians using the path inside the park? That's not a very good option if you're doing a utility trip and your trip takes you up Kilmore or Chester Street West or there's another one, Petersborough. You have to take that one by the road. The other thing is it can be very dark in a scary place, particularly for women and vulnerable people, inside the park. So they want to have that option. We want to have that option of having that footpath for us. So I think that's pretty much what I've got to say. I've got some time for questions if there's any.
I've got a question. If a 4 metre wide shared path, such as like the new ones, the newly asphalted ones around Hagley Park, they're obviously better, but do you still prefer the cyclists to be separate?
Still prefer separate. Right. The wider the path, the faster cyclists want to go,
Right.
and the more space everybody takes up. They will take as much space as you give them. If you widen the path, the existing path, like the one in front of the museum, it will just, people will take up more space. Those that might walk 2x2 will walk 4x4. Yeah, it's not a solution. We don't want to share. we don't play nicely. I mean, most of us do. Probably 90% of pedestrians and people on bikes do share nicely, but others won't and can't, or they have a reason that their trip is more important and they'll take up more space. Yeah, no shared paths. It's just, it doesn't work.
Thanks. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much for coming along to speak to us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sophie Burt. Welcome, Sophie.
Hi. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Sophie Burt. I'm a resident of Christchurch, a parent of 3, a cyclist, a driver and an urban designer. I travel along Park Terrace most days as I live locally, have a child at Cathedral Grammar School and family living on Cranmer Square and regular reasons to visit the city. I have observed with interest the introduction of the cycleway along Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace, and I'm here to support the approval of the changes to both sections. I wanted to use this opportunity to present my submission because I feel very strongly that this particular cycleway, whilst relatively controversial to date, is an important initiative from Council as we continue to enable and encourage healthy changes in behaviour and future-proof our city for our next generations. I am an urban designer and I now cycle regularly, but, and I'm actually embarrassed to say this, it took me a long time to even try cycling. Why cycle when you can drive or walk in Christchurch? Why cycle when you might get hurt? And why would you ever let your child cycle? I am an urban designer by profession, and it took me seeing the cycleways in the streets and other people using them for me to contemplate it. Behavioural change takes time. People need to feel safe and confident to do so. This cycleway is part of this change. I recognise there are 2 sections of the cycleway. The Rolleston Ave section makes absolute sense to me. This area has always been hazardous with a mixture of walkers, tourists, hospital staff, children, dogs, scooters, bikes, and everything in between trying to navigate that shared path. It is also a more built-up area with more destinations on both sides of the street. The separated 2-way cycleway works well. The Park Terrace section is obviously more controversial, but I think this is where the opportunities really lie. I use this section of the cycleway regularly, north and southbound. I also drive along Park Terrace between Armour Street and Beeley Ave regularly, and at different times of the day. I support this cycleway because every street in our city has a distinctive role to play and is not always about moving cars. Park Terrace should be a premier parkside boulevard, welcoming people from the northwest leading into the civic and cultural heart of our city centre, where it connects with Rolleston Avenue. Currently, Park Terrace performs as a 4-lane highway for cars to travel, similar to the 3 avenues that bound the city centre. But, as noted in An Accessible City, Park Terrace's role in the overall central city network is a multimodal route prioritising pedestrians, cycles and public transport. Montreal and Durham Street perform the primary north-south vehicle routes in this area of the city. I acknowledge this is a testing of the cycleway, but it is an important first step. I hope in the future the cycleway connects to and improves the Beeley Ave intersection, as this is difficult and dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians to navigate with long crossing distances and limited space. This first step is that the cycleway is visible. When drivers are aware of their surroundings, rather than cruising on autopilot, they are more careful. The cycleway is also safer. As a commuting cyclist, you want to move quickly, efficiently and safely, and shared paths do not allow this. I've actually never seen a bus stop here, but I understand the future expectation is that this will be indented, which seems logical, and I'll leave that to the experts to design that. I have regularly, but anecdotally, observed the single lane from Kilmore Street to Salisbury Street during rush hour with interest, and the congestion or wait times are limited and nothing like other areas of the city. I hope this awareness of surroundings also translates to appreciating the uniqueness of Park Terrace, which includes Solidarity Grid, the skate public artwork of 21 streetlights gifted to Christchurch from cities around the globe as the city recovered and rebuilt post-quake. The lights sit proudly along the river path with the stunning and distinctive backdrop of the Weeping Willows and Hagley Park. I hope this awareness extends to the realities of our environmental vulnerability when it rains, as we watch our river rise. And I hope and believe that this is another step in the transformation of our city, where we use the spaces to enable all users a safe and enjoyable passage. Council has shown leadership here. It has enabled the opportunity for people to observe, experience, and understand the different ways to move around our city, but in particular along this very special and unique route. Behavioural change takes time and it takes leadership. I strongly urge you as community board members to support council and approve both sections of the cycleway so that as a city we continue to deliver safe and healthy choices for our next generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ali.
Thank you. I have a question. You mentioned the 4-lane highway as a description of it. Would you still stand by that description with the lowered speed limit there? Surely that plays a part in changing the behaviour on the road.
You're right, but lowered speed limit is one thing, but often it's the way the road is designed. So if those carriageways are the same width and it's barren and there's nothing else preventing you from being aware, people will speed anyway. So it is the way, the character of the road and how that feels. So you can put a 30k zone up, but it won't necessarily change, it won't stop people from moving that quickly.
So that could be an enforcement issue?
It is an enforcement issue, but it is also, I mean, that happens in other areas of the central city where they put 30k zones in. It doesn't always slow people down. So enforcement is one thing, but definitely the way the road and the width of the carriageway, what people need to be aware of, that's what really slows you down as well.
Okay, and just a final question around the accessible city. It mentions public transport as being one of the key elements of this part of the city, and we've already heard how limited the public transport is down there. Do you see that as playing a part in the choices or lack of for people using that area?
I do. I think that cyclists obviously have priorities, pedestrians too, and drivers are, should be able to move around. But I think the bus users get a really raw deal in this. They've got one lone seat sitting out basically between cycles and and cars. And I know that it's an interim position, but I think as a public transport user, there should be more amenity for people to encourage.
I'm suggesting perhaps people are using cars because there isn't the public transport choice there yet.
And I agree. And twice an hour. It's not enough along there. I think it could be a lot better, but I haven't looked in detail on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Sophie.
Thank you.
We are running quite a bit ahead of time, but I believe Ian Wells is here. If you're happy to speak now, Ian, then that would be good.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Ian Wells, and I'm a lifetime cyclist. I've always been able to commute to work on a bicycle my whole life. And I'm also organize a bike ride in Hagley Park every year called Solstice Night Bike Ride. It's been running for 12 years. I do that mainly to encourage people to cycle and for safe cycling. And so, we had over 100 cyclists on that road and also riding on the new Park Terrace cycleway just a few weeks ago. So I'm here to advocate for option 2 to continue the cycleway and that as is. And I've talked to some of my friends about the cycleway too. I've been very impressed. I ride into town either by car or by bicycle probably 3 or 4 times a week. So most of the response I get is just how wonderful it was that suddenly a cycleway appeared, and it was so great to be able to not try to run down or avoid hitting tourists or people with prams like was mentioned before. And it's and my friends, it's quite a universal response from cyclist friends. And I guess my deposition today is just mainly I want to just write in support of this report. I don't often read through big reports like that, but I was very impressed with both the depth of that report and looking at different options and specifying the history and the analysis of the public survey and taking in and also your time to collect comments from people. one thing that struck me too, just being a cyclist, I mean, a lot of times I cycle just because it's much faster and more reliable way to get around the city than a car. And so the part of the report that struck me was just the analysis of travel times. Like, what is your door-to-door time to get from one place in the city to another, or from outside the city into the city? And the results of that compared to the speeds, because often you feel, I know when I'm in a car, I feel if I can just speed really fast in this section of road, I'll get home sooner. But in fact, you all know the time, the door-to-door time is more affected by how long you stop somewhere than it is by how fast you go in any particular section. So the analysis that was in this report was showing that it would be 9.8 seconds faster to not have this in place. So I don't know what I would do with 9.8 seconds of my life. I guess we have to write that off somehow. I was also particularly struck by the section 4.7 and the number of depositions that were that you're all listening to now. I'm just really wondering how that, why that is happening. And I think, well, there's 4,102 submissions. And I was particularly disappointed by some councillors' responses on this topic. I think it's very easy. It's unfortunately too easy to sort of stoke some anger and blame these days. And I know, and I really look and count on governing boards like yourself to be able to not do that stoking, but to step back and really respect your role and responsibility in governing. And if there were communication issues, for example, in some other council hearings, that the role of governing is to work through what the communication issues and were to solve them, but not to stoke unfortunate feelings. Maybe part of it is it's really easy when you're driving a car to get frustrated. I mean, it's and that's part of why I like riding a bicycle, because I don't get frustrated riding a bike. I'm more like watching out for my life than I am for getting frustrated at being blocked in traffic. And again, the major goal here, of course, is transport, improving transport, which you're doing. I really appreciate the work you're doing to make this a better city and better transport around the city for us and for our children. So therefore, I support this action, just keeping it in place.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. That was perfect timing for your 5 minutes. Appreciate you coming along. We have Margarita Parra. Thank you. Welcome along.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. It's my first time in New Zealand doing a testimony. I just moved here 2 years ago from California, where I was part of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. So no surprise here, I'm here in support of the Park Terrace and Rolleston Avenue bike lane. I come from Colombia. I don't know if you guys know, Bogota is a city known for cycleways, and it was never easy to start. You had to change the infrastructure, so you change behavior, and it takes time. But I'm really happy to live in a city where the council, and informed by you guys, have really done tremendous work to have infrastructure, green pavement, protected bike lanes, so I feel safe to bike around. I'm a mother, I have a little kid, and she's among the few kids. I'm a neighbor too, that's why I'm here. I live in Maryville. My kid is among few who bike to school. And I don't see more kids biking to school because they had to use Papanui Road, which doesn't have a protected bike lane. And as a mother, I can't bear the fact that she will use that road because she can be crushed by a car. So protected bike lanes are a solution if we want that next generation of kids biking to school, as we should. We're so blessed here that we have a flat city. It's bloody cold, but still you can put lots of clothes on and bike to school. And my kids, even in the winter, she was one of the few biking to school. So I'm in support of protected bike lanes. I really love that Park Terrace project, and Rolleston, now being a neighbor, I use it every time to come to the city, to the library, to the art center. So I'm happy. I know it's not perfect. I'm not a designer. It's not perfect. I know it can be improved so that we improve the safety of everybody, but I really urge you to keep it because their vibrant cities need all these options to go around. And by improving biking, we reduce the pressure on parking. And people from Fendleton, Maryvale like me, St. Albans, we're really a short bike ride. We could walk, bike here. We don't need to spend time on cars, increasing congestion, increasing pollution. So I want this protected lane. And the other thing is that we know we can share the path. I heard previous questions about that, but we also had to think about the safety of the pedestrians. I bike to Highland Park, and I agree that the little kids who are unpredictable. So it's not fair on the other kids to share the paths when we can have protected lanes in the road. The roads are public space, and we should all be able to share them. And the best way for me actually is to have that protected lane so that we feel freely to use it. That's it.
Great, that was very concise. Any questions for Margarita? No? Oh, Simon.
Just conscious I'm asking a lot of questions, so I wanted to give others an opportunity. Thank you. Wondering if you've got any thoughts based on your experience. One of the issues that's been raised with us and we're considering is the bus stop on Park Terrace. And also we've had raised the design, the Rolleston Ave bus stop where the cycle lane deviates sort of up onto the footpath and behind it. Just wondering if you have any thoughts or advice on the interaction with the bus stops?
Yes, this is very fascinating because in San Francisco, where I was living and I was part of the Silicon Valley Coalition, there was this debate about who has the right of way, the buses or the bicyclists. And as in here, many, and I'm not a designer, so I left this to the designers, but I think they both should have priority over cars, but the safety of the cyclist shouldn't come on the safety of the bus, people coming off the bus. I think what happened there is enough space, to me, in my no designing expertise, a space for everybody. I think the bus stop should have enough space so that we can have the bus, the car, and the bicycle lane, and the pedestrian lane. I feel like there is enough space to have both of them. I know that people feel that they back up because the bus is stopping the whole way. I think there is enough space there. I think there's a little bit of cushion in the footpath, but I definitely think we should have, all of us, we should have the right of way, and the option. I also heard about speed limits, and I have to say, we need a lot of signs. I do agree that I almost ran into somebody who was not, I use it all the time. I use Justice Park Terrace and Rolleston Avenue to go to Addington on Monday. And I know one person came up to me and didn't see me on the other way because they're not used to see people that coming the other way in that bike lane. But it's all about signage. I mean, this is cheap options, just signage. Until everybody gets used to it, we found ways that people, workers and neighbors of this community learn about it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Stu Waddell. Sorry to rush you. We are running ahead of time, though, so if you're happy to go now, that would be good.
Kia ora, my name's Stu Waddell. I'm a resident of Otautahi, Christchurch, and like many people here have submitted and will be submitting, very passionate about the future of our new urban environment for Christchurch, Otautahi. It's world leading and there's plenty of change and things coming up. So thank you for this opportunity. I am and have submitted in support of the cycleway as laid out on Rolleston Ave and Parkside Terrace. Now I'll catch my breath. It was cold to cycle in. I'm a business owner and have been for 26 years. The business is called Chill, and we're a bike store on Durham Street North, very close to here. Our purpose is to enable people to improve their well-being by exploring the outdoors, the Chill Way. The Chill Way, we're a bike store. We service bikes, we sell bikes, parts and accessories to commuters, visitors, recreational people in our city. We have experienced an increase in bike use and customers at Chill in recent years at a time where trade with COVID restrictions has been incredibly challenging. What we're experiencing at Chill is cyclists in the city are increasing, and it's a long view that cyclists are taking. It's good for their health and their well-being. It offers huge cost savings. It's good for the environment. And Christchurch is flat, making it more accessible for a variety of people, young and old. The cycleways are making cycling a lot safer and also increasing use of cycleways. The range of bikes, including electric bikes, means there's an increase in user types. Recreational, leisure, commuting, and cargo utilitarian approach to cycling, with kids on the back and cargo on the back of electric bikes. In respect and on reflection of the work on Park Terrace and a separate cycleway, this has increased cycle use on Park Terrace into Rolleston Ave. It's separated vehicles, cyclists and pedestrians as well. The issue with cars is the speed of travel on Park Terrace, often over 4 lanes, which adversely impacts all non-vehicle users and their safe access into and around Salisbury Street in particular. The cycleway has helped set up safer crossing at Salisbury, and more needs to be done, with many people crossing there into and exiting from Hagley Park. I refer to Carlton Mill Road with Little Hagley Park right now, a massive job being done for pedestrians, cyclists and everyone crossing that road to access into Hagley Park. It's a great example. The cycleway along Park Terrace could go further, connecting into commuters and travellers coming from Papanui Road and also Carlton Mill Road as they access into Park Terrace to come into school and get into places like our health precinct. I'm a resident of Miraval and live close to all the schools around there. I use that road for cycling most days, and I also use it as a means to get things in and out of my business. What I would like to do is challenge the council to look beyond Park Terrace and start considering how we create better, safer access for those schools so that they can, as children, access those schools independently and safely when going to school. Reducing the speed to 30 k's is a great and a good way to start, but there's more to do. Allowing our children, our future generations, to travel safely and independently to school by bicycle, scooter and foot at some of the schools around there, including Christchurch Girls, Rangiruru, St Margaret's, Selwyn House, Elmwood School, Heaton School. This would make a wonderful future that we can all be proud of in our city. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any quick questions? No? Appreciate that. Thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
As I said before, we are running ahead of time, so what we're going to do now is we're going to skip to another report in our agenda. We're going to go to item 8, which is the 519 Madras Street proposed no stopping restrictions, and then we'll come back to the deputations when the remainder of the people arrive to give them. So we do have staff here. Are there any questions on this report? Everyone? We have a mover and a seconder. Jake's moved it, Sunita's seconded it. We'll put that motion. All those in favour? That's carried.
Fantastic, thank you.
In which
Do we have
case you'll
staff
bring on
for-
to well, you can either do the probably do the
We're going to move on to item 9, the Chester Street.
we don't have staff down, or you can do the
Go to the area report.
yeah, you can do the
Okay, now we're going to, sorry, just to keep you all on your toes, we're going to skip to item 11, which is our Community Board Area Report for July. So welcome to the table, Trevor.
Everyone. Take it as read.
Take the report as read. Are there any questions? No. I'm happy to move it. Do we have a seconder? John? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Right, that's carried.
Thank you.
We can probably go item 10. I'm assuming this one's pretty straightforward. Were there any questions for staff on item 10? That's the proposed road name for 10 Edron Place. No? Do we have a mover? Simon, John seconded it. We'll put that motion. All those in favour? Right. That's carried.
Could get Chester Street East, but it depends if there's any questions, because
there may be questions on there. Okay, what we'll do now is we'll take another short break while we wait for the remainder of our speakers to arrive. So we'll come back at 2:15. Thanks. get back underway. Next up, we have Nathan Doherty. Welcome along, Nathan. And just so you know, you've got 5 minutes to speak, and that includes time for questions if you'd like that too.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for making time for me to make a comment about the cycle path and changes on Park Terrace. Just to let you know, I'm a resident of St Martin's. My children attend Beckenham School. I work in the central city and commute mostly by bike, 90% of my time, 99% of my time. I just want to make the comment that I really support the ongoing use and provision of cycle lanes along Park Terrace, and I'll run through my rationale. There are benefits for walkers, benefits for cyclists, and despite some slight inconvenience for motorists, there are actually lots of benefits for motorists as well. I'm one of the 2% of cyclists who cycles no matter what, if I can. So there's only 2% of us who cycle routinely. There's a very large percentage of cyclists who only cycle occasionally, and that's because they're actually afraid. Mostly they are just afraid. There is some inconvenience element to it, but a lot of those folks, actually, when you ask them if what's one of the things that stops them cycling frequently, it's because they're concerned about safety. I personally believe the council has an obligation and a responsibility to promote and achieve safety improvements for all residents. And who are the most vulnerable residents in transit? It's walkers and cyclists. Walkers and cyclists have the least protection. We don't have a steel cage around us. If this infrastructure doesn't stay, then along Park Terrace there are going to be increased risks for cyclists. The hazard there is that you move the cyclists onto the car thoroughfare, the carriageway, mixing with traffic, and I can say, having cycled it, that the traffic there moves very quickly, and you squish them all together. So I've cycled that route, and I think it's great actually that the cyclists have been moved off the area that walkers use, because it allows walkers to be unhindered by cyclists themselves. Cyclists tend to move 4 to 10 times as fast as walkers, so there is a potential conflict there. And by moving them away from walkers, everyone is just that little bit happier. Cyclists can now move at their own pace, and there's a reduced risk of being amongst fast-moving traffic. Motorists, yesterday as an example at rush hour, moving at or above the speed limit, which, when you're very close, because there is no shoulder, that would put a lot of people off. So, yes, there will be a slight inconvenience to motorists from this change, but I believe it's so slight, given the speeds with which traffic was moving, for example, yesterday at about 5 p.m, there's not that much has been lost for motor vehicle users. And it's a significant improvement for cyclists and for walkers. I guess from a bigger picture sense, what I would hope is that the city has a vision where people want to be here, want to live in a livable city, rather than a city that's dominated by vehicle movement. Cities that are dominated by vehicle movements tend to be hollowed out, and I believe that's actually a failed American experiment. If you go to other places where people want to be and they tend to move more slowly around cities, that's a human aspect, and that is what cars separate us from that when we are interacting with the city. There are plenty of ways of moving around the city that you can do at high speed in a car, and that's fine. But the more opportunities we give for people to move slowly and safely, the more they'll want to be in our city. It's all about city resilience and the free flow of people. And let's not forget that cycling after foot traffic
is the most sustainable form of efficient transport. And all you have to do is see the proliferation of cargo bikes, multi-person bikes, that people are taking that on and moving quite large distances across the city on bicycles. It's becoming more readily achievable for people to commute longer distances, and so cycle infrastructure is a key part of that. There are comments, people make comments all the time on social media and in the media itself, talking about cyclists being freeloaders, not paying for infrastructure. Well, I mean, I would just comment that the people of Beckenham, which is right near where I live, and my kids go to Beckenham School, Beckenham is has the highest percentage of commuters who commute to work by bicycle in New Zealand, and that's an official statistic from Stats NZ from the census. These people are going to work by bike. They're not freeloading. They're paying the tax, paying their rates. And I would also just pass along that the sorts of criticism of staff who are just trying to find safe solutions, I think, is a little unnecessary. I want to encourage staff to find solutions that help keep our residents safe and promote sustainable forms of transport.
Nathan, I will just have to interrupt you there. You have finished your allocated time, so
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming along today.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thanks for the opportunity.
We have Bridget O'Brien.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm a resident of Beckenham and I'm one of the cyclists the previous speaker just referred to. I bike to work every day. And one of the things I love about Christchurch is the cycling. And in fact, it's one of the reasons why I'd be reluctant to move anywhere else. So I really love cycling. For some strange reason, it sparks joy in me. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the satisfaction of beating the cars on the way to work or, trying to pass other cyclists on my race to work or whatever it is. But there's something about it that's really satisfying. And it's great for my mental health and well-being and my physical health as well. And actually during lockdown, I really missed it. I really missed that cycling to work, and I felt both physically and mentally, less well. So it would be fair to say I'm a big supporter of the cycleways in Christchurch, and I really commend the council for implementing them. I think you've done a fantastic job on that. The other thing, which was noted in the staff report is that we've seen, a big jump in cyclists in recent years. So we've seen a 30% increase, but also in the annual report, there's been a 23% drop in in deaths and serious injuries in the last 3 years. And that's fantastic result and really, really good to see. And I'm sure we all want a city that's safer for everyone. And so that's one of the main reasons why I love the Park Terrace cycleway. It just makes it safer for everybody. It's I bike along it reasonably often on my way to meetings in town, or if I'm meeting up with friends for a drink or a meal after work. And before, when we were sort of all sharing that combined cycleway with the pedestrians, it's very busy with pedestrians outside the Botanic Gardens and the museum. It's a very popular tourist area, and I sort of slowly weave my way through the pedestrians, but it was sort of less than ideal, not great for me. I'm not going very fast, and also more particularly, not great for them. It's not particularly pleasant experience having that sort of, everyone in that same crowded space. So as soon as I saw the Park Terrace cycleway and got to bike along, I was just like, this is just fantastic. So yeah. And also, I'm a big fan of cycleways in terms of helping reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So it's fantastic that the council declared a climate emergency, and we've got a climate resilience strategy. And obviously, transport is a big contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So everything that we can do to encourage people to cycle rather than drive is a good result in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. And having read the staff report, which I thought was very good, the impact on motorists is very minor. A 9.8 second increase on travel time over a 5k journey. I mean, really, that's the difference. It's not even one change of lights, really. So the impact on motorists, the inconvenience, is extremely minor. And, I think far more, the safety benefits of having a separated cycleway far outweigh the very minor inconvenience to motorists. So, yeah, in conclusion, I'm a big supporter. I think we should keep it the way it is. I mean, independent bus stop by all means if you want to, but yeah, I think ka pai, keep up the great work of making this an awesome and safe city to live in. Any questions?
Ali.
Thank you. The issue about CO2 emissions, there is greater congestion down there and a lack of flow of traffic. Appreciate the point on delay, and that is negligible. Does it not concern you that the congestion's creating greater emissions? Not a great thing for cyclists and pedestrians to be inhaling?
Well, actually, I read the staff report and it wasn't saying that there was actually an increase in congestion. I think they said there might be an extra 50 cars over the whole rush hour period that might have to wait one extra change of lights. So I think, it's negligible.
No, I mean the slowing of the traffic. It's not smooth through
so
there.
So again, the staff report was saying that it was actually getting people to actually go within the speed limit, whereas before most people had been speeding. So maybe they've slowed down the traffic to what was the speed limit. And again, like I went along there last night and I could see at 5:30 there was no particular slowing of traffic that I could see, and I counted like 15 cyclists in a very short space of time coming along the cycleway.
So you haven't seen the tailbacks down Kilmore to Montreal and so forth?
I haven't gone and done the detailed investigation.
Okay.
I'll leave that to staff.
Thank you.
But no, it's not a concern.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, Bridget, for coming along.
Thank you.
We are going to jump ahead now again because we are ahead of time. I'm going to get Mike. He's going to come up to the table and we're going to move to item, Item 9. Chester Street East, Barbados Street to Fitzgerald Avenue, proposed parking and no stopping restrictions. So did you want to speak to the report or just
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board for allowing me to submit this now. Yeah, you'll be aware that 2 residents of 173, that is the large block of apartments on the north side, have requested to reinstate P120 parking. So as part of the action from the board to investigate this, I've consulted with everybody. I've received only 3 responses to about 20 circulars put out to residents and to owners and occupiers. I've had 2 objecting and 1 in support. That is in addition to the 2 people requesting this. So all I can say about the 2 objections is that they're saying they feel it's going to further exacerbate their parking in the area. But from our observations, it's 100% parked out whenever we've been there. So all this will be doing is freeing up some parking that can be used by customers of the businesses, but also by residents if they so wish, albeit for 2 hours. But it certainly only applies during the day between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. So outside that time, it won't apply.
Right. Any questions for Mike? Emma? You turn your microphone on, Emma.
Sorry, so residents could park there from 4?
Yes, in fact, actually, from
4 p.m. So if it's to 6 p.m.
Sorry, it's from 6 p.m. From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. So yes, they can park there legally from 1 minute past 4 p.m. because that's an hour and 59 minutes, and then of course it's unrestricted from 6 p.m. Sorry, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, so they can actually park there overnight right through to 1 minute to 10. And then from 1 minute past 4, it's unrestricted because you're not overstaying that 2-hour period. So yeah,
okay, that's good.
No more questions. Do we have a mover and a seconder for this one? John and Sunita. Any debate? No. We'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried. Thanks, Mike.
thank you.
So we'll now jump back into our deputations. We have got Carrie Hunter. Welcome along, Carrie.
Is this good to sit here?
Yes. Go for it.
Kia ora koutou. I am a driver and a cyclist, and today I caught the bus and I use my feet. And most cyclists are also drivers. There's no particular essential conflict of interest. That new chunk of two-way cycle right way on Park Terrace and Rolleston Ave is fantastic. It's two-way, which I love. It separates pedestrians from cyclists, from motorists, which makes it safer, obviously for pedestrian and cyclists, but actually, even though there might be a few seconds delay, it actually can be more relaxing for drivers to not have to be watching out for cyclists as well. The bollards seem to be a cost-effective way to put this in place. What we need in the city is a fully connected networks everywhere. If this can be done quickly and at less cost, then we should be able to get more of it done more quickly. That would be fantastic. Encourage you to just get on and do more of it. Everybody benefits when we make the roads safe enough for the cyclists. We end up with more people out on active travel, fewer people driving, there's less risk of harm to a cyclist when they're out there. There's less of the air pollution that actually kills more people than collisions do, and that's a benefit to everybody, not just the individual cyclists who are on a particular stretch. And to put this small section, which is fantastic, into a bigger context, we have just this month reached global temperatures higher than they have been in over 100,000 years. We've left the Holocene behind. That's going to be a lot more disruptive than a few seconds of traffic congestion now and again. I think Aucklanders who have been affected and people in the North Island who have had roads washed away can attest to that. And this little piece of cycle lane isn't going to end climate change, but it's a part of a direction that we need to be going to make it possible for everybody to travel safely. And we're going to end up with petrol costs going through the roof at some stage anyway. People are going to be forced to get out of their cars, or at least many people are. We may as well set ourselves up so that that can go well when we're forced to. And many people already can't afford the petrol and need to be able to have other safe ways to get around. So I'm just find my way through my notes here. I'd also like you to think of it in terms of, obviously we need to cut emissions really fast. This is a human rights issue amongst everything else, as well as making it safer for individual cyclists. The basic direction of cutting our emissions by every way we can is about saving lives. What happens in the next 3, 4, 5 years will make the difference to millions, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of lives. That's a pretty major human rights issue, and you need to be making every decision in the light of the wider context, and as well as what works in a local area. And I've been thinking about this recently and thinking that there is a way in which it's also a treaty issue, because I'm tangata tiriti, tauiwi, and I consider it our responsibility to do our part of being good partners to the treaty is to protect the taonga. And the taonga include the ecosystems of the coastal ecosystems. It includes protecting the land. It includes protecting the people. And if we take any action that actively goes against that, is, in my view, both a breach of principles of human rights and of the treaty, as well as the sort of, cyclists and pedestrians, have a right to be safe in Christchurch just as much as the drivers do. And a democracy
a well-functioning democracy needs to be protecting the vulnerable members of society. And obviously on the roads, the cyclists are more vulnerable than the motorists and need to be given some safe space. So I encourage you to keep this bit of cycle lane. Make it permanent would be my suggestion, because it seems like a really good one, having been along it. And get on with implementing many more, this term preferably. And if you make safe routes, cyclists will come. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for taking the time to come along, Carrie. Next up, we have David Skipper. Welcome, David.
Hello.
Sorry, we are running ahead of time, so sorry to rush you.
Ooh, I was running. Yeah, thank you for having this meeting and allowing people to come in and talk. Yeah, as I say, my name's David. I work at an architectural firm in town, just on Colombo Street. I live out in Hallsville, so I bike that distance every day. It's 10 k's each way. It has a bit of a mission, but it's quicker than driving, so there is that. I just wanted to come today and talk a little about obviously the cycleway, and just go back, I guess, before we go forward. In 2010, there was a Christchurch City plan, a City for the People action plan. Architect Jan Gell and Bob Parker, Mayor at the time, put that plan out. Quite an interesting little read of pre-earthquake planning. It all, I guess, got thrown out the window not very long after. And as I say, I wanted to give the city space back to people, public space back to people. And one quote which I found in there was they wanted to spoil cyclists to increase numbers. None of us felt particularly spoiled in 2010 and 2011, but regardless, we were asked for our opinions on rebuilding the city after the earthquakes, and one consensus that was reached was for a greener and more people-focused city in 2011. 2012, we had a transport plan introduced and published. The plan was to improve access and choice, create opportunities to develop a cycle network during the rebuild, including quiet streets, shared pathways, dedicated cycleways, and support Christchurch in becoming a cycling city was the quote from that. 10 years later, obviously, we have a new draft transport plan, which has some similarities to the one 10 years before, some differences. And that plan says that while some steps have been taken, as per that previous plan, we need to go further and put cyclists first in our design process. That plan was described as radical by some, which is interesting given that it just follows on from the previous one 10 years earlier. I don't think the Park Terrace cycleway is radical. I don't think it's an example of council staff running amok. I think it's a reasonably accurate interpretation and implementation of the wishes of the Christchurch people and of the policy documents and plans which have been published by the council for the last 10 plus years. I think I'm fortunate to be able to cycle to work every day. I'm able to do that, as I say, all the way from Hallsville for a couple of reasons. One is that there is some improving infrastructure around which makes it easier to do that. The other reason probably is a certain level of risk tolerance on my part, that I don't mind mixing up with the traffic every day. I'm more than happy to weave in and around people, and when parents are pulling over and tooting the horn at you when you're going past Christ College in the morning, up the previous iteration of Rolleston Avenue, I'm more than happy to, give a few words back. However, that's not the case for everyone. I taught my partner to ride a bike last year, something she'd never really picked up at any stage in her life. And while the teaching part went well, we haven't actually done a lot of biking together, and part of that is that she doesn't feel safe on the street we live on. So you can't really get anywhere on a bike if the street you live on is uncomfortable for you to ride on, and that's the case where we live, even though it's a reasonably ordinary residential street. So that's really why I want to come here and just say, give my support to the piece of infrastructure that's been built, not only for that piece itself, but for the way it's been implemented. I think was done reasonably quickly and efficiently without huge cost and disruption. They didn't have to dig up any road, didn't have to rebuild any curbs or anything, which is fantastic. And I want other people to be able to share in what I see as the cheapest, the fastest, the healthiest, the most efficient, the most extendable, and the most sustainable way that I travel to work, which is by bike. So, thank you.
Thank you, David. Time for one quick question if anyone's got one. No? Oh, Simon. Yes.
Thank you. Interested in your thoughts on the interaction between the cycle lane and the two bus stops, the Rolleston Ave one where it ducks behind and the Park Terrace one further up where we have a recommendation to indent that bus stop?
I think both are fine. The ducking behind, the only problem with that, and I guess it's a result of not rebuilding the whole road, as it does kind of go up and down. It's a bit, but I, like I say, I understand why that's the case. It's not a strong thing for me because I haven't ridden the bus along there, and I don't drive along there, so I've only really biked. Yeah. In terms of the design of the cycleway itself, the only real changes I would think about making is just a connection to some of the other streets. Obviously, I come up there and then turn right onto one of the streets into town. It can be a bit haphazard, between the barriers and crossing the road and that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Fiona Bennett. Welcome along, Fiona.
Kia ora. Don't feel like I'm being heard. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Fiona Bennett tōku ingoa. I've been here many times, but lovely to see the community board here. It's a great space. I live in the Harewood area, and I cycle through town, all across town, and this section of cycleway has been missing for so many years, and it's fantastic that it's finally here. For whatever reason it came to being, the easements outside the museum, whatever, I'm just so happy that it's there. It's made such a difference cycling through there, not have to worry about people walking in front of me without looking, coming out of the museum, looking at their phones. But also for pedestrians, I hope they feel safer. Obviously, we haven't got many at the moment with the museum being shut, but when we've got lots of tourists coming in over summer, I expect to see lots of people walking around, and hopefully they have enough space. I was a bit concerned. I looked at the map for the indicative where the boundary fencing is going to be around the museum. I'm a little bit concerned it's going to be too small. I don't know if there's a plan to give them more space. But yeah, I hope that pedestrians are being prioritised, which is the whole purpose of this cycleway, is to give pedestrians the space they deserve so that they feel safe navigating, especially like the shared path on the eastern side of Park Terrace, the western side of Park Terrace, but on the eastern side of the river, was never really wide enough to be a shared path. I use that at night time because I don't feel safe going through Hagley Park when it's dark. I've been assaulted. I don't plan on doing it again. So having an alternative that's well lit makes a big difference.
Take your time.
With regards to the bus stops, I think stopping in the lane is fine. I used to catch the 17 all the time, and it hardly ever stops there anyway. So stopping in the lane for a few seconds doesn't really inconvenience people as much as stopping at a traffic light. Thank you. Take your time. Oh, that PTSD is still there, hey? What's really needed is to extend the cycleway and make it permanent. So if you get to the Salisbury Street crossing and then you're forced to go back into Hagley Park or change to a different street, there's no connection to somewhere safe at night time. So I'd love it to go all the way up to Russell Street. There's obviously going to be pushback on that, but we need to provide something that connects north, northwest, northeast, whatever. It just needs to be there needs to be safe connections to other infrastructure, be it across to the Papanui Parallel, up to Russell Street. There's a lot of students who go between Rangi and Christ College. At the moment, they go through the park, through the park. But at night time, I wouldn't recommend it for the girls. I've got a friend who works at Rangi, and she refuses to bike through the park because she works night shift at the boarding hostel. So it's very dangerous at night time. And I think men underestimate how unsafe women feel. I've forgotten what else I was going to say, so I'll open up for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Fiona. Any questions? Pauline?
I just wanted to thank you for coming in, and also thank you for what I think you're saying, that women feel unsafe sometimes, not just because of cycling on the road, but also cycling alone at night time.
Yeah, in dark places where someone could be lurking behind a tree. It's not just the possums in Hagley Park, there's lurkers.
Yeah, so you feel safer on the road at night time?
I feel safer on the road or somewhere that's better lit, that's got society that could see me, or if I shouted out if I needed help, someone could respond.
Right, thank you. That's really good.
Thank you, Fiona. Appreciate that perspective. Simon?
Thank you. Interested in your experience riding through the intersection at Armagh Street between the the access to Hagley Park, Armagh Street, Rolleston Park, cyclists, pedestrians. Before and currently, how's that working?
Okay, so I put some feedback through when the cycleway had just opened, but it actually hadn't had the green surfacing put in. So since the green surfacing's gone in, it feels a lot better. I feel like cars have slowed down a lot, which is fabulous because it's a 30k zone that everyone ignored. But also they're more cautious because they know that there's cyclists there. It's just knowing where the pedestrians are going to be and where the cyclists are going to be and where the cars are going to be. So I think, it's got a lot better than it used to be.
Are there any other improvements that you would like to see made at
yes.
the intersection?
I don't know how, but yes, it needs to be safer at Armagh Street, especially with tram tracks and things. Cyclists who are coming up Armagh Street have come from further east, want to go into Hagley Park, and it's just quite tricky to get across there. So it's something that's quite tricky is if you want to get on or off the cycleway, sometimes there's those kind of beigey colour areas to pull into that you can then pull into Hereford Street or whatever, but other areas don't have that, and you feel like you're going to stop traffic behind you if you just stop and try to turn left or turn right. So it's quite tricky navigating on and off. And I also wanted to come back to the hospital end, to the Armagh Street, Antigua Street bridge end. I see in other areas they've like narrowed the street, like Hereford Street, they've narrowed it. Can we do the same at Cashel Street? Because it's really wide for pedestrians navigating to and from the hospital and around that whole area. It's a really wide intersection, and you just don't know where people are going because people don't indicate. So if we could narrow it and make it a shorter crossing for pedestrians, both going along Park Terrace but also across to the hospital.
Jake, did you have a quick question? No. Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Fiona.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
That. Rosa Shaw, you're here to speak on behalf of Generation Zero.
Forgot my pen.
Welcome along, Rosa.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Rosa Shaw. I am a third year student at the University of Canterbury studying environmental science and geography, and I'm also here as a representative of Generation Zero, a youth-led climate justice group. We need cycleways like Park Terrace, and we need them for many reasons. There is a huge amount of scientific and community-based evidence in support of safe cycleways, which you will have already heard a lot of throughout this process, such as at previous meetings from industry professionals Simon Kingham and Grace Ryan. I will therefore focus more on the whys and the importance of the continuation of projects such as the Park Terrace Cycleway. The world is in flux. Issues such as climate change, biodiversity and habitat loss, social and cultural issues, both present and historic, are hugely prevalent and are for the most part not receiving the attention that they need. As a young person living in this time, I'm sure I speak for many of us when I say that it is an unnerving, frustrating, and often very discouraging place to be in. This may seem irrelevant in the context of a relatively short stretch of cycleway, but these topics are inherently connected. Increased active transport is the way of the future. Being low impact, it has huge environmental benefits, reducing emissions and causing less disruption to surrounding communities, habitats and biodiversity. It is incredibly beneficial to people's physical and mental health. It also has huge social benefits, providing connection between people. And I mean positive connection, not road rage, which I think we can all agree is a fairly common transportation experience when travelling by car in Christchurch. Cycleways such as Park Terrace provide opportunity. They provide opportunity for people, whether it is commuters, children, recreationalists, retirees, and also women and other marginalised groups, to be able to cycle safely. Cycleways such as Park Terrace provide a choice in modes of travel and a guarantee of safety in doing this. Our streets are for all people, and they should be designed this way. This means purpose-built and separated cycleways and footpaths alongside our roads, just like Park Terrace. I also want to touch on the future vision for Christchurch and its redevelopment, particularly from a young person's point of view. Christchurch has had a rough decade with many events rocking the city, but this rough decade has brought along the rare and invaluable opportunity to create a new and thriving space. To me, this looks like an inclusive, lively and vibrant city. Christchurch could be the city known to be forward-thinking, to be adaptable and sustainable. Implementing cycleways such as Park Terrace are crucial stepping stones and literal pathways towards this. Safe, purpose-built cycleways in and around the city centre will attract people from all walks of life to the city. Sorry, I've lost my place. Park Terrace is an example of how a relatively quick and cheap purpose-built cycleway can be implemented to achieve our city's transport and sustainability goals while providing a safe and fun route for the community. Christchurch also needs to move away from its car-centric identity. Results from a survey by the Christchurch City Council in 2022 showed that 96% of respondents predominantly rely on their cars for travel. We are known as a city that relies on our private vehicles for most of our travel, no matter the distance or our flat topography. And we are also the city with some of the highest rates of vehicle use in New Zealand. This is a sad fact, and honestly is pretty embarrassing. Additionally, data from Stats NZ shows that Christchurch has one of the highest rates of premature hospitalisations and deaths from air pollution in the country. Emissions from motor vehicles were the biggest contributor to this pollution. With this information in mind, I don't think it needs much more breaking down to see why access to safe cycleways like Park Terrace are crucial in reducing cars on roads and subsequently bringing huge social and environmental benefits to the city. As a city, we've set targets to halve our emissions by 2030 with the aim of being carbon zero by 2045. People won't change their behaviour and emissions won't be reduced if we don't have transport choices. We have to achieve these goals, but at the moment it feels like any progress is a slow trudge through sinking sand. Ōtautahi Christchurch has so much opportunity. We want Christchurch to be an accessible city where there are safe places for everyone. This includes for transport, and we need our local and central government to create and support this. The continuation and permanent implementation of the Park Terrace cycleway is a great example of this in action, and as I mentioned earlier, is a crucial stepping stone in creating a more livable, sustainable and attractive city. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much for that, Rosa. We have Kevin Searle up next. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Ironically, I'm probably living proof of why we need safer cycling. So, unfortunately, I got knocked off my bike by a car backing out into the lane cycleway going out for coming back from Sumner recently. In my daily Facebook annoyance to others, I posted today about the importance of gratitude, and I think the first thing I should do to this council is express gratitude for what you've done so far. You know that I'm a cyclist. Well, I'm a person actually who cycles and drives, and I ride between about 5,000 and 10,000 kilometres a year on my bike. do a bit more on my car. And I've travelled all over the world, and I can tell you that when I've travelled, some of my favourites are Perth, Vancouver and London for cycleways, and Christchurch, quite frankly, is on a par with those. So we're not doing too badly. You know, yes, we can be aspirational and keep it up, but we're not doing too badly. Never go to Amsterdam, because if you're a pedestrian, you're likely to die. And if you're a visiting cyclist, you'll get your bike stolen. They say in Amsterdam you should never own a bike more expensive than your lock. So I come to speak today because firstly will be on behalf of Christchurch School Cycling, and second part will be on behalf of myself. I'd like to make two comments, one observation and one plea, if I may. So until May, I'd been the regional school cycling coordinator for the last 10 years. During that time, I was also the national chairman of Cycling New Zealand Schools, and at Cycling New Zealand Schools, one of the key roles I played there was the development of the health and safety template for cycling events throughout New Zealand. Both regionally and nationally, we emphasise cycle safety as part of our event management. And earlier this year, I was delighted that our team here in Canterbury were commended for the quality of our safety emphasis by School Sport Canterbury. The first point is when we look at the Park Terrace cycleway, is that the council may not realise, but this creates a safety corridor almost 100% of the way to Hallswell for our Northern Edge schools. So when you get school, and some of the schools that I've looked at, Papanui coming along, clearly there's other, I'm talking from Park Terrace on, people might have other views, I'm simply dealing with this. Park Terrace, so you've got Papanui, Heaton, Rangiruru, St Margaret's, St Andrews and Christ College. So if they come onto Park Terrace, they then link to Antigua Street, which takes them all the way down to the Quarryman's cycle trail. And that will take them almost all the way, well, it'll take them out to Hallswell. And that's what I like to describe it as a corridor of safety. And we've really emphasised with our cyclists to use these separated cycleways, because historically 2 to 3 riders each year who attend, and we have about 200 riders attend each Wednesday out on Old Taitapu Road, 2 to 3 cyclists are injured reasonably badly on their return journeys home on roads which don't have cycleways. That's despite mandatory bright lighting, which we check, and most of the schools these days require high vis for the riders going out there. So a separated cycleway process is the answer. And as I see that, the Park Terrace now provides a unique opportunity to achieve that for a large number of schools. As a regular cyclist, as I indicated, I think that a separated cycleway is essentially, I regularly ride the cycleway through Park Terrace, and quite frankly there's frequently confusion. It'll be a little less going forward for a wee while because of the lack of the museum, but frequently tourists gathering in that area are more interested in selfies and taking photos than the people around them. And inevitably, if you ring a bell like I have on my bikes, they jump the wrong way because they're foreign visitors. And we've all probably done that overseas as well. And having run around Hagley Park for many years, I've noticed that runners now frequently are running with headphones, and separated pathways will, because they just simply don't hear. I think cyclists can be accused of that as well, please. But a separated cycleway through that area gives both cyclists and the runners, because we have a large number of runners using the park, those separated areas will be a great point of safety. So those are the two key points I'd like to make. The third is an observation, and that's really looking at the squeeze that Kilmore Street and Park Terrace, what I call the Kilmore Street Park Terrace squeeze, because I think that's changed now. There's an island and it separates it temporarily into a single lane. And when you get funneling like that, you will get traffic slowdown. The only thing that I would comment on, if the data that I read in the newspaper is correct, that it was a delay of 9.8 seconds, I think was, at most. So, however, I do have to admit to some motorists in New Zealand, that is a lifetime. So that's an observation is that I think that's an area that we really have to look at. And if that's the data, well, then I don't see it's an issue. And finally, a plea is that, and I'm not sure whether this is a bylaw potential, but I just cannot believe our cyclists who ride on the roadway when there's a cycleway beside them. And I truly believe that if we have a cycleway, it should be compulsory for cyclists to use them. So if you've got any questions, thanks very much.
We have run out of time for
Oh,
questions.
okay. Well, then no questions from me.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thanks.
Next up, we have Dave Gardner. Welcome along, Dave.
Hello.
You know the drill. You got 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dave Gardner. You might have seen me before, although this time I've got a moustache. Notice you have too. Loving it. I'd like to say thank you to the staff for all their hard work and supplying good facts and evidence in the face of negative criticism from some people in the council. I'm also a little disappointed in some of the elected council members and their attitudes towards staff. It's the, be cool, not cruel. And it's a shame that the children of the two nearby schools were not consulted on this, unlike in Heaton Intermediate when they were doing the raised crossing. It would have been good to have the school children's opinion, because they will also be the ones using it, not just adults. And thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone's inputs. I walk, I ride a bike, I use electric scooters, I used to ride a motorbike. I'm not against cars. I have driven a car for over 20 plus years. And so I'm also a driver as well, not just a person who rides a bicycle. I have used Park Terrace path as both a cyclist for 6 years, as it's on my way to the office, which is on Lincoln Road, and I'm in Redwood. And I have pushed a pram along there and had my child ride on a little bicycle while I'm walking there. And it's much too small currently, the shared path, to allow for cyclists to be on there as well. And you also have the lampposts, which are on either side, which would have to be removed, and that's a great expense to widen it. And as a user of multiple modes of transport, I fully support the current layout of Park Terrace. The benefits could be great for the events at Hagley Park. So when they close off Park Terrace for like Sparks in the Park or something, that gives a nice area for the cyclists to go along. And maybe temporary cycle locks could be put along there as well. It's also safer for walkers, joggers, parents, children and elderly. It's safer for people on bicycles. Safer for motorbikes by getting rid of the second lane. As I got my license on a motorbike, I know the dangers of cars and 2 lanes of traffic. If you're going the same speed as a car will just pull over and knock you off because they do not see you. So having the single lane is safer for motorcyclists as well. And a good parent does what's best for their child, and they don't give in to the tantrums of the child. You don't remove a gate in front of a fireplace because your 3-year-old complains that you can't get too close to the fireplace anymore. So, that's all. As I see city councillors as good parents, and board members as good parents as well, and the staff. Sorry. Thoughts about going forward? I use the Park Terrace cycleway. If Cranford Street can have a bus stop on in lane, then why can't Park Terrace? It is extra money of ratepayers to move it, and I'm sure we all know that Cranford Street does have those bus stops there, and that's on an arterial route from the Northern Express motorway extension. The cost to widen the existing path is a waste of ratepayers' money. It is now much safer, especially along Park Terrace and Armour Street Park entrance. I went there before the cycleway was in, and cars would pull out from Hagley Park and they'd pull out right in front of the shared path, just like they did on Cranford Street outside the Waitomo petrol station, because the sight lines are not good there. But now with the cycleway on the road, it's much more visible for cars to see people oncoming. I think the pedestrian crossings so you got the bus stops, and then you got the cycleway that goes around, and you got the painted little pedestrian crossings. I do think they should be raised, like they are along most other cycleways, just to slow down people on bicycles and make them aware that they should be giving way to pedestrians. And I look forward to the Salisbury Street part to be done as well. And I think this is great for Christchurch City goals and for the people of Christchurch to have it how it is. Any questions?
Time for a question if anyone's got one. Thank you very much for coming along, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Colleen Phillip and David Guthrie speaking on behalf of Sustainable Ototahi Christchurch.
So if I sit here, David, is that okay? Tēnā koutou katoa. David, Colleen, thank you for having us today. And I've been here since before lunch, and I've just been so heartened by listening to all the deputations. And I think, wow, what a healthy democracy we've got. It is just wonderful. Oh, okay. Well, I do actually want to reflect on one comment I heard before lunch, and that was that the climate crisis, I just want to reflect and say the climate crisis is not an ideology. It is just the reality facing us now. But it is understandable that people take a very personal approach and speak to their own interests and concerns. And to a certain extent, David and I will be doing this because David is a cyclist extraordinaire.
50 years.
And I am a pedestrian in the sense of this deputation. I walk often along the Rolleston area. I also drive. I drive the Park Terrace end relatively often. However, we are not here just for ourselves. We're trying to speak on behalf of a wider group of people who can't come today. And a lot of our younger colleagues are working full time, so we've stepped up on their behalf. So as a pedestrian, my main thing has been feeling so much safer and more relaxed walking along the Rolleston stretch. I'm usually with my elderly dog, and I like to think it's her that's deaf, not me, but it has been challenging in the past having cyclists and others, but particularly cyclists, but also scooters coming up behind. However, I have noticed that things do need improving a little from the layout that is there at the moment in that particular area, because it is a very, very busy visual field that pedestrians are facing at the moment. It is difficult to see pedestrian crossings, and the new placement sometimes only makes sense when one thinks about it in the context of the work on the museum. So it is a little irritating right now. Like, for example, yesterday I was there and I needed to cross the road. So walking along the road, not a problem, wonderful. Crossing is the issue I have as a pedestrian, is what I'm trying to say. I tried to cross the road and it said pedestrian crossing closed, but it really wasn't clear from the signage where I needed to cross. So that's what I'm meaning by it's a bit sort of messy, difficult to see at the moment. However, irritation is not the same thing as impact. I do want to add that because I've talked to a lot of drivers and I want to mention adjustment. Change feels hard for everyone, and drivers we've talked to have said that they felt puzzled. This is about the Park Terrace end now. Confused and even a little annoyed when they first encountered the changes, but they talk about that being very fleeting, that one or two experiences of the new layout and they've been fine. There's a messy look at the moment with all of the cones around the place. I'm sure that will change as, if it becomes established for the 5 years, but we have to remember that cones are a distress trigger for many people in Christchurch. Please don't confuse distress about other things with real concern about the configuration of the road. After all, this is a very short stretch in a vehicle. All of the things that have been happening in Christchurch in the last decade or so, but even in recent years with weather, with inflation, etc., resilience does appear low, doesn't it? Lashing out and negativity does seem to be at a relatively high level, And research shows that a community copes, showing resilience to disaster and trauma, and then stops doing so. And then any little thing can become difficult for people. This is no reason to allow a discourse against necessary changes, including to mitigate the climate crisis, to become dominant, and our wonderful city to drive along using a rear view mirror approach to the way forward. However, having said that, we were a cycling city in the 70s, weren't we? When I used to visit Christchurch from Auckland, I would stand entranced watching streams of cyclists emerging from Hagley Park into the CBD. Were people anti-cycling, aggressive, negative, using anti-cycling discourse for political impact in those days? This little stretch of road is all part of a bigger and very exciting story for All Tūtahi Christchurch. Please adopt it for the 5 years. It will all be okay. David, have you got anything
Yes,
to add?
how often are the tailbacks going all the way back to Montreal Street? And this 9.8 second, is that an average? What is the worst, and how often is there a real build-up? And I encourage the city councillors to maybe park and ride. I've done that for 50 years. Put your bike in the boot or on the back of your car, drive half the distance, and then ride your bike. Give it a go. Encourage.
Cool. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks for coming along. Next we have Rosalind Newman. Welcome, Rosalind.
Oh, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Who am I speaking to?
All of us.
All right, I'll give it a go. I ride most days down those two roads, Park Terrace and Rolleston Ave, Monday to Friday, between 6 a.m. and 7:30. And at the moment, it's dark, no matter what time I ride. So it means we need lights. Some people on scooters don't have their lights on. There are even some bicycles maybe whose light had gone out and they don't realise. Dogs don't wear lights. Pedestrians don't wear lights. So for me, this new cycleway down Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace has been an absolute godsend. I am a pensioner and I really value my safety. It was getting to the point where I was feeling like it was dangerous down there with all the pedestrians and the cyclists and the dogs and the scooters and the children all on the one pathway. So this has just been a most fantastic invention. And I have to say, I don't think the roads are that busy. So it's a perfect balance now with the cycleway being there. Sometimes the dogs are not even on leashes. And recently I saw a dog going faster than I've ever seen a cyclist or a runner. And the dog was not on a leash. It did have a yellow coat on, a bright high-vis vest. But it must have been a racing dog. And the guy who was running him, I don't know if it was any of you in here, but he seemed to have some level of control because the dog didn't actually hit anyone, which was a bit of a miracle. So there again, it's great that the cycles have got their own pathway. The fact that we've got a two-way pathway, we're not just all going one way, that's brilliant. The cycleways that I go from Beckenham right through to Montreal Street. It's brilliant because I don't have to worry about glass on the road. Whereas if I'm riding on the road and if it's raining, you can't see glass. But I come home via Barbados Street and there is invariably glass on the road and I just have to navigate through the glass, hoping that I never get a puncture because it's such a pain. But the cycleways pretty much prevent glass being on our pathway, and that's why I also appreciate them. I have hardly ever seen a bus down Park Terrace. Very, very occasionally, and especially at that hour of the morning, I don't think they go down there, but maybe they do, but they certainly don't stop, and there's not enough traffic to warrant worrying about it. So I did hear there was one person who was very upset because she got stuck behind a bus. Well, you know, if we were in Auckland or Wellington, or gosh, we're so lucky here. We are. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Were there any questions just before you shoot away? No, you made everything very clear. Thank you very much. And then finally, we have Robin McCarthy. Welcome, Robin.
Okay, Board Chair, fellow Community Board members, thank you for allowing me to come along and have a bit of a chat about these subjects today. I am both a long-time tour operator and also a bike operator, so I got a foot in both camps. I haven't got 3 feet to put my foot in another camp because I'm also the second, or was the second e-scooter, commercial e-scooter operator in New Zealand. Now, I was operating in the city for over 20 years, and as a tour operator, we were subjected to many changes, especially in respect to where we were going to be operating from. I can count up on 11 occasions where we were shoved from one street to another or another part of Cathedral Square. And with the changes now on Rolleston Avenue, the provision for tour coach operators to park on other streets is insufficient. I would ask that the council look at this again. I went online this morning and typed in tour coach operator parking in Christchurch City and nothing came up. So if you get an outside tour operator coming to the town, then there could be a problem. And driving around the streets of Christchurch does take up time and causes congestion in itself if you don't have a specific destination to head to. Now, I've listened to some of the other, or a lot of the other submissions today, and they've been predicated on the fact that, or on the basis that the Rolleston Avenue cycle lane is the primary reason to provide two-way traffic for both scooters and cyclists. Well, I thought it was for the redevelopment and refurbishment and strengthening of the museum. And I'm starting to wonder, well, what took place between the council and the people refurbishing and strengthening the museum in terms of their requirements, and why did it expand out to the way it has? I'd like to see some of the minutes or notes concerning those discussions, because if you're a truck operator and you're providing or supplying materials to the rebuild, well, you just park on the street, put some cones up, have a traffic management person there, unload your bits and pieces, and away you go. And this to me seems to be considerable overkill in terms of what's taking place. So I'm starting to wonder, was it a situation that this was the primary objective, was to have this cycle lane going both ways? And I just don't know the answer to that, but I would like to know. Anyway, I went along there this morning and I had a look, and majority of the cyclists and scooters were coming out of Hagley Park, coming east from west to east, and then turning down the new cycleway to the south. And that was in a ratio of about 8-1 coming down Park Terrace. Now, and I'm starting to think, well, and I will concede, I've heard today that intersection with, not Kilmore, but the couple back from the where it comes out of Botanic Gardens is quite a dog's breakfast, to say the least. I take the view that this whole layout is an aesthetic jungle. And other submitters have mentioned cones, there's traffic humps, there's bollards, there's signs, there's road signs. And I'm thinking, well, goodness me, this is a lot of clutter. Now, I've been a commercial pilot for a long time as well, and we've been involved in what they call cockpit resource management. Now, if you go and start throwing too many things, too many visual cues towards people, they start getting confused. So I think it needs a big tidy up, no matter what you're trying to achieve down there, folks. And also, too, you've got the islands, the traffic islands. I stood down there today and I was watching a truck and also a bus coming out of going west along Hereford Street and turning south into Rolleston Avenue. Because they put an island there, it's going right across the two lanes. And I think, well, why was that necessary, Because Yeah, originally the roads were designed to take a certain width of vehicle. Now, we've got the same problem today with cars. Cars have got wider. They're not skinny little cars running on skinny tyres any longer. So, you know, they've all got wider. So that should be taken into account. And narrowing up the road and corners especially, I think is just completely unnecessary. So there's a couple of other things here which I'd like to mention as well. I'll just check my notes here. Kilmore Street. I came down Kilmore Street the other day. I hadn't been in town for a long time, and I didn't know that it was actually only one way turning north as you get on to Park Terrace now. So I'm, oh dear, I don't want to use the word barrelling. You think that I'm hooning along, but anyway, I was barrelling down there. I will use it, and I'll take it on the chin. And then I realised it was only one way, so I indicated in some kind soul let me in. So I'm thinking, well, otherwise I would have had to go around the block and back again. And do I really want to do that? No. And should we be expecting other people to do that? No, I don't think we should. So therefore, I can see the reasoning for it. It's because of the cycle lane. Now, I would suggest that the cycle lane does not extend beyond Kilmore Street because I can't see what the purpose of it is. But anyway, and then you can retain the two turns right onto Park Terrace, and it would assist in traffic movement out of the city especially. I do still believe that, or I believe that the way to address this whole issue of a cycle lane is still a shared cycle lane, but a wider one. With a clear distinction like a hatched yellow line down or white line down the middle, just like you got on a road. I think that would solve a lot of problems. Although I do accept that it's rather late in the day for probably this to happen, but you know, nothing's impossible. I'd like to talk about cruise ship provision of passengers as well coming into the city, but maybe that's for another day.
Robin, I will just have to get you to wind up now.
Okay. I'll take any questions. I'd like to go on, but I'm not allowed to.
Oh, you could. So no time for questions, but so that's all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time. That brings us to the end of the deputations. So at this point, we're just going to take a 5-minute break before we come back to look at this item. Right, everyone, we'll get back underway. We do just quickly need to acknowledge item 6 on the agenda, which is presentation of petitions, and there are none. So that takes us on to item 7, which is the staff report for the Rolleston Avenue and Park Terrace changes. So I'll hand over to you again, Gemma.
Thank you. So this project started when council staff were seeking easements on Rolleston Avenue for the museum redevelopment, and the transport team was approached about reducing the width of the shared path to create a compound outside the museum. The work is underway at the museum, and construction is underway around establishing the new entrance to the park with the gates. So in terms of delivering, it was determined that the cycleway would go in first, which would ease congestion on the path to allow the development of the gates to be implemented, and then the museum would bring in the compound. The first containers should be on site in August, so we will start to see further changes soon. In terms of widening the shared path on Park Terrace, we have only completed scheme design, which is usually enough for us to understand costs and implications. The current path is 2.5 metres wide. We could widen this to 3.5 metres within the current constraints, given the large tree that's south of Kilmore Street, which requires us to deviate the path closer to the river, and further from the trees alongside the river, further to the north, where the bank starts to get steeper and the reduced width makes it more trickier to accommodate a wider path. Any works along the pathway will require bank works to be completed to allow the path to widen to 3.5. The works would be completed under a global consent, but would require the environmental management plan and the tree management plan. We haven't established any costs for any changes to the lighting, which is part of the scape artwork. Obviously, the cheapest option would be to work around them, but again, in trying to widen the path to accommodate the users, we're not sure if that's actually achievable at this stage. We haven't completed any detailed design. There was a question around delegations, and I'll invite Sophie to come and talk to you about that.
I'm stealing your chair. So I think I just wanted to clarify the delegation that this decision is made under. So it is in the report, but I just wanted to reiterate that it's a staff delegation. So in the report, this is referred to in the legal implications section under the statutory power to undertake the proposals. So it sits under Clause 11 of Schedule 10 of the Local Government Act 1974. So the power there has been delegated to staff. It's in the delegations register, and so it's a powerful staff to exercise. However, in line with what was agreed with councillors, this is why it's been before you today. It's not usual that a staff delegation we would seek community board and council approval of it, but because of the process agreed, that's why it's now before you today. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because I know there was some uncertainty around that. So, yeah. What's that? A why? So we'd have to go back to look for the reasons why that delegation was given in the first place. Yeah, I
think one of the reasons for temporary traffic management to be delegated to staff is we get probably about 100 temporary traffic management plans coming in per week to approve. So that's why it's a very technical bit of work normally, and it's staff undertake that. If we were to if that wasn't delegated to staff, those 100 odd TMPs would need to come to yourselves or to council for approval, and that isn't really feasible. We do acknowledge that this is a slightly different situation, and as we acknowledged in the council briefings regarding this in the past, there is a grey area, and we acknowledge that. And moving forward, any works that we want to put in that are considered temporary that isn't necessarily right outside the construction site, we would come to the board or council for approval as needed.
Could I ask a question?
Was there anything else you guys wanted to speak to before we move to questions?
Just about the temporary management.
No? Okay, we'll move to questions then, Ali.
Just very quickly, the temporary, and thank you for acknowledging that you get hundreds of them, but this is different to those hundreds that you get. Temporary management would normally be cones, the bars, stuff that's there for a few days and then disappears again, would it? It's a question.
Not always. We have actually done other work similar to this in the past. What was the roundabout we did, Gemma?
Oric.
Yeah, Cowles Oric. That was a request from the board to deal with a boy racer issue or antisocial road user issue at the time, and we put in a roundabout. We did it, and we gained approval through briefings. There was no traffic resolutions to resolve that, and that was seen as a good method of trialling a new situation.
And that came as a recommendation from the board to you, not something delegated to staff to put in place.
It was done under staff delegation.
From a board recommendation.
Yes. Yes. So we presented to the board. We did a briefing to the board. We undertook some local stakeholder engagement, and then we went back to the board and said, this is the way we're going to do it. And the report's actually going to go in August to make it permanent.
Okay, thank you.
It's very similar to the process we're now going through for this.
Victoria?
Can we just, following on from what Ali's asked, I'm unclear on which part of this is the grey area. You'll be aware that councillors tried to move a motion to review the delegations. Given that this is some aspects are a grey area, do you think we need to review them? And which particular part is grey? I'm really struggling with that.
Yeah. So staff have delegation to approve temporary works on the road. Nearly all reasons for temporary works is because there's some construction or work site happening. In this instance, outside the museum. Further up the road, at Park Terrace, there is no construction there. So yes, we can still do temporary stuff there, but the reason for doing it isn't as valid. If that makes sense. And again, similarly, we have done other projects under temporary traffic management plans without there being works there. What we're now saying is, if we're going to do any future projects of this nature, where there isn't, they're not directly associated with a construction project, we would seek a recommendation from the board and council.
So if you could have done this again.
Can I, through the chair,
yes.
Can I add, as we've agreed with councillors, that there is going to be a workshop on this to have more clarity about the whole temporary traffic management. So there is going to be a workshop with councillors to provide more clarity, more understanding, so that we're all clear.
So can I just confirm that you've said that the works on Park Terrace are not directly associated with the museum redevelopment works? That's what you've said?
Yep. So it's a knock-on effect and it's an opportunity. So that's correct, but they're not to facilitate the construction works as they are on Rolleston Avenue.
But if you hadn't done Rolleston Ave, you probably wouldn't.
We wouldn't have done. No. So it's a knock-on effect.
Yeah. Who else got a question? Emma.
So why hasn't this second that the Park Terrace bit been put in as a permanent change?
We're able to just individual.
It's to enable the consultation to occur. I guess because of the controversy around it, wanted to enable the consultation to occur. Yeah.
And once all the works outside the museum are removed, again, we would have to relook at what we do on Park Terrace anyway. So
once the building work finishes, this has to stop and go back to as it was
at this
present time.
At this point, yes. Yeah.
And so on that, what is the state of the road, and when is it up for replacement?
From a maintenance point of view, I don't know. Sorry.
There is a longer term plan project for Rolleston Ave in the long term plan for an accessible city, but there hasn't been any design work or investigations undertaken. So as the 5 years gets to an end, there's a chance, if that project's come forward in the long-term plan, that it can all be looked at again and engaged with the community at that time. Otherwise, yes, at the end of the temporary traffic management plan period, we would have to remove it.
Jake, you've got a question, then we'll come to Pauline and then Ali.
Can you speak to the cost savings of combining the work together? Like, just as a rough guide, how much would this have cost? Not that we would have done it separately, versus how much it's cost by being able to combine it with the stuff outside Rolleston.
So a lot of the costs for this work, I think it was around $100,000, was around temporary traffic management for the works to be installed. So the savings really come from doing it once, having a contractor out on site. They need time to establish and then get underway. So the biggest cost saving really was around combining the two while having the contractor out on site, rather than having to do one part and then re-establish and then close down the traffic lanes again to do that additional part of Terrace. So we do acknowledge that the northbound lane closure did create additional congestion, particularly on Montreal Street, but then having to go back to do it again means that we would have to do that again to get the works in. So it was a short, sharp hit for us to deliver the work and then leave the site. So that's where the biggest savings came from.
Through the chair, can I just clarify, are we on full on into questions? Is the presentation finished, or have we just started questions partway through?
No, the presentation was finished, so we're in questions now. Yeah, so we're going to go Pauline and then Ali.
Yeah, so we had a presenter that mentioned that the consultation or the engagement or survey was done during the school holidays. I don't think that's correct, is it? So I just thought, could we clarify that? It was not in the school holidays. It's 29th of May till the 12th of June. So thank you. And then another question is, since the rephasing of the traffic lights at Kilmore and Park Terrace, has that mitigated the traffic backing up all the way back to Montreal and around Cranmer Square, as another presenter claimed it was doing?
Yeah, so I was there last night again, and I do appreciate we are in school holidays, but I wasn't noticing any congestion coming all the way back to Victoria Street. I was looking down the whole street. We had issues, well, they're not issues, it's just ongoing. There's a lot of construction in town at the minute, so even the Cranmer Courts that was underway had temporary traffic management plan in place to reduce a lane drop, which then also created further congestion and delay. So I think people are still quite conscious that when we put the scheme in, it did create some additional queuing. That big site that's being developed also created some additional traffic. So I think when the schools go back next week, we'll be able to go out and have another look to see if it's really settled down. But the monitoring that had been done, even pre-signal phasing changes, that queue was only occurring beyond the 14. I think it occurred 3 times in the evening peak. So we would just assume that would have dropped off and everyone was getting through on the greens.
Yep. And so when the traffic lights there at Kilmore and Park Terrace, are they continually monitored electronically and adjusted as the flow changes?
They are, yeah.
Yeah.
The timings change gradually throughout the day on their own.
Yeah.
But more significant changes need to be done manually through our control system. So we will have people watching them and watching the CCTV cameras and making changes as needed. We could have gotten to that sooner, and we should have. And that's why the changes to the timings were only made a week or so ago.
Yeah.
But as we come out of school holidays, they will be watching that intersection and making changes to adapt it as they need to try and make it as efficient as possible.
Thank you. And should the staff recommendation pass here today, I think in the report it states that there's intended to be an annual review of this. Is that correct?
Correct. We have to submit a new traffic management plan every 12 months.
Yep. And so we want to note that in the...
We've actually got, we've drafted up a resolution there, number 2, request that staff brief the community board on an annual basis in relation to 12 monthly reviews of the temporary traffic management plan.
Excellent, that's great, thank you.
Was that all from you, Pauline? Yeah. Ali?
Thank you. I just wondered if you could explain why something can be installed under temporary management plan for what I understood was 5 years. So I just want some clarification around that, because I understand that's not correct, but that's in fact what some of our submitters have talked about, and I believe it's been reported in the media as well, when in fact temporary is considered more around the 3 to 6 months. So I just wanted to clarify that. And also I understand that there was an urgent need to implement the changes to Rolleston Ave because the museum work was to start soon. And that's some of the haste here. So my question is why there was not adequate notice given to the City Council regarding the museum work, and hence this rush. And then that had a domino effect on the work that was then required for Park Terrace. So that's my first question.
I'll answer the first part of your question around the temporary traffic management. Temporary traffic management plans can last up to a year, and as we've said, every year we'd then have to renew them. So we can't put one in for longer than that. So we can't put a temporary traffic management plan in for 5 years. We would renew it every year if we needed to. There's many TMPs around the city that have been in for a long time, and a lot of them have been in place since the earthquakes. It was only up until recently, a lot of the old red zone roads were closed under temporary traffic management plans. So some temporary traffic management plans do sit in situ for a long time, but they get renewed periodically.
The 5 years is related to the museum work, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and then my other question was, why was there not adequate notice from the museum's start work to council? Or what was the notice actually?
I think the notice was more around the engagement on the easements, which I'll ask Tessa to talk to.
I can't talk directly to the relationship between the museum giving us notice of their proposal and how quickly they're able to implement, but certainly I was involved in the consultation around the easements over our land, both in the Botanic Gardens and in the front there towards Park Terrace. Once they put in an application for an easement, we have to consult. The process starts there. We as far as I'm aware, don't hold it up. We might need to talk to someone from property to get you more detailed information, but the process generally is they put an application, we go out and we consult, we go in for a decision, and somewhere along the line there, the transport team were made aware of exactly the implications for the multimodal access to the site, that shared path running in front, that would no longer be available to cyclists, and it was identified that then the cyclists needed somewhere to go that was because of the amount of traffic. So that was the domino effect that you're talking about. If you're really asking, was there an opportunity for us to push back?
No, I'm not asking that. Yeah. What I'm interested in, what you've just said there, is somewhere along the line. So what I'd like to know is then what was the time frame there?
I'm pretty sure.
So the easement engagement.
It was prior to consultation. I think there was conversations between our teams. So we identified it as that consultation came to us. We identified that there was a transport implication. Of course, parks aren't necessarily thinking that way. We, in a fortunate position, we straddle all units of council, and so conversations were had directly with our transport colleagues about, hey, we think there's an issue coming up here that we might like. I
guess what I'm trying to establish is between the museum putting in its applications for the easement work and the council realising that this was actually reasonably significant with regards to the cycle and the pathways being affected. What sort of time frame are we talking about? Between
less than a month.
Less than a month. It was around August last year.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
Okay, no, thank you. That's what I was asking. I also wanted to inquire about the, I think Pauline mentioned it, with regards to the, I had it right in front of me, the, sorry, look, go to someone else, I'll just pull up the, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, Victoria, then Emma, then Simon.
Thank you. Can I just touch on safety, please? We had a deputation today from Matthew Reid. We had a copy of his presentation in our papers, and he made some comments about the changes being confusing and fundamentally dangerous, and there being some ambiguity for the users, and he gave us in his presentation the number of incidents, accidents, and near misses that he witnessed in I think it was a 40-minute window between 7:50 a.m. and 8:30 on one day. I wonder if you had any response to those issues that he's raised around ambiguity and safety and it being fundamentally dangerous, because we heard this from a number of people today.
So in terms of safety, and when we're preparing scheme designs for implementation, they do go through independent safe system audits. They're completed and staff have to address the issues or provide reasons for not taking on board the safety auditor's concerns. So that was worked through. We acknowledge that during implementation, and even still now, there is other traffic management out on the street with the hotel rebuild, that it does appear to be confusing in some parts, but fundamentally unsafe would, I don't think is correct. We have had a post-construction audit completed. We are working through that. Again, that's an independent audit, and we'll address the rest of, we're addressing the concerns on Rolleston Ave currently, and we'll address the issues on Park Terrace if the path continues, if the cycleway remains in place. We haven't had any, I think we've had one issue raised from our contractors. So contractors on site have to report near misses to council when it's in their work sites. And I'm only aware of one incident, and that was around a cable being cut. I don't have any other feedback from contractors about near misses at all. As things progress, we will continue to monitor it. We have had some feedback about some cyclist behaviour, and that's kind of head down, bum up, not looking really around their surroundings. And I have asked the education team to maybe we put some additional messaging out in the market to say, please come on, this is it's such a high use area by all modes. Everyone needs to just respect each other within that space. So we have had that feedback, and I've written down quite a few comments that people have raised today, and we can have a look at those to see if we can get any further improvements. But to say it's fundamentally unsafe, I would disagree.
So can I raise then and highlight particularly the Armagh Street Bridge? We've heard quite a lot of people talking about that. Do you think there's some room for improvement there?
There is definitely room for improvement there, and I think if we looked at the whole intersection together with the approach, the current markings on the bridge, we've got shared paths, but actually people aren't using them, and a lot of people crossing the diagonal from where they're coming. So I think it does need, that intersection needs to be looked at with the bridge, and we can do that with further engagement with some of the users that have raised those items today.
Okay, so you're just touching on then further engagement. I'm keen to understand, what does the process look like to consider and make any further changes, and do you think we need that information about the further changes that are possible in order to actually make our decision? Because it legitimately appears to me that this is an issue that most people agree on. I know there's lots of things that people don't agree on, but I think fundamentally there's a lot of agreement around the need for additional work at that particular intersection, and that may be a valid reason for us to lay this on the table today and to get some further information so that we can make a fully informed decision about the future of this piece of road.
I don't think it needs to be laid on the table in that the number of people using that intersection isn't going to change, and I think having the two cycleways come in from either side puts cyclists in a more visible position. But what we could do is, if staff have a look at some alternative options, bring them to the board for another briefing, and then talk to our users, and then bring something back to the board in a more traditional process. We could do that following any decision today.
If I could chip in from a consultation perspective, I think it's also a lot easier for people who want to provide feedback if it's really clear what they're providing feedback on at that point in time. If we left this decision open and went back with consultation around the Armagh Street Bridge, people would just use that as another opportunity to reiterate their feelings on the cycleway itself in its current format. makes it really hard for us as staff to dissect what we're actually hearing that's new. It's a much cleaner process for us, certainly, and it's a lot easier for the community to understand if the process runs its course with a decision, and then there's an added on, maybe we need to make improvements at the Armour Street Bridge that has its own consultation with its own plans, has its own decision-making process. It's cleaner for us.
So from my perspective as a decision maker, I think that the Armour Street intersection is fundamentally connected to the options that we have before us, because some of those options are taking the cycleway right back to the Armour Street bridge. So my preference would be to get that further information, but I suppose we can deal with that in debate, so I'm happy to just leave that there. But it does bring me on to my second question, which is in relation to the TMPs that are to be reviewed on a 12-monthly basis. And I can see up there, Emma, that you've got under 2, request that staff brief the community board on an annual basis in relation to 12 monthly reviews of the TMP. So this is referred to at paragraph 2.3 in your officer's report. I'd like to understand, please, what does the review process entail? What are the inputs? What are the outputs? And what usually happens under these 12 monthly reviews?
Usually it would be to make sure that the traffic management plan that's in place is still fit for purpose. So it'd look at flow data, crash data, all safety information, and say, is it still needed and is it still fit for purpose? I think due to the nature of this one, I think, as we've mentioned previously, we'd probably want to do a bit more of a thorough review and almost the same type of data analysis as we've shown you today, and report back to you on that.
So who makes the ultimate decision on whether there's any changes to be made or whether it just stays as it is?
Technically, it's a staff delegation to reapprove a TMP. But I think in this case, again, because of the interest, it's something we could come back to the board for a decision.
I wonder if recommendation 2 needs to be clarified then, for that to come back to us for a decision rather than being briefed.
I think we could come back and brief the board, and then if there's any concerns or issues and there's need for change, we could then, following that briefing, come back with a decision report.
Okay, so given that I'm a relatively new councillor, tell me, in your experience, have you ever not renewed your TMPs for the period of the project?
Not that I can think of, no.
Just to clarify though, we have changed them and altered them, because they haven't been fit for purpose or the construction works have changed. So they do change.
Thank you, that's helpful. My next question then is, at paragraph 3.4 of your report, you reference consistency across Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace as a reason for undertaking and now retaining the Park Terrace works. And I'm just mindful that Park Terrace is considerably wider, it's got less built infrastructure, it's got open space all the way along one entire side, and it's got much better visibility, as well as having additional pathways inside the park, outside the park, and on the city side of Park Terrace. So can you talk me through then your logic about the need for consistency between Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace when they are fundamentally different operating environments?
So as a person riding a bike on our major cycleways, we always try to provide a consistent level of service. It doesn't necessarily need to be the same facility type, as long as the person riding feels that they're being given the same level of service and safety across their whole journey on these major cycleways. In terms of consistency, in this case, we've extended the two-way cycleway on the road using the bollards, which gives it that consistency. If I think one of the options we looked at was to bring the cycleway south of Kilmore Street and then put them back onto a shared path. Without widening that shared path, it would feel like a different level of service. So really the consistency in this situation is just around maintaining the two-way cycleway on road with the bollards and the paint. It looks and feels consistent. But if the idea was to move the cyclist back onto a shared path, unless other improvements were made, it would feel like quite a reduction in the level of service provided to cyclists.
And so when it's talking about levels of service, are you talking about for cyclists exclusively, or are you talking about all road users?
When we're looking at scheme options, we do have to consider all road users. So people walking, cycling, scooting, driving, and motorcycling. All users get considered when we're looking at scheme design.
Can we jump on then, please, to the staff memo of 31 August 2022? The only reference in that staff memo is Rolleston Ave. There's no mention of Park Terrace at all. So is it correct then, at the time that that memo came in 31 August 22, there was no intention to include Park Terrace at that time?
At that time, no. That first memo that went to elected members was really just we've acknowledged that this museum rebuild's coming. We would need to do something to make sure that all road users have safe access to Rolleston Avenue. And then after that memo was submitted, we then started to do some more investigations around the scheme. And that was when we were aware of the issues at Armour Street. And then we undertook further investigations along Park Terrace and fed that into the design, which then went into the next memo to council.
Midstream, sometime between August and the 9 January memo, there's the reference to Park Terrace, and in your report you talk about the engagement with stakeholders during December and January. So presumably you've received feedback. What was that feedback, and where do we find that feedback?
So the feedback is in a consultation log that we normally produce, which we could probably provide. We went along and visited every business along Rolleston Avenue to talk to them about the scheme. There wasn't any red flags. Most of them were very supportive of maintaining good access for people so that people can get to and from Rolleston Avenue safely. We also engaged with the school, Christ College, and also the primary school on the corner of Kilmore Street and the George Hotel. At that point, nobody really raised any concerns about the scheme. And then we also engaged with our standard stakeholder list, which includes our emergency services, Environment Canterbury, spokes. Yeah.
So I understand all that. I'm trying to get to what feedback have you received and when that then raised the flag for you to decide to extend it up into Park Terrace. Now, I'm aware there's information in Hybris. I think I've pronounced that correctly. Is that, so it talks about staff identified safety issues on Park Terrace to Salisbury Street. That's at paragraph 5 of your report on page 18. So we know there's the information in Hybris. There's a lot of noise about the Armour Street Bridge, and there's 3 entries about the crossing point at Salisbury Street. So is that the information that you're talking about in Hybris that identified the safety issues to warrant you looking and engaging on Park Terrace, or is there something else that we've missed? Because you talk about feedback in the consultation log. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't know where that is. So I'd really like some clarity, please, to understand at what point and why and how the extension to include Park Terrace came along.
So it was through some of the feedback through the Hybris system. It collects tickets. We can identify tickets that people have put in requests or they've snapped and solved, and we look at that. We also, I guess, use engineering judgment from being out on site, watching people trying to cross at that point as well. It is busy in the mornings, and the previous chicane there did make it quite difficult for people on bikes, especially when there was groups of children crossing through there. Heading eastbound. So it was really a case of on-site observations, the tickets in Hybris, and taking that, putting it onto a plan, and then engaging with the people along Park Terrace and Rolleston Ave.
So you can confirm in Hybris and through the Hybris system that there weren't any complaints about congestion on the shared path or speeding. There's only what's in front of us in our material is that there were many complaints about the Armour Street Bridge and 3 about the crossing point at Salisbury, but there weren't any other material in the hybrid system referencing speed, congestion, or any requests for a separated cycleway?
Correct. That is correct. Yes.
My next question really is, there's been a lot of analysis into the Park Terrace works now, and thank you for doing all of that in quite a tight time frame. I'd like to know whether there was any analysis done, even preliminary analysis of the Park Terrace works before you put them in, and whether there was consideration of options to improve the crossing points or any safety audits or anything in that regard, or whether it has all been done after the fact. And I raise this because the evidence is telling us the concerns were around the Armagh Street Bridge and pedestrian crossing at Salisbury Street. So I'd like to know whether other options were considered to try and address those concerns and on their own instead of putting in the cycleway. I'm trying to understand that, please.
So the main issue at Salisbury Street is the speed of vehicles travelling northbound. We know from the data that a lot of people are travelling in excess of the 50 kilometre an hour speed limit, and we know that the traffic volumes make it quite difficult to get to the middle island because people are being discharged from the lights all in one go, which does mean that there's not many gaps for people to take to cross. When looking at that crossing point, really the only option is to fully signalise it and maintain the 2 lanes, or in extending the cycleway, it would mean that people only had to cross 1 lane. And we know that when you start to visually narrow the carriageway, it does have an impact on vehicle speeds. So the low-cost option was, let's extend the cycleway by taking out the traffic lane. We had looked at Kilmore Street, and the queues were quite short given that they did have the 2 lanes. So stacking everyone into one, we did feel fairly confident that most people would get through on those lights. So the 2 options at Salisbury was either quite an expensive one or extending the cycleway and reducing the amount of traffic lanes that people had to cross. And we know that there has been that reduction in speed of northbound vehicles.
Just in... Oh, sorry, it's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Sorry.
Pause to say. So was there, just going back to part of that question, I appreciate it was quite long and convoluted and not very clear. Was there any analysis done of your Park Terrace works before you put them in?
Not in terms of traffic modelling. There was a safe system audit completed, which we have to do prior to implementation of any scheme at council.
Have we seen that safe system audit? In fact, I seem to recall somewhere that you closed it out and I didn't know what that meant. So that was another question I meant to ask. So yes, you did do a safe systems audit. I don't know if I've seen that, and I don't know what it meant in our papers when it said I've closed it out.
We got emailed it a couple of days ago, I think it was.
Yeah, so when we talk about closing it out, the safety auditor will raise an issue. The designer has to respond to that issue, and then if there's disagreement, an independent safety engineer would be involved to kind of mediate between the two and then provide that kind of recommendation to the client, which would be Steve, in this case, for him to sign off the safety audit. So it's just making sure it's all closed out before we actually go out on site and deliver the scheme.
Sorry, there was so much material. I must have missed that one.
Sorry.
Can I just go back then, double around to, you said there were 2 options. One was to fully signalise at Salisbury Street intersection there on Park Terrace, or the other option that we've chosen. Did you at any time consider consulting like we normally would on something which is quite major to traffic users?
Yeah, I think like I said in the presentation at the beginning of the day, the point of difference for this one was that it was already in place. It was a staff delegation. It just had a lot of points of difference to a standard consultation. We'd run thorough early consultation with the key stakeholders along the road. We'd received no red flags from them at all. This didn't feel like it was going to go the way that it did. Obviously, once it had gained the traction that it did in terms of interest, both politically and within the media, we knew that we had to turn around a way for people to provide feedback quite quickly. We've talked to those timeframes already. And so when you have something that is already in play, a user survey feels like a far more genuine offering to the public than, hey, whole of the city, have your say through a submissions process. Being able to draw on people's actual experience of using the facility, coupled with the traffic data that was being collected at the same time, felt like a really good marriage in terms of providing you with really good intel into how it was being used, how it was impacting on people. That was genuinely, we thought that was absolutely the way to go. Obviously, certain things happened. The survey has undoubtedly been perceived as a submissions process and treated like that by some people. There has been confusion. It's unfortunate. But yeah, we are where we are.
Can we just have a look at that road user data then? You've just touched on that. The data that's before us in the report said that there were 4 out of the 8 reported crashes in the area were on Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace over a 5-year period. Seems that 3 of those were for visibility at intersection and 1 was for being doored. There doesn't appear to be any crashes as a result of speed or anything else on that area that gives you an evidential basis for this.
So the 4 non-injury crashes that involved vehicles only, one of them was a loss of control, which could imply speed, but there wasn't any trends within the vehicle data enough for me to say yes or no.
Thank you for allowing me that. I've got one final one. It's a slightly lighter topic. It's about the speed cushions. They're popping up everywhere, and I'm a regular user of this stretch of road. So I am regularly seeing pedestrians using those cushions as crossing points on a number of places along that road. Do you think it's confusing for pedestrians? Is this a safety concern? Is this something that's raised before? Is it something we need to be having a look at?
So it is, I guess, a new treatment that we have tried in Christchurch. We have been made aware that people are crossing on them, and it might be that if as things progress, we could change them out for actual crossing tables rather than speed cushions themselves. But it is to some extent, it's a next science experiment out there. It's a live kind of trial that we're using new materials. The benefit is that everyone is slowing down and the operating speeds are under that 30 kilometres an hour, which we know is a more survivable speed if something was to happen.
Notice that at a number of the points along there, the curb is actually cut down exactly where those bumps are. So it's almost as if it's encouraging them to use.
And under different circumstances, those cut downs should be filled in to discourage people crossing at those locations. Ideally, speed humps. They shouldn't be something that's nice to walk over, because it's basically forming a giant big trip hazard, aren't they? So they shouldn't be that attractive to cross. But if we've already got a dropped curb on the footpath, then that's the starting point that's saying this is somewhere where you can cross.
Thank you very much for that really comprehensive response, and thank you to everyone for allowing me so much time when it's been a very long day.
Emma, questions?
Yes, I was just going to put questions of interest from around Rolleston Street area, straight outside the museum. Was it looking at the management of cars in the area and trying to take them out of the area altogether? Was that ever looked at?
No, it wasn't. And I think we were just coming through with this scheme option when Gloucester Street was out for consultation, and there were some lessons learned there that we didn't want to push this too far. All we had to do was maintain access and make sure it was safe for all road users. Anything more than that would have had to have been a full consultation process, because that would be restricting vehicles in quite a high use area.
So there's not 2 streets on either side of the museum that go round in a sort of a circle, providing that sort of vehicular motion in the area on either side without going straight through on Rolleston?
So you would have technically Gloucester and Armour and Hereford and Cashel Street where you could do loops. I think that would that was probably a step too far outside of what we could do at the same time. There's nothing to say it can't happen in future. But again, that we didn't want to take it that far. All we wanted to do was maintain safe access with minimal impact to all road users.
So who is the biggest user outside the museum?
It's probably going to get to a point where people walking, cycling and scooting equate to the number of vehicles on the road.
Opportunity lost there, hey? Okay, and just another quick question. Who's paying for the TMP?
So that's coming out of the minor road safety budget.
So the council's paying for
Council will pay for it.
So, and how much does that cost per year?
It's the renewal fee. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to find out for you.
It's
$3,000 a month or something like
No,
that?
no, the renewal fee will be in the hundreds of dollars.
No, but isn't there a monthly fee to have a traffic management plan to change the road? Is there not a monthly ongoing fee for that traffic management plan?
So as part of the traffic management plan, we do have to make sure that all of the bollards are in place, the signs are in place. So yes, someone from our contractor will go out and check the site once a month. It's
a
an
minor
hour.
fee.
It's
a minor fee, but it's also going to go on for 5 years. And what does that add up to? And would it be better for us to be looking at a long-term solution rather than temporary?
Yep.
Cost benefit wise.
Yeah, no, that's an option for consideration.
Right, Simon, and then we'll come to Ali.
Thank you. A couple of questions around design and amenity for users of this area. Just first of all, just wanting to be clear and sure for myself of the 7 options that are in front of us, even the most nuclear options you've given us involve pulling the cycleway back to just north of Armagh Street, but I'm pretty sure we don't have any options on the table that involve alternatives to what's currently implemented at Armagh Street, Rolleston Ave up to Armagh Street.
Correct. All of the options are the same at the Armagh Street, Park Terrace, Rolleston Avenue intersection.
Kapai, thank you. And just, Gemma, I think you've answered this already a little bit. I just want to be really clear around some of the feedback we've heard around design aspects, both within Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace. The ones I picked up in particular, and not looking for a response now, but just looking for confirmation that they have been picked up by staff. One is around safety and amenity for pedestrians crossing at the pedestrian crossing by Armagh Street. I had a wee look at that at lunchtime today. Myself, and I think someone's mentioned, I think there was a refuge island that's now not there because of the changes in width. So I'd be interested in staff at least considering what else could be done with that. And the other one was the connection between the cycle lane and Peterborough Street for cyclists. That's not a good connection at the moment. And is it possible for there to be some further consideration of that and other issues that have been brought up today?
Correct, yes. I've also noted some issues around the bus stop, the change from the cycleway to the shared path at Antigua Street Bridge, and the crossing connections to all the side roads.
Super.
So we can certainly look at those.
Thank you.
Pauline, did you have another question?
Yes, just coming back to Emma's point about if the board was of a mind to look at making these changes permanent, can you remind me, am I correct in saying that the QTP people said that it probably, we would need to survey this and monitor it for at least a year to really get the data to support any decision like that? So we couldn't do that immediately anyway.
I think, really simply, I think the more data we get, the more accurate we can be in our assumptions on the impact.
Yep, so if we were of a view to do that, we would be best to wait till at least the review comes back in a year and see what's working and what isn't, kind of thing.
That'd be one way of doing it, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Cool.
Great. I've got a couple of questions. We've heard from a number of people about if the existing path were to be widened. Some people have suggested designating an area for pedestrians and an area for cyclists. I understand that would be near on impossible to enforce, but is it even possible to do something like that, or is there no way?
Yeah, so overseas it's used. You can paint a white line through the path, which would designate an area for pedestrians and an area for cyclists. Whether people actually use it that way, it would be a bigger issue. And then I think there is the issue of territory. So when you mark an area that's for pedestrians and people riding their bikes use that space, it can create tension within the path because that's my space and you're encroaching on it. I don't think we've tried it in Christchurch as yet. We did look at it when we were looking at the pathway through Hagley Park with all of the users there. But as I think it was Living Streets, Aotearoa said, people just don't like to play together in that space and people feel uncomfortable. So I think, you can mark a white line down it, but I think ultimately you'd have to actually separate the two paths just to give some area in between to mark the territory, if that makes sense.
Cool, thank you.
Chair, sorry, through the chair, do you want to talk about the width as well? Because given that it's 3.5 metres, you've got two-way cycle flow to designate that you're ending up with quite a narrow path for both pedestrians and cyclists. Am I correct?
Correct.
Cool. Thanks. Another question we've had also suggested about some signage on Kilmore Street alerting drivers to the fact that they need to merge down to one lane sooner. Is that something you'll be looking at?
Correct. Yes, currently the airport sign is on the left-hand side of the street, so I think we will look to update the big gantry sign to make sure it's clearer that people need to move over, and we'll also put some additional road marking down as well for lane allocation.
Great. And one final one from me. I know that I think it's in the Accessible City, there's changes going to be made to both Salisbury and Kilmore, changing them from being one way to possibly two way or the other way around. When are those changes meant to happen? Are they well past the 5 years that we're looking at now?
Changing them both to two-way.
Both to two way.
They're in the long-term plan. I'm not sure where they're currently sitting.
27, 28.
28. Okay. So I guess these low-cost improvements, if anything was major was to change at these intersections, council haven't spent a lot of money. So where we've looked at the option 6 and 8, where we've got the big signalised crossing at Salisbury Street, that could ultimately be redundant construction if they need to change those intersection layouts to allow the two-way change.
Okay. Any more questions from anybody? Ali?
Thank you. 3.3 in the report on page 16 talks about leaving the changes to Park Terrace in place, and the change to an indented bus stop will address the safety concerns raised by the community around the bus stop being in the traffic lane. It then says this will also improve the perceived delays from traffic exiting Kilmore. Are those delays perceived or real? I just couldn't understand what that sentence actually meant. This will improve perceived delays. So are they actual delays or perceived?
So there is actual delay. I did get some information from our consultant, but I might just ask him to come to the table. There is actual,
Sorry, don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking for figures and stats and
No,
whatever.
but-
I'm trying to understand whether it's an actual delay or it's a perception that's going to be improved.
Yes, I think Paul would just be able to answer that question more
okay,
clearer
thank
than
you.
me. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Gemma. I did provide some written feedback, so a more comprehensive one than I'll probably state now. But it's both. There's real delays for the people that are very occasionally caught behind the buses. If you stop behind a bus, that's a real delay. So there's a possibility you might be stopped for up to 30 seconds, but that only happens to 1 in 200 vehicles or thereabouts. But there is the possibility that you have to allow for the possibility that when people see a bus border, they perceive that they perceive a risk that they're going to be delayed, even though they're not. They've got a very low probability of. So if you travel along that for the same hour, you might have to go along for 200 days before you actually stop. But they perceive that as a potential for delay, even though it's not.
And it would be fair to say, perhaps, though, that you may have very few people behind the bus or delays, but it only takes one to try and overtake on a double yellow line to cause a real accident there. So the frustration shouldn't be understated, that if that can be removed, it's a good thing to do.
I accept that someone who's stopped for 30 seconds has the possibility of being frustrated, just as you're frustrated if someone's reversing out the driveway and you have to stop.
So if it can be
frustrating, but if there's a risk, yeah.
Okay. I also wanted to go back to the question around the consultation. I think Pauline mentioned something about school holidays and so forth. There are a couple of dates and things that are not that clear in the report. It makes mention at 4.6 in the report, page 17, that the report to Council included a summary of engagement with affected stakeholders, which was undertaken between December 22 and January 23. Now, I'm wondering if that's what the reference to school holidays is. Could that potentially be what that is the reference to?
Quite possibly. We did try to get through as much consultation as possible in December. The YMCA, the chief executive there, was on leave, so that happened in January. But we did get to the school before the Christmas break. So there were just a couple of businesses that we didn't get to until January.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to clarify that there was a period that was over the school holidays, just from what Pauline had raised.
Ellie, can I clarify too that the submitter I was talking about was actually maintaining that the data was collected over the school holidays.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then at 5.5, it says that that engagement, December 22 to January 23, it was related to Rolleston Avenue and Park Terrace. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat the question?
That in 5.5 in the report, it mentions that the engagement with stakeholders from the 8th of December to January 23 did include engagement around Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace.
Correct.
It also refers to in the report that stakeholders were spoken to and stakeholders saw the plans. So there's a different reference to, different stakeholders as to how they were engaged. And I think the schools it's referred to that they were spoken to or with, were all of the stakeholders over that period shown the plans for what was being...
Yes, correct.
They were,
we
okay.
did take the plans to every single business, the schools, and with the wider stakeholder group.
All right, no, that's helpful, thank you. How was the level of significance decided with regards to this? Because I note that the Christchurch City Council criteria, and I've got it here for the significance and engagement policy, has got several criteria related to, deciding what the level of significance is, and that I understand this was initially of low significance and then increased to medium. And I would have thought that something that's had more than 4,000 people become involved with would have a higher level of significance than medium. And there is mention in the report that medium significance primarily relates to the public interest on this. Yep. However, the criteria that should be applied according to the City Council significance policy relates to number of people affected, level of impact on those people, level of community interest, possible benefits, level of impact on the capacity of the council to carry out its role, whether this can be easily reversed, those sorts of issues. So I'm just wondering how this level of significance was reached and how many of those criteria were applied.
So they were all applied. And within the criteria, we give each of them a score out of 5. And probably the most significant thing to note is that when we do our assessments for significance, we have to look at it from a citywide perspective. So whilst this project got a lot of interest, that definitely triggers that, as stated in the report, that's the thing that went up significantly. Is it easily reversed? Yes. Is it of a significant cost for a cycleway? No, it's quite a cost-effective one. Does it affect Māori in particular? No, it does not. Does it involve a strategic asset? No, it does not. So all of those scored extremely low. So on the whole, even though 1 or 2 of the criteria were increased, and you're right, public level of interest was the primary one, the number of people affected and with an interest, and the level of community interest already apparent on the issue, those are the ones that went up. None of the others did. So it was impossible to make it a high. And when you compare it to our really significant projects, our annual plans, our long-term plans, chlorination of water, how we process our waste, increase to rates, those are the things that really trigger those high significant ratings. It should also be said that, as you correctly pointed out, when we do our level of significance, that dictates the level of consultation that we do. Now, as a team, we treat that as a very low bar. And I think that we've presented to Council about the efforts that we're going through or going to as a team to make sure that we reach all people who are effective, irrespective of the significance of a project. And we definitely did that at the turn of the year over this one. So over the summer, all affected businesses had meetings, they sat down with the plans. That's not a low significance offering, that's a much higher than that. So yeah, although the policy, in I can see your frustration with it, that it perhaps didn't meet the level of significance on a local perspective, our team do take that into consideration. So like I said, that level of significance dictated through the policy is our low bar. That is the least we would ever do. We like to think we always go a significant amount above that.
The reason I've asked is because obviously the level of significance then dictates what consultation and engagement is undertaken. And I know from the CNC and issues we've dealt with in our ward, I think that was of high significance there, and yet that was a pretty local issue, but it did, affect. So I'm suggesting perhaps is that in future, as we do with matrices when it comes to funding, maybe there should be a matrix around the significance and how that's reached, and looking at what points are applied from that criteria so we can see.
So we have that at the moment. That's an internal document that was developed at the same time as the policy. That requires a review for that to be changed. But like I said, our team treat that as the low bar. We always go well above that.
But it would have been good, I think, for elected members to be able to see that, to at least have some understanding of how that decision had been reached. I'm just wondering if we could have an explanation as to why the board isn't feeding back on the temporary changes on Rolleston Ave. The reason I raise this is just from personal experience of having seen, for example, and I think the gentleman who did the photographs, and they were excellent photographs to show some of the changes, there's that gap across the road from Lumiere outside the Botanic Gardens, and I've seen on 2 occasions vehicles drive up that and get very upset as drivers, and get, upset and rather upset cyclists as well. So what was that?
So the main reason is that when we went to the council briefing, the discussion really was made around Pat Terrace. So it was to do the engagement on Pat Terrace, the analysis for Pat Terrace. So the changes to the Rolleston Ave, as detailed in the report, are being done for the museum works, the alternative being a standard traffic management plan, whereas at the council briefing, the feedback really was about Pat Terrace. So collecting engagement and the analysis around Pat Terrace, not Pat Terrace and Rolleston.
But isn't Rolleston Ave inextricably linked to Park Terrace from what we're hearing as well?
Yeah. So the Rolleston Ave, if we didn't do this, there'd be a temporary traffic management in place that we are all used to seeing, the orange bollards and the sticks, whereas we didn't think that would be a good solution long term, and so really there's very limited options for Rolleston Avenue.
Okay, can I just tease that out a little bit as well, because this is something that I have struggled with a little bit through the briefings and the report. The mention of the bollards versus orange cones, and as I think one of our submitters said today, that can be quite triggering. God knows I'm sick to death of them around the streets of Christchurch as well. Why is it that one of the alternative options, or rather, could you explain why the suggestion of replacing the bollards on Rolleston Ave with orange cones has been included, why that's referred to by you often? I don't understand the relevance of that. I mean, you could use those nice-looking bollards on the side of this, raised along the pavement or what. I don't understand the point that you're making there about the bollards versus the cones. Could you just explain that a little bit, please?
Yeah, I think it's because what other people have alluded to is that this is an area of high significance. It's got some of the most beautiful buildings in Christchurch. And I think from our perspective, we needed to move the cycles because the shared path arrangement wasn't going to work when the compound comes outside the museum. So having something that was more tidy, we're still bound to some extent to only be able to use traffic control devices that are approved by Waka Kotahi. We looked around different suppliers to see what we could get. This looked like a traditional bollard, and the coloured surfacing was to kind of reflect the colours within the building. So we did try and take a holistic approach to maintaining a nice street environment.
Don't get me wrong, I think
buildings.
they're fabulous. I think they look beautiful. But what I'm confused about is why is there a reference? It almost feels like if we had done that, we would have had to have used cones. So the reason we didn't use cones was because we did this and we used the bollards. I don't understand the rationale around that.
No, and that could be removed from the report. It's just it's two options. We either went down the traditional route or we did something different, and we decided to do something different in this case.
The layout would be the same.
Yeah.
But we're using different materials. So you've got an option of using a different material. When if we use use the orange cones, because we have to go and check them more often, they're actually more expensive.
Oh, no,
as
no,
well.
no,
So
I'm
there's
not
a cost
suggesting that at
implication.
all. It just, to me,
But what we're
sounded-
saying is the layout would be the same.
Yeah, right. No, well, that's fine. I just couldn't
Layout being the same.
understand why there was
Sorry.
this reference to, you know, we're using those. In levels of service within the report as well, this is 9.4.1. 10.06.1 says reduce number of deaths and serious injury crashes on local road network, which is one of the levels of service. Now, there are 22 factors that contribute to death and serious injury crashes. Speed is one of them, obviously. How many of those 22 are being considered or are considered in the setting of that level of service?
I don't know.
Do you want me to speak to that one?
Yes.
I
that
can
would be
speak to
great.
that one because that level of service is set by council. It's not actually, it's set by the Department of Internal Affairs. That is a level of service that we are required to have as part of our long-term plan. And it is set, and the measure is purely the number of deaths and serious injuries on our wider network.
So how much, though, is speed a consideration in the setting of that level of service?
It isn't. The level of service is set as a reduction in the number of deaths and serious injuries, and it is set by the Department of Internal Affairs.
So when we have a reference to that in the report, we can assume that there are a number of...
There are a number of factors that we take into consideration to try and achieve that, which is the big part of the work that both Stephen and Gemma do around the safety program that we deliver.
Right, because the reference to that is always around speed. So in the report, that is referenced when we talk about speed, and there is no other...
That is one of the projects that we do in order to try and reduce deaths and serious injury. But that is a level of service, is set as a level of service in the long-term plan.
I understand that, thank you. 10.0.41 in those levels of service talks about reduce emissions and greenhouse gases related to transport. I'm just wondering whether council officials have considered this related to increased congestion on Park Terrace and Rolleston Ave. And there is increased congestion, we've seen it. And I've driven down there and it did take 3 light phases for me to get through on Kilmore Street 2 Saturdays ago. So I'm just wondering whether you have considered that, whether it has been measured both before and after the implementation of these changes, and if you have done that, what has resulted, and if you haven't done that, why not?
I'll invite Paul Roberts back to the
Thank
table
you.
if that's okay, or John, to come and talk about that. We haven't done any measuring pre-implementation, but John can talk to that.
Yes, so for post-implementation, as Gemma said, we had no pre-stuff to work from, but post-implementation, there were surveys done specifically looking at queuing, which we talked about this morning, and like I said, these were done on the 30th of May, and at that stage, the traffic signals, the timings hadn't changed much compared to what they were pre-implementation. And those surveys, at least, I mean, it was only really a snapshot over a short period of time for a day, but that was showing that there was, you know, the queues weren't severe at all. I think there's kind of like a bit of an illusion, really, where if you can imagine, there's an illusion with a glass of water where you've got a low glass with a big diameter, and next to it you put a glass with a small diameter, but it's much taller. If you put the same amount of water in each glass, it's the narrow, taller one will look like it's a lot more water in it. I think the same is happening with the queuing, where previously there's side-by-side queuing, and now that's stacking. And so, whereas before, you might have been about 3 or 4 back in the queue, say now you might be about 9 or 10. So that gives the illusion that there's a much bigger queue and congestion, but in reality, it's just the same number of vehicles stacked differently.
With respect, I think if you're in a queue with 9 vehicles, your chances of getting through the lights are somewhat smaller than if you're in a queue of 2.
No, you should be able to get through the same. Here we can get 14 through, and that's where the back of the queues
Can I ask which day of the week you did the assessment on those lights and what got through?
One of the other things we do have is, and for multiple years, is the volume of traffic that uses that road, and it's quite straightforward equations to look at the volume of traffic on the road and the amount of green time we give that approach. Based on that, we can determine how congested or how big the queues are going to be. And I think in the report it does, in your report,
it does show,
it does mention that how many vehicles we can get through and determine how saturated it is. I think from memory, from looking at the report, post going down to 1 lane, I think it says we're about 6 or 8% over capacity.
I did read that in the report, yeah.
Prior to going down to 1 lane, there was a 40-something% under capacity.
Yep.
So with the minus changes to the signals that we made a week or so ago, we should be able to accommodate that additional capacity that was over capacity.
Is that an average, the percentage that you're talking about there?
It would be, yeah.
Right, so one would suspect that it's probably hugely more than that at times of peak if you're taking that as an average. It would be interesting to see what the median was.
So those flows that we've got are for the peak periods.
Right.
So the traffic data that we use for that type of analysis would be for the peak periods.
Okay.
So it would be the average over that peak period. But our peak periods in Christchurch are quite short and sharp compared to other cities.
And I've read all that about the cars going through, and I take your analogy with the glass and so forth. That doesn't stack up to people sitting in cars at the traffic lights. So as I said, it took 3 goes to get through.
And the other thing that I should raise too, which I'm aware of, like some people have been, talking about being a bottleneck. And while it's close to being a bottleneck now, it's not the bottleneck. It's actually it's down Park Terrace at the corner by the park by Carlton Mill. That is the bottleneck. So what's also happening is where you're sitting, if you are having delayed or sitting longer in a queue in Kilmore Street, you're actually overall, the TomTom data shows that the overall delay is about 10 seconds on average, whereas if you're losing between 20 to 40 seconds extra on Kilmore Street, your average delays it's all only increasing by about that 10 seconds because you're actually just catching back up at the true bottleneck, which is the next intersection downstream.
So again, we're talking about delays, right, which is really interesting because I think one of the issues is the frustration through the stopping and the starting and the congestion. So as I said earlier, one of the things is the flow. It's absolutely fine to be travelling at 30 kilometres an hour if the traffic is flowing. But what we're seeing down there is that the traffic is stopping and starting and it isn't flowing. And I'm wondering about the emissions related to that. Have you measured that? Have you looked at what that is potentially doing to the environment?
Paul has done some work around the emissions. Yeah.
Beg your pardon?
Paul's done some work around the emissions.
Just say that one person is holding this meeting up
Yes.
and staff are answering every question. Can I ask how many more questions that you might have, Ellie?
Yeah, probably about 8 or 9.
Well, might do one more from you, Ellie, and then we'll move on to some other members and see.
So all the
Okay.
questions.
Can I just note, please, that these are questions that we should have had in the report and questions that I have asked already. I want to be able to make a recommendation today, and at the moment, I don't have the information to be able to make that recommendation.
Yeah, the answers
So I'm sorry if my council.
A lot of the answers have been in the report.
No, I wouldn't be asking the questions if they're in the report, Pauline.
Right, we'll just let this staff answer this question.
Thank you.
No, I think it's a fair observation. I think we mentioned at the start of the report, not everything was put into the report. We made an assessment of CO2 impacts, and I understand council staff were doing their own, and in fact it's reflected in the section 9.11. I might be wrong on the numbers there. But our own assessment suggested that in that wider area, there would be about a 3% impact in greenhouse gas emissions between May of 22 and May of 23, noting that we thought there was actually wider central city changes that were likely to be the responsibility.
How do you work that out?
because we take that TomTom data, in fact, not just for that route that we talked about this morning on Park Terrace, but over the wider corridor that includes Montreal, anywhere that people might have been diverted to. We've got GPS data for basically 1 in 7 vehicles that's travelling on any street in that area, and we've also got their average speed. Now, we can, there are what are called average speed models that look at when you get your fuel efficiency figures for your cars, it reflects an average drive cycle. It doesn't mean to say you are driving at a constant 40 kph and we know what the emissions are at that. It means that on average, driving through this environment, if it's 40 kph, you're emitting 200 grams an hour for this type of car. If you're driving at 30, it's a little bit higher, etc. We basically take those models and apply them to those average speed observations and the demands, and then we can total it up to get CO2 emissions. And so we know in that area there's about 3% increase over the year, pre the improvements to the signals. In terms of total emissions, which is the important number for Christchurch, it's about 0.02% of total road emissions that equates to. And we likely think that's an overestimate because it doesn't take into account long-term encouragement to cycling.
Did you say those
etc.
measurements are post the improvements or pre the improvements?
Pre the improvements, because we were looking from May last year to May this year.
So how do we know what this has done to emissions so far?
That's so we're making an estimate, but our best estimate before the recent signal changes, improvements were made, is that it's a 3% increase in the local area, 0.02% across the whole of Christchurch, and we think that's a conservative estimate of that's as high as it would be. We think there's good reasons to think that it's lower than that in actual fact.
All right. I just wanted to ask about the shared pathway. This is
Ellie, we're going to go to a couple of other members who've got questions, then we'll come back. I'm going to go Jake, then Sunita, then Emma.
Hey, look,
Pop them through, Pauline.
Yeah. The remainder, option 1 in the options table, $60,000 to go with option 1. The remainder of the work to be completed after the project was put on hold. What does that mean? When was the project put on hold, and what's the additional work that $60,000 is going to go towards?
So when we started to hear concerns from councillors around the delays that were being caused during construction, and that we were asked to come to the briefing on May 16th, that we chose to not do any further work because we didn't want to be seen to just keep going on something when councillors had raised concerns. So the only bit that we need to finish is currently when you walk southbound on Park Terrace, trying to cross the slip lane is quite difficult because you can't see what's coming from the north, and it is quite a fast turn, and currently the cut downs don't align. So the work is just to tidy up that intersection with some new median island curbing and then some new cut downs. But because we have to go back it will be under a temporary traffic management plan, so it's safe for road workers to undertake that work. There is just that additional cost. That is a higher cost than hopefully that we actually get priced.
Sunita.
Out as looking for 5 years, but with the stretch of project, do we see opportunity to have more buses, tour buses or event buses, be able to park? Because I'm thinking from moving forward post-COVID now, how many events we have increased in Hagley Park, and bigger community events, keep going like further. So do we have that opportunity?
Yes, so when I went through the survey feedback, there was a few queries from other tour coach operators. So when we did the engagement and we were putting out the start work notice, we tried to contact as many coach operators as we could. Some of them along there are unbranded, and we tried to get information from drivers to where to send information. So we tried to cover that as much as can. But yeah, during the survey, there was additional feedback from tour coach operators We've also met with Christchurch NZ and around how the feedback they're getting from tour coach operators, and we are looking at additional spaces within the West End area to facilitate pick-up drop-off for tour coach operators. So that will come to the board, and we'll take that out for some engagement around where we put in the tour coach stops.
Sports, like
Correct.
school run their coaches, to come and use Higley Park. So
yes. So we do have the big school bus stop now on Gloucester Street, which was a request of Christ College. But based on the feedback we've received through the survey, we do want to do a little bit more for our tour coach operators.
Thank you.
Emma.
Well, mine sort of follows on actually. It's in regards to, again, the future and the tour buses and the area for the tour buses, and I'm interested in the fact that Christ College, with their big roundabout in their actual school, versus having a park, bus park out on the street, wouldn't it be, was it discussed that it would be actually safer for them to bring the bus into that area rather than taking up the space on the street?
No, it wasn't. Their request was for P3 parking for pick-up drop-off at school time.
Which is my next question.
And so the coach stop is multifunctional for the school, so they can have the coaches come. All of their school sports are off-site, so they do have quite a significant number of coach trips. I don't know how the internal arrangement at Christ College would, if it could facilitate coach movements, because they are quite
Because they've got a nice
robust
round.
vehicles.
I mean, I take my kids there to sports there. But a nice area there that would be a lovely pick-up area rather than on the streets. Could be used for the tours and the tourists and things like that as well. So the schools in the area, so have you increased the number of 3-minute parking there? So you're working, so this is about reducing cars coming into the city, and yet outside these schools you're increasing the number of 3-minute parks, so you're going to be allowing parents to come into the city, drop their children, and then go out of the city, and that's appropriate? In a scheme that's about reducing the number of cars.
So the scheme isn't inherently about reducing the number of cars. It was
That's
about
the whole plan, isn't it, the city?
So an accessible city still permits vehicles to come into town and to move around on the roads that we would prefer them to move around on, so Montreal, Durham, Madras, and the one-way system. The school travel plan that the Christ College have been working through, they do have parents coming in and dropping off, and on Gloucester Street it was free all-day parking. So it meant that if parents were coming in, there was double parking and they weren't able to drop off children safely. So it's not about increasing cars, it's just about providing a safe space for them to drop off that they're already doing.
Which they've got a lovely one in their grounds already as well for that too. Would be beautiful the way you could come in, or probably that 3 minutes you could just throw them out.
I think we just have to be a bit careful there, because we are then increasing the number of movements over the pedestrian footpath and the cycleway.
True. So the traffic management plans that you've got with the schools, your team is working with them on that, and there would be a real focus ensuring that they know that, like cars, we're wanting to reduce cars in the central area.
We try and encourage active transport at schools for kids, and we try and make it safer for them to walk and cycle to school.
And I'm not just pointing out Christ College, it's all central city schools. I mean, if you're bringing your kids into the central city for school, then, the buses,
I wouldn't say we discourage any mode. We just try and encourage safer modes.
So we do have a good working relationship with the school. With the traffic signals at Gloucester are nearly finished, and they'll be relieved to have those back fully operational, so they should be switched on tomorrow. And again, that will remove a lot of the cones that are currently sitting out around the intersection, and again try and just tidy up some of the concerns that have been raised by submitters.
Any other questions apart from Ali? No. Ali, if you can try and get through what you've got left as fast as you can.
Sure thing. The shared path that people have mentioned.
All right, no, just go ahead, Ali.
The shared path that has been mentioned by a number of people as a potential, and of course a lot of people have gone, why the hell have you put a cycleway in when you've got something perfectly fine there? And I know we've heard those for and against that. Lynette mentioned a width before. Can I just ask where that width has come from? What you mentioned, what did you say, 2.8 or 3.5? Or?
So we talked about the fact that we could put a 3.5 metre shared path along the thing. If you cut that in half...
Yeah, where does the 3.5 come from?
But they've talked about that all the way through the briefing today.
Yeah, no, I realise that, but what work has been done looking at the grassed area there to come up with that? Why couldn't you go to something bigger? I know you've mentioned the trees, I know you've mentioned the lamps and so forth, but there's no topographical report that's been done of that area. I'm just... Pauline, could I please ask the questions? Could you, because what...
Holding up the meeting, Ellie.
Yeah, we'll let staff answer the question.
Thank you.
Yo, Gemma.
So we haven't got a full topographical survey. I took one of our detailed designers, who's an engineer, out on site, and we did a walkover to see what was possible and where. And which around the Peterborough Street area in particular, the bank does fall away quite steeply, and so to increase the width of the path does mean that we have to do retaining work. As soon as we try to do that consistent 4 metre wide path, it means that we have to do a lot more retaining work along the bank, because yes, it looks wide between the river and the curb, but especially around that big tree at Kilmore Street, we'd have to look at mitigation measures to make sure we're not affecting the routes when we're through construction. When the shared path design guidance generally comes from Waka Kotahi that says if you have this many users, you would look at a shared path width of this. And we have looked at those users. I think that, especially around this area, we have just so many users. The confident cyclist riding on shared paths makes it feel uncomfortable for others, and then the people who are walking together in groups makes it feel uncomfortable and unwelcome for people sharing with the bicycles. So we can increase the width to 3.5. That's probably as much as we can safely get that's achievable. But we know that people will still continue to ride on the road as they were prior to the cycleway.
And thank you. Yes, and I know that you have said some of this through the morning and after, well, rather this afternoon and in the report. I think what is frustrating for me is that it seems like the obvious option or alternative, but there's very little, if anything, in the report on that. So that's why I've been asking these questions, and I know that you've been talking about it. So, for example, you're describing the measurements and the fall away and the retainings. I have got no information in front of me that shows me what that looks like and whether there is an opportunity to do it in a meandering way, or have you considered this only as a straight path? And to me, this is the main option that has been suggested, argued, considered by many people with regards to on-road or using what's already there. So I'm just wondering if I can foreshadow an amendment, if this is the right time to do that, please. I believe that there is information about that most obvious option or alternative, and it featured hugely in the submissions, as we all know from having read them. So my amendment is that we lay the report and the decision, the recommendation on the table today. So
Ellie, we're still in questions.
I beg your pardon.
Do you have a question for staff?
Oh, that was my question that was asked now about the consideration of the shared path.
So yes, we could have provided more clarification in the report.
Yeah.
But I think hearing both sides of the story today is that people aren't happy sharing the space. So whilst it is an obvious solution, it might not address all the issues. And if we have cyclists riding on the road, it means that we would still need to do something there for them to make sure it was safe, because wherever people are riding, they need to be safe.
Yeah, understand. I think this is the thing about tolerance and relationships, right? So all over the world, people use shared paths. They're respectful of others on the path and they watch their speed and
Ellie,
so forth.
so question.
Yes,
Yep,
so
the question's been answered, thank you.
Yep.
So you could have given more information on that, because I think what you said earlier was that it would be more tricky to do the work. There were no costs for lighting and you're not sure if it's achievable. Is that right?
So we don't have that cost for any changes to the lighting. No, we don't have. We haven't.
And you're not
we
sure
haven't
if it's
gone to that.
achievable?
So the path should be achievable. We build shared paths quite a lot, and it is a grassed area. There would be detailed design issues we'd need to work around, which is around retaining, which is around paving over tree roots. We've done that in other locations, so it is possible.
It could be done.
I think, just from what submitters have said, what it feels like is cars to cyclists are what cyclists are to people walking. And when there are shared paths around the world, but we also know that they're rolling out, and Wakakata here pushing this through the SURF program, is that we are having these separated cycleways just for people riding bicycles.
All right, thanks, Jim.
I think one of the other things is cost, and I appreciate we haven't given much details on the cost of a 4 metre shared path, but we have given costs for a 3.5 metre shared path. And there's a fair amount of cost there, and it'd be safe to assume if we went that additional half a metre, the costs are going to go up significantly.
The significant cost in that is the signalised pedestrian crossing, right?
We'd still be looking at, about 280, without the signalised crossing. Just to do the 3.5 metre shared path, it'd be about $280 or 280k. It would be that cheap.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We've had a variety of different costings, so that's a little confusing too. But thank you for that.
Right. I am going to move the staff recommendation. Pauline is going to second it.
Point of order. Ali has. Well, I think Ali has put forward it's not an amendment. It's a procedural motion to lay this on the table. It's not.
Is that not a foreshadowed amendment?
A procedural motion should be dealt with first, but it needs a second. Or she needs to clarify that she's moving it, then it needs a seconder, but it needs to be dealt with first as a procedural.
Right. Okay. So a procedural motion. Ali, you're going to move that we lay the report on the table. Do you have a seconder? Victoria. So we now move into debate for that one, right? Don't debate. We just vote. Okay. So we'll put that one to the vote. Those in favour?
I do wonder whether we should be given the opportunity to debate.
Yeah. Right, so we've got 2 against, two in favour, those against. Aye. So that is lost. Right, so now we'll move on. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation. Pauline was going to second it. Yes. Yes. Sure thing. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Jake seconding that one. So we'll move on to debate for the motion, the staff recommendation that I have moved. Who would like to go first? I'll go last. Does anyone want to?
You can go both if you want. You can go
I'll
first.
just go at the end. Victoria.
Through you, Chair, I wonder whether we can depart from standing orders and allow ourselves 4 minutes instead of the usual 3 minutes, given that there's been a lot of material that we've all considered today. There's been a lot of stuff that we've had to deal with on the trot, regardless of how much preparation we've done, and I wonder whether you'd consider that.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I am going to stick with what's in standing orders, just mainly because of the time constraints that we have all been here for a long time, and I will stick with the 3 minutes.
Well, can I also raise the issue that we already had this scheduled in our diaries to carry on tomorrow, given that we've been going since 9 o'clock this morning, and there has been an enormous amount of information that we've dealt with. Is there any appetite to adjourn this until tomorrow afternoon for us to do our debate?
Well, no, we can get through the debate now and be done by 6 o'clock, which is the 8 hours from when the meeting started at 10 o'clock. So we'll do that. So who wants to start off the debate? Jake.
Yeah, open up. Hey, look, we've had a lot of information that, in spite of fears stoked by elected members, this project hasn't brought about traffic. It hasn't brought about a traffic apocalypse. In fact, what it shows us today is that this simply isn't a big deal in terms of delay. Look, we're looking at a 1.6, less than a 10-second delay, and that's before changes have been made to mitigate, to the signals to mitigate any delay. We've also heard that any delay, if one actually still exists, very well may not be due to this project anyway. So I was delighted to hear from Sophie and from Stephen, who live in the area, and spoke of the significant safety improvement to him and his young family. He raised a really good point about the current shared path on Hagley Park, which is that the status quo is actually terrible. You've got bi-directional cycling, bi-directional pedestrians, and it's discouraging both pedestrians and cyclists from using the area. We've already observed a 10% increase in just by splitting the two activities thus far. Jack spoke to that really well. I think increasing the size of that shared path won't be as safe as using under capacity, unused road space, and Fiona mentioned that really well as well. Of course, we would also lose the other benefit of splitting this activity and putting it on the road, which is that it would speed up traffic. We've got a scheme here that has an unintended, or well, intended, but an unintended to us consequence that it actually enforces a speed limit. So I'm totally against the idea that we would use Hagley Park when we've got unused road space. It'll cost an absolute bomb. It won't be as safe. On balance, I'm actually happy to go with option one. That's why I've agreed to second Simon's foreshadowed. But being the pragmatist that I am, I'm more than happy to go with option two at the additional 90k, noting that we've heard from a lot of people and there's a strong feeling out there. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Jake. Who's next? Pauline?
Yeah, look, it's been really interesting today. We've had some wonderful speakers coming in on both sides of the opinion, but less than half the feedback was negatively affected. And we did note that the traffic light phasing adjustments, which seem to be a significant part of the complaints, were made only 4 days before that 2-week survey ended. So at the risk of making an assumption, I would assume that negative feedback would have dropped even further. But vulnerable users like pedestrians and scooters and cyclists were supportive at over 60%. And these transport treatments are exactly for this reason, to protect vulnerable users and provide equity for all mode choices, not just the motorists and cars. So these treatments have showed dramatic reduction in speeds exceeding 50k already, down from 63.4% that exceeded in February down to 18.7 in June. That is a really wonderful result. One submitter stated that Christchurch is a Victorian city and wants it to remain so. But no, not anymore. Christchurch Aotearoa is a 21st century climate smart city. That is where we're going. That is where we have to be. We're no longer a Victorian city. We talk about equity. Cyclists have a right to use the road. It's not our kaupapa to shove them onto a shared path in the park. They have a right to use the road, and they have a right to have a safe environment provided by us on that road. It's equity. And some of our deputations were from cyclists who have been hit by a car. It's our duty and our job to keep these people safe. One woman was very grateful to be able to use the road safely, and she was nervous about cycling in the park at night time. So, I mean, these are all really, really good points to note. So we cannot separate Park Terrace from Rolleston Ave. It's a result of Rolleston Ave. So at Armagh Street, we did know the intersection is challenging, and staff have promised to have a look at that, but not part of this. So we know these safety improvements are working for cyclists, as we've seen by the increasing number of people cycling as a result. And more cyclists cycling also make it safer. The whole problem is retrofitting or reallocating the street space to provide safe choice and equity for all modes. Christchurch Aotearoa is getting ready to be a 21st century smart city. A very good point was made regarding continuously increasing fuel prices. Driving a car will become taxing on affordability, and therefore our cycling infrastructure is vital for our future and for now. We're no longer a farming town with an expectation of big wide streets and parking right outside of our destination. It's a 1950s scenario. We're a 21st century city. Sophie said behaviour change takes time, but it also takes leadership. And who else will lead these changes for the better if not local government? I'll be supporting the staff recommendation today, and I urge you to do so as well.
Thanks, Pauline. Who would like to go next? Emma.
I support this 100%, and I think it's really exciting to see finally a lane being given to active transport, take away from the king of the road, and it's exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing more examples of this and taking it even further within our central city. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Emma. Let's go next. Victoria?
Thank you. Our job really today is to simply deliberate on the information provided and make recommendations to council. It really matters not how we got here, because we are actually here. I think looking at the results of the survey, there's actually nothing conclusive in it. There's nothing strong one way or the other. And at its very simplest, the drivers like it, the car users like it, and the cyclists don't. So there's no surprises there. And similarly, the deputations that we've heard today, thank you to the public that have come and presented today. But the reality is that the deputations reflect the survey results, and again, it's a bob each way. The evaluation of the trial period and the staff recommendations, I think that sufficient questions have been raised by submitters to suggest that there's a confirmational bias, so there's no real surprise about the outcome of the trial period and the safety audit and the staff recommendations. So the big question is, what are we going to do? And for me, to decide this, I have to answer my 4 basic questions that my council colleagues will have heard me ask before, but I'm going to ask them again. And the first question is, does this make sense? And for me, it's an emphatic no. You've heard that from many submitters today. If you're blinded by the cycling rhetoric, then you will think otherwise. But the word of caution is, what is the problem we're trying to solve? So that brings me to the second question, and that is, what is the evidence that we've got before us tell us? Well, on the surface, it tells us that we've got more cyclists and slower speeds, and I suggest to you that this is a byproduct, and actually it's a jolly good one. I'm not going to dispute that, but it is not the problem which needed solving. The hybrid ticket system tells us, the engagement tells us that it's the Armagh Street Bridge intersection, it's the Salisbury Street intersection where the pedestrians are having difficulty crossing. So those issues can be solved with upgrading our pedestrian crossing and intersection infrastructure, making improvements there without actually having to impact other road users. So I really think we should be concentrating our efforts there. And that brings me to question 3 is this a good use of our money? Well, that's a yes and a no, because we're being asked to spend money to remove an in-lane bus stop that should never have gone in the first place, to my mind, and that's not a good use of funds. Our money should more legitimately be spent on infrastructure improvements to our crossing points and our intersections, which is where the dangers are. So the 4th question is, have we used a fair and transparent process to get here today? Engagement after the fact on something like this makes absolutely no sense to me. It doesn't look good, and it suggests, if the public have indicated, that we are disingenuous with our engagement. We've been told by staff today that Park Terrace is not directly related to the museum redevelopment, so it really does beg the question, why were these works done under a temporary management plan? And so no, I don't believe that we have adopted a fair and transparent process for the public. In conclusion, if I may just carry on for a couple of seconds more through your permission, Chair. Yep. I fully support an accessible city, a city where our spaces, our streets are safe, they're accessible and people-friendly, and I am all for more people biking. It's good for our well-being. I need to do more myself. But these changes to Park Terrace, whilst bringing some obvious safety benefits, they are not the only answers to us achieving a safe and accessible city. We are actually doing some really, really good work across our city, where all of our road users are operating efficiently and harmoniously, and I really wish we could celebrate that and look for more opportunities to do that. I think the conflation of the issues and policies around accessible cities, safe cycling and climate resilience to justify these works is actually not helpful, because if we want to create sustainable change for good, we have to take people with us on that journey, and being told by staff that these works aren't directly related to museum redevelopment is not helpful. So doing major changes like that is not how we take people with us. So I won't be supporting the staff recommendation today.
Thanks, Victoria. Ali.
Well, I have to thank everyone who's taken part in this, and staff as well. It's been a very tight time frame, which I think is odd in itself. I don't understand why this has been so rushed. But let's be really clear that this is not about a cycleway. This is about road changes. This is not about cyclists and pedestrians. This is about cyclists, pedestrians, scooters and vehicles. This is not about the health benefits of cycling, the environmental benefits of cycling. That is not a part of this issue because that is not contested. This is not about delay, as we've heard from some members. This is about congestion. Climate change is a key element of this, and any road changes must be beneficial to support climate change. This change does not. Congestion, as Professor Simon Kingham said in Council last month, can increase emissions. This meeting today is also not about process. What this is about is safety, and you only have to see to experience it on the ground, on Park Terrace, to see that it's not safe. And additionally, this is about making our city accessible for a wide range of people, for as many people as possible. Unfortunately, the changes to Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace have become focused on the cycleway. It's about cycles versus vehicles, about pedestrians versus vehicles. And the key issues relating to these roading changes have been further and unnecessarily complicated by adding things like an accessible city. Now, that's a document which doesn't even have car travel as priority on Rolleston Ave or Park Terrace. The accessible city document came from Share an Idea. It was all about the need to design a transport system to support the recovery of the central city of Christchurch. In fact, the Share an Idea feedback from us, the people of Christchurch, was that we wanted a greener, more accessible central city with safer access routes for cyclists, pedestrians, and listen to this, free-flowing traffic. Yes, free-flowing traffic is actually stated in the document. Remember the child's toy that has different shapes and you've got to put a certain shaped block into a certain hole? Well, that's what we've got here. The options suggested by the experts are designed to fit a certain hole because that is what they've been asked to do. The activity along Park Terrace is anxiety-inducing. If you've been down there, you will see it. We do not need an on-road cycle lane. There is enough room for everyone, with the pathway on the side of Park Terrace running the length of Park Terrace. Unfortunately, though, the option of widening the path by the side of Park Terrace has not been robustly and broadly examined. Where's the information about the light art installation and whether it can be moved? If it can, what will it cost? What shape would that take? Can it continue beyond Salisbury Street, this cycleway, to Harper Ave? That is something this current proposal does not look at. I don't have the information to decide on these matters today. These issues are about our city and our people, all of them. Their safety, their ability to move freely around the city, their ability to make a choice about how they do that. Be courageous and show them you understand the issue. I will not be supporting the recommendation today.
Thanks, Ellie. Anyone else want to speak? Simon.
Thank you. Firstly, just noticing that we've spent more time on this today than the Papanui-Innes and Linwood Central Heathcote boards jointly spent meeting and deciding on the DEMP in 2019. It's a lot of energy for a small project. And I would start by saying this issue is about climate change and it is about cycleways. The hottest 7 days on Earth in the last 100,000 years have all happened in the last week. And I note this project does contribute positively to adaptation as well as emissions reduction. And it is definitely about quick, effective implementation of infrastructure, and goodness knows we could all do with more of that. However, it must of course be fit for purpose, safe and work for as many users as possible, and I'm satisfied that it is and that it does. Since May, I've been making a point of passing through the Park Terrace area using various modes of transport and at morning and afternoon peak times. I'm yet to observe a skerrick of congestion or any frustration or any safety issues. And I do wonder, as has been discussed today, if some people who have observed congestion upstream of lane drops and traffic management associated with the Cranmer building, the Kilmore Montreal corner, and have incorrectly attributed that to the Park Terrace changes. With respect to the in-lane bus stop on Park Terrace, it is nothing new. As we all have discovered today, there are examples in our community board area, including Colombo Street northbound, north of Beeley Ave. And staff have checked today and in 6 years of operation have found 2 issues or complaints associated with that. Also citybound on Carlton Mill Road, northbound on Cranford Street, Antigua Street adjacent to the Quarryman's Trail cycleway. When I lived in Sydney more than 20 years ago, in-lane bus stops were a common sight there. They still are today. Had a quick look. The Park Terrace bus stop serves one route. During weekday peak hours, sees 2 buses passing through and potentially stopping each hour. So I do question why we're proposing to spend $90,000 of ratepayer money, and I agree on that point with Victoria, to avoid, at the very, very worst, cars needing to wait behind a stop bus for a few seconds on 2 occasions over an hour, or as an individual driver, maybe once every 200 days. Cars hold up other cars all the day long, including upstream of that point at the Carlton Mill Beeley Ave intersection. I would request, with the permission of the Chair, that we put 3B in the Part A motion separately, as I don't support that, but I do support the balance today. I do note the alignment with an accessible city, which remains a current strategy. It's not a historic document, and also alignment with our community board plan, which has as a priority a connected transport network, including roads, cycleways and paths. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. John or Sunita, do you want to? Yes. Yeah, John.
Yeah. Some cyclists can be annoying. They can ride too fast on the footpath, they can be shouty and entitled, and I exclude present company from all of that because I really appreciate the cogent submissions that came in today. But with that having been said, drivers can be loaded into the same camp. We can talk about skateboarders, we can talk about mobility scooters, we can talk about pedestrians, who are a very calm lot by comparison, but do have a propensity to perhaps amble inadvertently into paths. The upshot is we're all people, and a great word I learned today and like to use is multimodal, because I am a multimodal transport user. I wanted to say, you know, I'm transport vehicular fluid or diverse or something. A person who sometimes drives a car, some person who sometimes walks, a person who sometimes takes the bus, ride a bike, etc., etc. We've all got to calm the farm, and I think we've got to work out and find ways to share these roads and allocate them accordingly. And I think that the plan that's been put in front of us today does a very good job of segregating out facts from the emotive narrative. You know, Rolleston Ave and Park Terrace, they predate the motor car, I'm pretty sure. And I don't think, in my view, you know, one thing we agree, the park is a treasure. It ought not to be bounded by an expressway, I don't think. And share an idea, which is where the strategy came from, I believe, was all about making greener, more accessible city for people. Now, the document, An Accessible City, does provide some priority streets for cars. They're marked on the map, the blue lines that we saw today: Montreal, Durham, Beeley, Morehouse, and so on and so forth. This street, the strategy, it has priority for public transport and walking and bikes, and cars get their place too. My preference from the options that are presented is actually option 1. And that's because even though it looks weird when you look at it, the in-lane bus stop, my first reaction, what idiocy is this? But when you look at the data and the report, it actually works. It actually is a better solution. With that said, though, local neighbourhoods and the Victoria neighbourhood, the local residents association and others that see that the instep makes some sense, and I can live with option 2, and will be supporting option 2 today. That's
Thank you, John. Sunita, did you want to speak? Yeah.
I am, so I look at life like the way I live in the city, so as the other people. My children bike. Thank you to everyone who has come today, people who were against and people who were for this plan. The way I look at it is that it's not a race between cyclist and motorist or pedestrian. We all have to keep safety as the priority. And for that, as much as we have made cyclist versus motorist like a opponent, no car driver wants to hurt a cyclist. Same as no cyclist want to hurt a pedestrian. The debate is here, can we provide safe space for all? And this plan, I am for option 1. And if not, then option 2, because that gives us safe for all stance. And thinking
about to lay this on the ground for now, and I'm not prepared to spend any more money in terms of looking for options when we can never have a perfect solution, but near perfect solution for current problem. So I will be supporting that.
Thanks, Anita. So that just leaves me. Right, it's not our job today to look at what's happened already or how we got here. We're here today to make a recommendation to Council on how to move forward based on all the information we have before us and what we've heard from the public. I appreciate all the information that has been provided to us, and I thank staff for all their work on that. And I also thank those who came and spoke to us today. I've read everything, including nearly all of the 4,102 survey responses. I didn't quite make it through all 237 pages of it. I think an important part of our decision making today is looking at the traffic changes from the perspective of all users, and also at the alignment with our Council's strategic plans, as has been mentioned. We need to take into account the data that we've been given, and it shows an average increase of 10 seconds for drivers turning from Kilmore into Park Terrace. We need to balance that against the improvements for other users. And I'd also just like to note that the comments from car drivers, a number of them appreciating the fact that cyclists are now separated from their traffic makes their driving more relaxed. With regard to my fellow members asking to lay the report on the table to get more information on widening of the shared path, we have included in the report the independent options report completed by Aberley, which considers all the options, and the options of widening the existing shared path in that report are not favoured when assessed against the criteria. The criteria they used are alignment with the safe system approach, best practice design standards and guidelines, strategic plan alignment, road user comfort and amenity, and alignment with future environment. So I question why you would want to spend further time and money further designing something that's not recommended in that independent report. And I'm also assured by the fact that staff have said that they are looking at further improvements. We've heard a lot of minor things from people today, and it's reassuring to hear that staff will be looking into some of those safety improvements and will investigate those things. So I believe I have all the information I need to make a fully informed decision, and I will be supporting the staff recommendation.
Okay. If someone wants to separate 3B, that then does mean it becomes option 1. So if we look to get the resolution on 3B first, it will then determine which option it goes to.
Okay, so I'm just getting some advice here. Simon has asked to separate resolution 3B. Well, I've just had advice that if we separate that first, because whether that passes or fails then determines the next step.
That probably should be taken as voting in favour of 3B. If that's put first, then you're looking towards option 2. If you're voting against, then you're looking towards option 1.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll put that motion 3B, so that's changing the layout at the bus stop opposite Peterborough Street to remove the in-lane bus stop and bus border arrangement and replace it with an indented bus stop. So all those in favour? Aye. Against?
So we're against moving the bus stop out of the lane.
Have you got that clear, Emma? I just want to make sure you're voting for the right thing.
I want the bus to stay in the lane.
Okay,
Point
so
of
you're
order.
voting against.
Point of order, and I hate to be a stickler. We've got a foreshadow that enables that exact same. This acts as essentially having two cracks at the same vote,
Yes,
one
it
before,
does,
one after.
but we've had the request that one be separated, so...
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll just run
it's
with
just
it. Just wanted to note that it's not.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. The foreshadowed amendment has
Nice
been
and easy.
withdrawn. Right. So we'll just take that vote again just to make sure everyone's clear. So those are voting for changing to an indented bus stop. Those aye. And against? So we'll do a division. Can we do that, Mark?
So, Emma Norrish,
Yes.
Simon Britton, Pauline Cotter,
Yes.
Sunita Galton,
Yes.
Victoria Henstock,
Yes.
Ali Jones,
Yes.
Jake Hahan,
Yes.
John Miller,
No.
Emma Trudell, no. That is lost, 3 against.
So it's carried. So, yeah, the resolution to change it to an indented bus stop is carried. Yes. Right, and you'll like those noted, obviously. Yep. Okay, so we'll now move to the rest of that one. So we'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? So that's Victoria and Ali against. So that is carried. Yeah, we'll just noted that Victoria and Ali have voted against it. Yeah, same thing. Great. So we'll move on to the final item of our agenda, which is members' information exchange. Anybody willing to bring anything else up? Oh, we've done them when you were gone. We had a gap. Yes. Worked through. Yes. So anything from anybody? No? Right, we will close the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for a long day. I just closed the meeting, Emma.
Closed.
I attended the Shirley Community Centre meeting with residents yesterday. It was a very difficult meeting for both the staff and the residents, and I'm really feeling for those residents in that area with this ongoing 12 years of loss in their community, and it's hurting them. So I just want to say that I went. Staff did really well of holding the meeting, and but it is something that we need to be paying attention to, because I think the well-being of the people needs to be.
And did you go in your capacity as the activator? Because I didn't have an invite to that in my diary.
No, it wasn't meant to be for elected members.
See, no, I didn't. I just once again.
Do you know,
Don't quite know what? Yeah, I just went.
Yeah.
I think it was good to hear.
Yep. So I
It was simply to show those stakeholders the new engagement tool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they weren't at all impressed.
Okay.
Anything else from anybody quickly? Last chance. I am going to close the meeting this time. Done. Oh, we better finish with our karakia. Sorry. Can you just scroll up to that mark? Una here, ke te uru tapunui, kia wātea, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, e te arataka tā, koia rā e rongo, whakairea ake ke runga, kia tina, huie, tai kie. Now the meeting is closed.